crazy, this stupid shit. Stop the video again. Man, we're not playing. Anyway, got another supply of these. 14 more lights set up. Got some more bars in. Some beautiful stuff that got recorded. And took it away. Stopped and got some more rice hole from the rice. Well, crazy drone machine trying in there. Got 8 more. Got my 2 bars in so I can run those. I'm on 550. I gotta get some chains for that bar. And the other guard for the other. And what was nice is I hooked up the 3 panels that I'd gotten earlier this year when I bought 5 more. Let me pull this in with the nuclear winter. I pulled in 1.7 inside, so I did 4.1, almost 4.2 kilowatts. Unbox these lights and put them over. Grab the zapper thing. Grab the other big zapper. Get this place where I can see through everything. Be able to control it. Be able to put fires out and other stuff like that. I'm almost. Control it with the joystick by modifying 360 cameras. Unbox these 14 lights and go set them up in the morning. So 11 lights. Modify this guy so my other one comes in. Hook it to a book 35 amp battery so it holds the charge and other things I'm doing with them. Yeah. That's all bad. That's gonna blow together with the other, and the other's gonna blow the other with the other. And we're gonna be on fire from there to there. Back. Just like I told you. They're showing right here. Me and Grandma, what? The cauldron fire. The thing went massive. That says it's only seen a couple of times, but look, man. See, that's the trees in the background.
Yes, that's why
that are flat.
I heard that guy say.
For that flame right there, that's a flame. But then they raise all the way up to here. That's thousands of feet in the air.
Insane.
Thousands.
That's insane.
Of feet into the air. For them to reach all the way up where the ABC is and so forth. Yeah, for that flame to be right there. We've seen some of them go even higher than that. And those are thousands and thousands of fill-on flames.
I'm good on the fire volunteering for that one.
Super windy. Momo tripped out, huh, Bubba? Windy as shit. o'clock in the morning now. Producing 2 amp stock there. Stupid shit. Yeah, Papa Son. Straight nuclear winter. Smoke from that fire. Or is it sun? Fucking windy too. Morning, Bubba. You having a good day, baby? Huh? You able to breathe alright? Make you some tea. Make you some tea. Some red clover. Clear your lymphatic system. Trying to get this stuff taken care of. Yeah, you can tell my stuff's getting blocked. 12 hours no view. And the ones like that. Let's keep go. For the last year, doing programming Arduino boards to make little interesting things just doing these at this place.
Mr. Brown.
People actually reading, digesting, and giving information back. I don't know why it's not letting me. I don't know why it's making it where I can't comment. You notice?
Oh, yeah.
I can't reply. It's doing that to me again. Or all I can do is post something. Somebody says something, they can't reply. So.
Did you write anything on the crazy fucking fire plasma?
No, not yet. This is crazy, honey. I uploaded these pictures right here. With these pictures with it. I did not separate the pictures. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out the post above it. Why are the pictures...
Yeah.
These pictures that I put in this group.
Yeah.
What is this? I didn't upload this. Henceforth, the title. First picture is what? Calder Fire. So is the second.
Let me see.
You understand? Don't look that way. I'm showing you on here.
I was gonna look at your post. I see how it got split. You got one post that is like the pictures that then you have.
This was done 8 minutes ago. Right? The title, Calder Fire. Flames 1,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
First picture. I'm saying what's going on here. This is that, but put backwards.
Yeah.
With no title.
And yeah, the order of the pictures went from the back to the front, but no title. And it posted on its own.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
You can look and see if there are other posts there if you wish to, but I'm explaining to you I didn't post that. I put titles to my stuff, and I didn't put it in that order. I didn't do that. What I'd done was shared this post. This shit did it on its own.
Yeah, how with the code does it changes?
Look at this shit. This menu isn't available right now. This may be because of technical error that we're working on. So I can't fucking delete it. Alright. What the fuck, dude? Like how it does stuff on its own. So here's the post. Now I'm on the business page.
Yes, I saw that, and then I saw that as Robert Mitchell, you shared that post.
That's it. There's nothing nowhere else. So I'm confused on what that other shit it was showing me on my page, on my feed, that had been shared twice.
I don't see it.
Now it's gone.
How did he grab your info and generated some post?
Pull-up Pine was told they were gonna burn up. Last time that they did a fucking fire thing. No, I'd say we're at about 200 or 300 parts per billion. On 4 amps. Top here. That's nuclear winter. 9 o'clock in the morning. Those mercies. Couple of watts over what we needed. Just over. Beautiful about the nuclear winter. Makes it cold out here. With this negative tribute, what they're using controlling their fires, makes it cold as shit. I think I might start a fire. Just to get the cold out of the house. Start the fireplace, small one. Crazy. I'm pulling 5 amps. Almost 5 amps out there, honey. Stasis chamber with this stuff going on. Stasis chamber, as you see, it's not running. I mean, it's plugged in, but it's cold. And we're only pulling just 3.5 amps, 44 watts. We're producing 53 to 55 watts, 4.5 amps. So right now it's running off solar, even in this nuclear winter. So I said if we go to up, if I hadn't done that, the extra panels that would have that at 10, and we'd be at like 10 amps right now. That's what I'm saying. If we got four more months or 3 more months of this shit without the ability of getting the hydro plant going, we need to step up with such, just in case of things, because this ain't snow. I mean, it will allow us to cool the stuff off, but this ain't snow. So, and keep with the inertial number that my brother showed me that we need to make this stuff work sequentially. nice now. And we'll be able to go through any hiccup or any clear winter. Cold and windy as shit. I got a 3 gigs. That should restart. I was at 80% uploaded. That's crazy. My other video, it got 16 views, right? The one yesterday I put up, it got no views. Been up for 13 hours. There's literally a 20-degree difference in the several yesterday and the day before and the day before. And these motherfuckers are gonna brainwash people and tell them it's making its own weather pattern. Motherfucker, get out of here, dude. You guys are manipulating that shit all around the world. And with the geomagnetics off, read that post that I posted, honey. What I was trying to talk with you about the other night. See why the focal point of that flame went as high as it did and the points that they do. And how something can grow. And why they're done in a certain time when they know when the push is coming. That's why I say it's stupid with the way our news is. They give them too much information where they dial it in. You understand? But if one understands from using the tool and I went backwards. My upload went backwards up here. How the fuck? I was at 80% and it went backwards. I was at 4 gigs and I was at 3 gigs. Gentleman that somehow on that day that I met the Inuit Indian, he was sitting next to the brother and he was listening to me and the brother talk. The Indian. Eskimo. Inuit. About the copperhead stuff and so forth and everything else, a little inebriated, and we talked a little bit more. The elder had gotten off the bus and brother had liked my spirit. I was talking to him about computers and other stuff like that I talk about on this. Talked to him about some stuff. At the time, for some reason, his mother was alive at the time. He had a place to be, but he chose to be on the streets, doing the stuff that he was doing and other stuff, and he practiced martial arts, different forms as myself, and it's one of the things we hit off on, besides computers, and I explained to him what had happened with my phone and so forth, what Daniel, my phone got took, and I needed communications. He said, man, I got a Galaxy S, you can have it, it's unlocked. I said, what? He said, bro, meet me over here, just a bus ride. Meet him over here, man. He seemed like a cool person. At the end of the day. Anyhow, I did China Bod. Went there and the rest is history. Like I was saying, how you see the videos that I was watching or listening to that I think I woke you up on. There are my Facebook memories of today. Well, I thought it was interesting. I was watching those videos sitting in front of next to Spin, the day shelter, and library using their Wi-Fi, which is in front of the police department, fire department, and city hall, and then that park, big park right there in Aberdeen. It's a battleground. He was just telling me, he was like, man, all them cops are gone, man. You've been gone long enough, because it's been a decade.
Yeah.
All them cops are gone and shit. And I said, that don't matter. My name is still on the list. I said, well, shit, I gotta take care of that stuff back east. I can't get my license or none of that shit. So I got an outstanding warrant for that fucking night that you seen, brother. Because he was there, that's what I was talking to him about. I said, I guess I got shit fucked up from being from California, because we're sitting there having a barbecue, and literally where the car is, stop sign, the four-way stop. As you can tell in the pictures I showed you, a spin. It was a corner house, and the house I squatted in was right next to it. Anyhow, that day we were having a barbecue for the people in Spin, the community, against the day shelters. The homeless people from the community come and eat. You understand? So we're there chilling. Me and Marcus, pretty much the only ones that didn't have, say, a girlfriend that was attached in there. Otherwise, all the other dudes, they had their women on the streets, but they would be in the gazebo or the park where they were doing stuff, and it was interracial couples and so forth. But people not really moving forward in the sense of their life that I'd seen. They could show you pictures, and they felt more comfortable with what they were doing than others. So I was saying it's really easy to fall into the cycle of being homeless if you choose to and not see yourself as houseless and project and see where you wish to go, blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, that day where we're eating, the dude was in the driver's seat, a woman, child of the infant, and a kid maybe just under Vicente's age. And maybe Vicente's age now. He just had his birthday, actually. Because now that I'm remembering this shit completely in my head, how the child had fought his father, I believe, if not the younger child's father. He had to have been 7 or 8. A spat had happened between the couple, I guess, down the street, and he evolved to when they pulled up next to us, because we're all sitting in the front yard, as you can see in some of the pictures. He pulls up in the front yard, and dude just fucking starts cussing her out, saying all this shit like, I kill you, bitch, all this kind of stuff, and spitting on her, smacking her. And I always had a buzz, like you seen at the farm. We're all chilling, and the elder dudes get up, because they ain't trying to hear it, and walk inside. And I'm like, what the fuck, nigga? Are you serious, bro? I go to the car window, and I go, man, give me some help. Because the child in the back seat started to get on, try to help mom. Dude started smacking the kid, spitting on the child. Get the thing out. She go in the library. Dude pull off. This is how I got my the issue with the fucking cop. So it's a 4-way. We're here, library. She takes off, goes in the library. I go to the police department and ask them to get an officer to go to the fucking library and see the woman that discuss it. Like I was saying to him, yeah, I was fucked up because I thought, because I'm from California, a lot of different or whatever. So as I'm coming back across the street, they go in. I go to walk from here, from going to the library across the back street to the place. Dude come around the block and stop me, pull a pistol on me, told me he was gonna shoot me as I'm in front of the library. Police station's right here. People all right here. 7 people fucking heard him, motherfucker. Seeing what he was gonna do, they backed up. I was like, oh shit. I went in. Police officer, the one that got me, that's on the name, it's on the shit. That was the lawyer cop. He's a lawyer cop for the police department. I ended up talking with him and telling me the threats and so forth the dude stated in that state of Maryland you can do. You have to act on them, the motherfucker stated. And I said, how the fuck do you get a charge on it and they give a motherfucker tell you gonna kill you in the state of California for a terrorist threat? They said it's not a terrorist threat over there, so they can't do nothing. I have to wait for a person to act on it. And I said,
there's no acting on it.
You got me fucked up. This man knows I'm homeless. No, this is what was crazy. That happened on Thursday, honey. I talked with the homie. That dude showed up that night at the feeding at the park. You understand? That's the thing about being homeless. You don't have a place to go. I mean, a person has a place, you can go to it, but if you have friends or whatnot, people will kill you on the street. Dude showed up at the fucking park. I went at this nigga. Yeah. I end up becoming the aggressor. Like, I just went through prison. You got me fucked up, bro. You ain't gonna do no shit like that, nigga. Run up on my shit and spin off, and I end up getting a argument with the fucking cop across the street because the cop tells me I'm being beret. He gonna arrest me after the dude fucking takes off. And I go over to the thing and tell him, this dude just fucking told me he's gonna kill me tonight. And I got witnesses. Nothing comes of it. The dude fucks around with me a couple of times and fucking, I make it to where he leaves me alone. I'll just say that. Issue now arises with the fucking punk ass cop. Because who responds tonight? I get hit by and my fucking foot ran over. When I call the police on the dude, that officer.
That's crazy.
He doesn't like the way that our conversation went on the sidewalk. The day that he wouldn't file charges on the dude or do anything for that woman. Because he explained to me, you can talk to an officer the way you can't hear. And he just told me that I can tell an officer or a person can tell me that they can fucking shoot me due to some other more shit and you can't be charged with it? Well, homie, what am I charged with? And why am I red flag? Why two of my good friend officers tell Sandy to send me home? After I went to go get my mail there and they pulled me to the side. All this. Brother, I got a report stating that you throw ass in her cop's face. Do this or do that. What did you wrote down? A report from taking me from the park. Quarter block. The park's right in front of the police station. From right there to the holding. Where he did what he did to me. Now if you on the parking lot stated, or not the parking lot, on the sidewalk stated that you can say whatever you want. How do you write down what you state to get to where, as you've seen, I don't get asked nicely, nothing's talked to me, I just get a pistol to my face. If you're the lawyer for the fucking Aberdeen Police Department and you state differently than a normal officer, because I didn't even understand that dude was a lawyer, it's what he's claimed his shit was. Again, the states are different. Well, if you're the lawyer for the police department, the fuck you got a badge and a gun on while you're doing patrol? But that's what he came with. When I asked him to do stuff, that's who the fucking department sent out. Talk with me. Well, we had an issue. And it snowballed. From dude trying to arrest me a couple times and me literally just fucking going like this and getting my hand away from him and walking away. And dude being mad as fuck. Calling for backup and them not doing anything. This police department. Because when they get there at the Amish market where it happened, dude had told me I couldn't be around because I was homeless. There's a gazebo at the time. The gazebo we were chilling at in front of the barbershop where I have pictures and the owner who owns Spin and Alliance had complained about people asking for people's change or joining cigarette butts. Henceforth how I got the ticket for smoking when I sat down. That night I got hit.
Just being out there.
That turned into a thing, but yet at that time Amish people come from PA and sell their products. It's not inclusive to them, but they want you to leave if you look homeless or if you've been chilling there. Yeah. Yet even though that's where all the churches come to pick up people at those times to take them to feeding or for services. Yeah. Henceforth, when he tried to arrest me, I got re-dropped off so I can get my phone that Marcus gave me because it was sitting there charging inside of a gazebo. And they're like, you're fucking nuts, fool. But how do I get out of it? I always carry service certificates in my dollar. Or service certificate dollar, or a $5 or $10, or my red stamp on me. Not to ever use his money, but to fucking get away from me because I actually have money on me. And and you have to fucking treat me like those motherfuckers. That, what their clothing look like they have money, but what silver certificates or fucking gold or anything like that do they have on them in the sense of, you understand, a tax bracket, like this patented land. Comprehend what I'm stating? Because that's always their guys. If you don't have money, you have to leave. Or this or that, if you do something on a property. You know what I'm saying? You don't have money, that's what the stupid person. You don't have money to buy anything. I pulled out money and said, you don't want that boysenberry pie right there. And just said, you can't buy it. And I turned into a scuffle. And he put my hands on me, just tried to arrest me. And I walked away. And the motherfucker flipped out. And it turned into that.
Where'd you play this on?
But it all started from the one getting abused. And me asking, what the fuck?
Being the only person to show care and getting in trouble for it. Shining light on it.
And getting my life fucking threatened for the rest of my life. Because that dude wrote what he did. That's why I'm confused on how can you write what you said. I have witnesses and other things. And that's what I said when we go back and take care of it. I have those officers that were young that won't be retired. If not, they'll be lieutenants and so forth on the force. Comprehend what I'm stating?
Yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be taken care of.
He was like, oh, you ain't ever come back here? And I was like, no, it's not like that. This is, bro, I gotta take care of shit. Otherwise, remember, do you forget what we went through, brother? Do you forget what we went through? Do you forget what we went through? While we used matches and other things like that that had fucking, whatchamacallit, while we used walkie-talkie apps and other things like that to always know where each other were at. Fucking, his issue happened when he was at a gas station and recorded some shit that he shouldn't have recorded in the police's eyes. Of them extorting some people. And his dumb ass fucking, the cops asked him to put his shit down and erase it, and he said no. And they took his phone and shattered the shit right in room. And it turned into, well, nigga, if you think you want to know something, we'll educate you if you like.
Dirty.
We watched people around us start dying and other things. Seriously. People with fucking bad drugs. Motherfuckers getting told to do things. Whole camps getting set on fire and shit like that.
Yeah.
People getting murdered. Cops is crooked there as shit. And that's on, Maria, that's on your side of the tracks, baby. When you cross Aberdeen, there's a train track. When you cross over the thing and you go over on the dark side, on the nigga side for the black side, the minorities and everybody else there. Oh, it's interesting. It's a whole different animal. Police don't even really fuck with over there. And it's like, it's so peaceful. Especially right at Riverside and shit. It's so peaceful. It's so peaceful. That you don't even realize there's cops or nothing or violence. Until you go back on the other side of the tracks. And you're like, oh yeah, that's supposed to be the bad fucked up part of town. You understand what I'm saying? Because no one fucks with you. You get on the other side of the tracks and it's like, oh my god. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You just asked somebody for some change. You weren't spanging. You asked them if they could change for a job. Oh yeah, we got this stay away order that you signed. I mean, that ain't my signature.
Well, it has your name on it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to detain me. Go ahead. Let me talk to your sergeant. Yeah, I signed it for. Here's an X. It doesn't. What is that? Come down here and sign. Have your sergeant sign by this with his name, and I'll sign my name. I want to see who signed my name. You understand? So, Sergeant, you signed your name? Oh, it looks like you signed this for me. Bro, you see how sloppy my handwriting is? How the fuck is this going to hand up in court? This is what I told the people. They release me. Bootsy, rest in peace. Bounty hunter. Huh? And a bounty hunter. That was the guard for the 7-Eleven right there. Saving Aberdeen. They had made a show about him. Me and Daniel were help Daniel get back here. From my helping people on the streets and people talking about me is the reason why Bootsy took me aside one time and explained to me, if it wasn't for what you're doing, you'd be in jail. And what are you talking about? And he showed me his shit. Because I'm not a security guard. This is a side thing that I do. I'm a bounty hunter. Federal agent bounty hunter. And I have a federal warrant. You trip me out. He told me and Daniel about this spot where the truckers do the transfers. Who are sleeping in the trailers in the wintertime. And I told you the one time we got woke up because we didn't wake up early enough. And the trucker took off. That was scary as fuck. We didn't know where the fuck we were at. And dude didn't launch the secondary latch in there. Also, we were able to open the motherfucking thing. I don't know what the fuck we did with that. That was the last time we stayed in Orleans like that. I made sure it wasn't one of those fucking trailers and made sure that the tire was chopped. A really good diesel truck driver would drive in and hook that shit to his truck, and you won't even tell. You see how light I sleep, honey? The trailer was not attached to a truck, baby. You get hooked up and.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, that's why I said we stopped sleeping in those. It was open, different ones. Because of such, because a good dude for a trailer just come in. I'm like, damn. We woke up when it was about a block and a half down the way. I'm like, dude, how the fuck I sleep through that?
I'm telling you, you're a good sleeper. You was out within 10 minutes.
Yeah, but that's different on the street. I can pass out, but I also don't, in a sense, sleep. Like when we were in the van and we were sleeping outside. Or like here. And we would pop up in the middle of the sleep and fucking, there's a bear there. What you doing? I didn't do that at all. It was. And the sound of the fucking airbag things breaking because where dude was going around the corner and shit. And feeling sliding because the sleeping bag fucking slid. Because we had the church that I took Daniel to, that's in the videos and so forth, that we did the food clothing exchange and other things like that now. They give out the old school World War II, World War I mummy sleep bags with the full kit, with the snorkel and everything.
Nice.
Where it has a chimney to it, but also the inner lining and this feather down. Over there, because of the moisture, you just use the inner lining of the hemp. Otherwise, you sweat to death. But sleeping on that is why I was saying when dude had stopped, like sliding motion, it like woke me up. Like it made me think of when me and Marcelino and Jamie had passed out on Venice Beach and the fucking beachcomber went by and snagged our fucking sleeping bag that we were all in and started pulling us down the beach. Made me think of that, so I woke up and was just like, wait. No. It is completely different scenario. You're not on the beach. The beach is moving, man. Get up. Daniel, get up. How the fuck we get out of this shit? We bang on the fucking thing over the trucker ears, or is there intercom or something? And after that is when I started working with a brother that worked for Swift, and started working with Swift. Learn about the trucks, just in case. Yeah, I want to know my stars, though. Looking good. He was just saying he's getting his card. Would have figured he would have got that already. It's $200 over there, goddamn. I got logged in my card. Well, shit. Fuck all that. Talk to brother Brad. I'll give the brother that running his own dispensary. I was talking about. So I was telling him, I was like, remember I came back out here with the Cali kids? We went down south and got money from a brother that I met, like yourself, that blessed me. Well, information that I helped him out with, he's running his own dispensary. He's just 40 minutes from me. You know what I'm saying? As a brother, if you need a pipe or anything like that, he's the very first person 11 years ago to open a pipe shop in that part of Maryland. If not, the state of Maryland itself, honey. My buddy Ryan. I passed out and woke up with a cheeseburger stuck in my face when I still ate from McDonald's. I was bringing. That fool opened the first pipe shop, got a dispensary, and I got four shops now. Yeah, to be almost completely bald now, or looking like motherfucking Stevie Wonder. So when I met him a decade ago, he should be in his 50s now. Fucking, he had blonde, dreads down here, but he had a friar's cat going on. Losing his hair on the top. This is balding. Friar's cat. He just had dreads here, like Stevie Wonder. And grew inside of a mobile home. AK-47 with his AK-47. He's a trip me out. So there you can have weapons like that. P90s and shit. Like Danville. Whiteways used to listen to rap music like the ones up here. But instead of having like single shot and like fucking 15 round clips and 30 round clips stuff, they got like fucking. I was like, what? Why? And you smoke weed and grow weed? California, if you did this right here, you're going with federal charges, dude. Like, separate those. Separate those. Separate those. Because where I'm from, you think you're in a gang. I mean, y'all are just fucking renting land to shoot up fucking porta potties and shit with this stuff. But, anyhow, went off on a stupid tangent, but it was just trippy because during that time, you know, the people that ran Happy Hippie Haven, the elder, because of a young group being on probation, I'm explaining to them that they're on probation when they're on the property, probation rated, and they found 30 clones, small was on Berta, you understand? And got him with federal charges, felonies. Compensated the land and hit him with federal charges for I was friends and help him get information through Chris Conrad and so forth. And getting information with the offices in Washington, since Washington D.C. is just right there. It's literally a 40-minute drive. But they got him with federal manufacturing and other things like such. Because they're clones. That was before Maryland was legal. And I went through what I went through where they smacked me. And I was like, hold on, dude. You understand? I'll let you motherfuckers out because I know this state has fucking become legal. Which it has. You understand? That's why Brad went the way he did and waited. But with Ryan got his foot in the door just before everything went legal so that he'd be able to have a sound attitude in a state that would not allow something like that. And then have the push happen. Fucking phenomenal. But scary. Man. Homeboy, the first couple of years had to spend so much money on fucking, as you would say, concreting the doors and windows and everything so his shop would stop getting broken into. Because where he had it located, in the area that they would only have it located, that's what was fucked up and all like the stuff's happening in all the states and other places. Is, it's like, we'll put these ones that aren't commercially sponsored in the nice neighborhood with police, and we'll put these guys over here in areas where we know the fucking community is gonna like either rally against it because not misinformation, or both, where you have that and the other side of the community is gonna be like go ape shit and try to rob the fuck out of it. And both of those things happened until it became legal in the state and people like more people were out there. Otherwise, you're just the first person. It's like fuck you. Come on, man. Because he didn't sell pipes and shit like that, like that one brother did to her. I told him, the shit that you know that's being used for, dude. Do you understand why the gins are fucking with you? Like, stop doing that, and you understand. He wasn't doing that, and so those forces were fucking with him to try to get him close, because it was strange. Carry the kratom, carry the bullshit, carry the spice, and it was like, if you don't do that, people fucking fuck with you. And you see him with this, people asking over and over, and he's like, no, I'm not carrying that shit. Explaining me the health benefits in a fucking proper debate without you fucking acting like a dope fiend while you're trying to tell me it. So with the stasis chamber, as such, this guy fully charged, even though the laptop's not running, so forth, is plugged in, all that. With that off, that guy running over there that we're using for Wi-Fi, the LED off of that right there, we're pulling 4.4 amps right now.
That's perfect.
Pulling 4.4 at just under 100 watts. When that kicks on, it goes to 100 watts in 7.5. Right now we're doing 83 watts, almost 8 amps into the power bank from solar. Like the workhorse, this one's 2 amps 53. There's no draw, there's no nothing, let it top itself back up. It's at 2679. Full is 2760. That's a 44 volt system. 12 amps right now, even in dead winter or with snow on them.
See.
I don't know if we've seen them. We got them back in February or January. The
Oh,
first
really?
ones.
Oh, we gotta check.
We went through 3 snows. I had to shovel off of them. That's why I got that other shovel. And with state, I need to get them off the grass, so I don't have to deal with that. And put the other ones on the structures so that it just slides off. And then do the roof for the ideal trailer. With how long they are. We can come off the ramp and make a roof porch that you can sit on it from the ideal made out of the panel. And the snow would just slide off.
Yeah.
Same for this guy. Because once this is all cleared out, the garden we were talking about making right there, I don't know why we're feeling sad. It's like spirit, or whatever you wish to say, is making it to where we have to make it like that. Because there's no way to grow food right there. And what I was talking about wishing to do,
Yeah.
you have to have light, which means all that has to come out and change. Removing 25 trees from this area right here alone is going to make this lit for evening sun and such. That's the thing why I was saying if we move this over, if we move the area that we wish to stay at away from this pinnacle point of the sun hitting direct, the only thing that keeps us cool is this group of trees here.
See.
You understand? So I'm saying to move this over that way.
See.
By doing such, one can clear and make a green island.
Yeah.
And the way that these trees are, as you see with that fire, there's nothing you can do if it gets that big.
No.
But we can keep it from getting that big from around us in the sense of even if it is that big and that's burning over there,
Yeah.
we're going to make enough clearing and so forth. But for this to be heated or not heated, if we're over there and the way we're getting up to 100, 105, probably get 110 up here as we get up in age here,
Yeah.
which will be 125 or more in the valley. We need to be away from the central focal point of here. This is going to be a heat point.
Yeah.
All this in those areas, summertime, is a heat convection point.
Yeah. These has to be. Yeah.
The living quarters need to be over there.
Yeah. And these has to be all garden and tool keeping, and so we know we're coming back to this if anything. Yeah. These needs to be a whole. All of these we need to. If not these, obviously no, it's not gonna happen this winter because we only got 2 months, and then it's not gonna happen. But yeah, like you're saying, get ready that a pad over there where we can replicate these down there and come and do it from scratch, like as if we were just moving in here, right? And we're just taking all the like if we don't have no print here and we're just coming and doing it. We already have our 2-year experience of being here and really like.
Yeah, again, as I was illustrating, this is getting moved. This is getting cut out. We put panels on this. This will be able to power itself. That. Because from this over and this over, the only thing that will be in front of it's going to be a couple of these trees. That's going to get superb light. Same with this. This whole ringlet of outside trees is getting cut away. These are getting removed. Right here.
Yeah.
From here and this right here to this, just these brown trees right here, is 25 trees.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm explaining to you?
Gonna make it, if it's hot already at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's gonna make it hot at 9 o'clock in the afternoon in the morning. Cause we wouldn't be getting no shade because these guys gotta go right here where we're getting support from. And all of that across, it's just a matter of a week and probably all of this whole runabout, everything has to go. And if it not, we are anyways taking it because there's no point of fucking.
There is, and there isn't. Henceforth, why I left that island of trees over there. So
Yeah.
I said to you,
There is.
for you to figure out where you'd like, because it's more expensive to try to build a structure to block the sun than to leave something naturally there.
You still never get the same effect. But we can be selective on, like before we were cutting all the cottonwood or the oaks, and now we can use cottonwood or oaks or the madrone for shade if possible in the area, and knowing that possibly, I don't know if this is a fluke or if this is a new thing, that the pine trees are going to be fucking getting like this. And we count on their shade or not, because then eventually it turns into a hazard, because then we gotta remove whatever it's been there to, and it sets us back. So trying to enjoy the, one summer of a shade of that, is it justifiable? I mean, is it one summer, or if it's gonna be long term that we can enjoy the shade? Like, is this a one-time thing, or is this the new norm now that we don't rely on the pine trees for the shade like that, as we were,
I'm not relying on any pine trees. I'm not relying. It's not a specific type of tree that I'm relying on. I'm just cutting the trees out of the way. Never mind. I guess that's how your mind's working. So, how do you wish to do the work on the property, honey? You're shaking your head yes, and I'm saying, how do you wish to do the work on the property? If the reason why the size of the tree and selection of the stuff was being done by me. It wasn't being done by you. It wasn't being done by anybody. It was the fastest way that I could start grooming stuff out the way to try to make the jungle look not like a jungle.
Yeah, you set your own fucking classification of what your threshold was, and now the threshold has to change because we're not going by size. We're going by fucking observing what the fuck is going on with the trees and understanding the behavior of different things. It seems to be in this season. Last season was the madrones on the fucking caterpillar, 10 caterpillars, and seeing if it was gonna kill them or what the fuck was going on. This season seems to be.
Anyhow, get away from that mindset.
Sure.
Get in the mindset of my drones die. No, they didn't. They're still alive, so their natural fire rate. Will the oaks?
I'm cold. I'm gonna
go to the garden and clean that garage. Peace, dude. Start a conversation. Freezer just kicked on. 3 degrees. the thing hooked up to the big 35 amp battery. Redo the gardening area over there. Kick them boogers out. Eating all this stuff. Put some plasma bottles into it. The energetics was and we're drowning out the garden grow. Truth is out there. The vice president is now in control and has gone to the Mujahideen to fight the Taliban. Long live the fighters, the freemen. It's the only way to defeat them. Fire with more fire. Of the ideology of freedom. Why the Taliban going around telling people, give up your weapons. It's okay now. They don't want to be defeated. They've been claiming that they're the Mujahideen. No. After the billions of dollars spent stating lies that you won't need one, now you need one. Why don't they just be forthwith with people? That's what I just don't understand. It's always the afterglow. Fuck yeah. 14 amps. Nice little winner. In. Yeah, shot 15 amps. Yeah, dude, when it gets like this last year it only did this for fucking a week.
Now we're gonna have months. 4 months of this year.
Why I made our system this way. You know what I'm saying? You didn't fork out no 30 grand. You fucking have to go get a generator. Forked out a tenth of that. No, actually, no. A fourth of that. About 3.89. I don't know. It's stupid.
3.89?
Yeah.
What?
Part. All in all, together about 8,000.
Oh, yeah.
8 into the 30 grand. That was before the fires, before last year. Where it's like, now you're stuck at a rebate. You gotta fucking buy that stupid shit and the old panels like you seen the city do when we went to City Hall meeting. I was like, did you dumb fucks ask them when that shit was manufactured?
Oh, yeah. God.
Cause y'all just bought into some shit that you just taxed us for 5 years for some shit that ain't worth nothing, dude.
Nothing.
Nothing. How's it working for you right now? Huh? I want to go with the stuff that you guys keep blocking me from putting on top of our crystal shop. Or I could show you. what do you want to do? Put these panels up there and hook your tie inverter and your shop in the shop next door run for free. Oh, what's the reason why? Well, we just redid the roof. Not installing anything, it's just fucking literally just rolling it out. What was crazy, it wasn't even these ones, it was the high frequencies I was talking about using, which were even smaller and lighter.
Yeah.
And it was like, goddamn, the footprint of that is fucking...
Half.
No, because those are 6 foot, and the other ones are 16 foot. 28 pounds, and the other ones are fucking 3 pounds. I was like, dude, what am I installing? I'm just gonna roll these out. And actually add a layer of protection where your fucking roof doesn't get oxidized and shit. You ain't gotta worry about the roof. I am not adding enough weight to where it causes any issues. Nothing like that where you thinking I gotta put a fucking frame and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? They're thinking of them monocrystalline anymore. I ain't gonna do all that, man. Alright. I promise. Okay. Hey, city. We gotta pay how much for this shit? Y'all spent how much to put in those things, and by the time you get done with installing it, it's already fucking obsolete. I wonder if that's why Trump did what he did. And now you're really stuck with the old shit until we catch up. Which isn't going nowhere, because we still gotta do our manufacturing shit. And all this politics shit. All this, stupid shit. So you're gonna make us do what now? How are we gonna get energy to this? I haven't figured that one out. Unless you stay up to date with stuff. And this shit ain't even up to date. It's old. I can't get the new shit of these. Yeah, if I could. What you talking about? What the fuck I do with the water? Damn, I left it all the way over there. How does a stoner do that?
Use a lighter.
Go for a walk. And like this time right now. Can you hear that sound? That's the sound of the fan. On the inverter. Which means it's getting enough amperage that it has to kick on, which is a good sound. To me at this time. Just say, if you hear that sound right there.
I always thought it was motion detection sensitive, like it would, because it always turns on when I go by it. So I always felt like it was sort of like activated by. I'm just kidding. I hear you. Fan coming on is good. Means it's getting power. Got it pulled out.
No, doesn't matter if it's getting power. That one hasn't come on. Yet it doesn't need to because it's not enough. It's kicked off. It's the difference in the ambient sound. It's off now. Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, more than.
Either thunder or something fucking caught on fire and blew the fuck up. See, like the high frequencies are getting like, alright, 13 volts over there. Both of them are getting power on. For the other auxiliaries. Monocrystalline, I've tested it in this stuff last year, and that's why I made a decision like I was stating in the earlier. Why I made the choice of the sequential number for the horse and that. And step up 3 more panels and put 2 of those on the load side, and then do that on that side, that I'd be able to draw enough power from this to actually fill up such a large battery bank, because it'd be about 4 kilowatts right there. This one is almost 5 kilowatts right there. If we block it out, then we almost have 16 kilowatts right there. With the shunts and isolate, I should say better, isolate the batteries up so you can use them in 12 volt 2 packs. So you got 4 2.5 kilowatt power bank right there.
Yeah. It's gonna rain? Is it gonna rain? Did you just hear that? Sounded like a sort of thunder. It did it again when we were talking.
No. You understand what they were talking about with the fire and what you seen in the thing, don't you?
Oh, how the fires created its own weather.
I wouldn't say weather pattern.
Storm.
These disturbances that they've seen is the first time ever recorded have they seen, say, rotation. Understand what I mean by that? There's a difference of pyrocumulus doing what it's doing. There's a difference of pyrocumulus showing rotation. If an engine like that went, and not on a small level, but on a big level, that's the Dixie and the Calder did it the other day. That ignites and gets rotation. Maybe something hasn't been seen except by our, say, ancestors that wrote about it. I've had some interesting fire stuff we'll be witnessing the last couple of days. But rotation reported in Doppler. Flames in sight so messed up that people not visualizing in a sense, but yet Doppler and other things as such catching rotation. You know, meaning tornado. In itself. That if that engine spun and got going, you would have a true fire tornado, not one of those little small things they showed.
Dude, this shit is crazy.
Something like that. So how would you put it out? Rather than having to drop a bomb on it.
I know. You can't you can't come nowhere close.
Like I was explaining to you, how we put something like this out, compression would have to come in like etc. in the manner of how they put out the oil rig fires. Because if something like that happened, it would never go out. It would suck all the bulk and all the smoke and so forth in from things and create its own engine of heat to coolness, or it'd be able to keep rotation. But that's what they're seeing in Doppler and the fires, stuff the last couple of days. If you choose to try to see it, it's not what's being spoken upon. Why state demo side and the things that they're doing? Why you can tell when something's being added to something. Interesting sounds that we hear and so forth.
cold as shit today. I'm dressed up as if I were in wintertime. But I'm sweating. Like my armpits are sweating. Cold. We mid-August. 2 months. Fucking months and a half snow. 2 months and a half snow. That's crazy. We used to do that.
This would be a military plane. This is too smoky. That's for them to be flying. The other. That's how this is getting advantage. You create the aspect of changing the wind gust to where the stuff stays here and eat it. Because ground force is the only thing that can fight with it. That's why I'm intrigued on whatever the fuck that was flying over the fields last night.
Oh yeah.
Because that was big and moving faster than a drone. Unless it's some new shit, because the way the lights were on it, it was like it was a drone. But what is that? Because we have no flight path open over us. It has to be military. We're either observing what's going on or flying to go move something or bring something here. But with that over us, the normal flight paths of things, which we don't have a flight path over us because we're not around anything. Ordinances that you normally hear moving. What is watching and monitoring that? As you could say, the fires move more that way, but yet with that fire over there, it makes the conditions of flying in this envelope here hazardous. That's still a military plane. As you know, your commercial airlines sound like that. And they vaguely few and far between flyovers. Intriguing enough, they got the weather pattern back. If my memory was before Sandy came in, and Fred Depression and so forth was washing out through there, and my sister's house getting flooded in the back. Last time it hit like that was 2011, 2010. Irene and Sandy came in 05. That guy had to come back. Otherwise, it's another one. Oh, they're doing sky donuts. Actually, always brings the interesting fucking shit we go through. But yeah, back to the ramble 5 minutes earlier when you said, is it going to rain? No, we won't get any moisture like such because the kinetics and so forth. You understand the things what I was showing you that such. And the charges you'll get with the dry lightning. Henceforth, why I was stating what's beautiful, which you touched upon before, our issue that we had last year, which we don't have this year, give thanks, is those tint caterpillars.
Because that creates a potentiation point
yes.
on the lightning.
Why it was so horrendous last year and the year before was all of those potentiation points. Discharge
doing this, I do. I need a finger thing because I get raw. My finger gets raw.
Those cups that they use.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
people.
No, I've seen them that if you look up finger gloves, I've seen people. I don't know if it's just for money. But I've seen cashiers in different places.
Mm-hmm.
In different places of handling of things, high volume. From like a lime green to like a greenish color. I've mostly seen them. To like the color green of that person's skin on the gravel biology book. They come down to right here.
Yeah. There's different made of different materials.
But I've seen a person have it on all their fingers on one hand while they're doing cashier work.
Yeah, there's some silicone ones. There's like thrown away, look like mini condoms, latex. There is like fabric.
Let's see. I just was referring that because the thimble, or in English, the thimble, since you referred to the sewing, the thimble is what it's called. It'll make your finger raw. Also, because it's metal. It'll have metal on metal in the pressure point there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Look at it in the engineering perspective.
I need something soft because that's what it is.
Look at it in an engineering perspective or ergonomic point. So, what you're trying to get away from, you would just cause another point. Until you got that point calloused. And by that point, it's like, just take the thimble off. If you're not trying to do such. Because I know you know what I'm talking about if I describe this to you, what you've seen. Since you've been a seamstress and your schooling was what? When in those places that person's always doing something over and over, then with the thimble, you notice that callus like what I have on my hand.
Yeah. Like what I
in that area.
Yeah. Sí.
That should help
Okay.
you.
I'm going to put a container.
That should help you. I said hopefully inshallah that should help. What needs to start happening is, okay, we've had half a decade to over a decade of analyzation of, why I say over a decade, because when the first Paradise Fire almost burned up Paradise over a decade ago, and we had a dry lightning issue, they ran their little simulation shit and said, okay, we got to do this and that, right? Just like this last time, right? And this last time where they figured, okay, this shit's gonna burn up again, and this is gonna burn up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities, right? Well, Paradise almost burned up again last year. Paradise almost burned up again this year. It was number 1 or 3 on the fucking list. And it's like, okay, Pollock Pines, all the little towns that are up there in this area that are threatened are on the list, and ones that ain't even on the list that they produce to the public, right? The issue is if you're taking monies from us like PG&E and shit, supposedly, do stuff to take care of this and abate this. Besides the think tank bullshit and the fucking money to fucking run the stupid ass computer that's stating this fucking common fucking sense shit if you're driving along, and you see the differences of if you actually looked at the counties where these cities are, and you drive across them and you see the fucking non-formality, the non-cookie cutter, as you would say, maintenance of the forest.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder why those cities are on there, but yet still they're in the state of California, and they're still where the people were driving through and people seeing. And signed off like a PG, which, like I say, I just signed off and stated this something like fucking power line. It was okay to run this. Even though my master's or my thesis or other schooling I went through to fucking have this position to just work and so forth, states that this shit should be replaced, but I just said it's okay. And the person above me that has this information,
Yeah.
it's just like the maintenance stuff, because it's like everybody has to go out there and see some shit, and the stuff flying over, it's like, okay, if somebody could, I'll put it this way, if the city will fuck with our fucking, our landlord at the time, for our grass being green, and it's supposedly gonna catch fire.
Yeah.
But it's green and wet. It's fucking a patch of mint. How are we in this predicament right now? You understand?
Yeah, if everybody's so anal.
About this shit. I mean, what you described to me last night. If a motherfucker can be on some Spanish-speaking people in an RV next to a post office with the credentials and so forth on the trade and other thing.
Seriously, because it says fucking replanting of trees. It says like tree service on the trailer.
Explaining what they're there for.
And it's a legitimate fucking enclosed trailer.
Explaining what they're there for.
And everybody still want to comment on it.
Henceforth, my conversation with you is stating, why don't you go, since we've already broke the ice, and go ask. If you just spoke Spanish like the people in the RV, because I bet he's gotten wind of it. That's how small stuff is.
Well, the comment the lady was saying.
That's how small stuff is. What you have to understand is, looking at it in a biased manner, in what you witnessed, but discerning in your head, in a biased way, would you take offense to the things that were said before meeting me or after? And would you feel comfortable? In both instances of before and after, because before meeting me is mom and dad, in a sense, right now, to say in a sense. After is not your parents at all, but in a sense, because you're going to be around them. You understand?
Yeah.
And if something like that is said, it's different, like being in Tahoe City House and the things that were said, and then someone going, what the fuck did you just say?
Yeah.
Because I speak English.
Well, it just felt like there was so much subliminal in that.
And I understand body language.
Connotation.
And the way that you keep projecting this means that it irritates you in a manner that, what was your upbringing? I have to ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I stated what I stated that day of, now ask brother, let's go up. Before everything is said and done, blah, blah, blah. Bring the phone up there, Skype with mom and dad, and have that question. And then the same in the institution way of how is this going to work, is they going to be the change, or has it already been a change in a sense of openness, in a sense of facilitating the person, the ability to be inclusive in the quality of linguistics in the hall meetings of the community.
Mm-hmm.
Be it that the community now represents and has other persons.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it falls in what I was talking about with the Terracotta thing, so forth, with it being pushed from the masjid. Or not all one goes to the meetings because I don't understand the language.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And it can be perceived both ways. By one recipient can be perceived as these people in putting the effort to learn the language in the country that they're in, because I have received that to my ears. Mm-hmm. And the person that has come here can perceive it as, then people are not flexible enough or whatnot, and they are meeting me halfway. So having that understanding so nobody's ego gets hurt. And there's actually more inclusiveness and not just like the thought of them being inclusive, but really not being inclusive at all.
Yeah. Because I'll state this. Let's stop for a long.
We'll get a good idea when you and I go to the office.
Stop for a long. Who's to say that which they were blind and couldn't see the paperwork? Not only the suits, the outfits, the fucking insignia on the vehicle and on the trailer. That is Matez, Javier, and Juan speaking with Martino and Vicente in several years. With your mom and dad. What's Julie gonna say? What are you gonna say? Because instead of you getting out of your own car, it's gonna be you walking from that inside and someone speaking the way that they are as you guys speak, because Spanish in Argentina is different, but to a layman it's not. Yet to you, when you guys speak normal like we are right now, just casually speaking, and you say that I'm yelling and so forth, I get fucking whacked in my head, because I'm like, when you motherfuckers are just talking, it's and I'm like, whoa.
Being hella kind to each other.
No, I'm not saying that you're yelling. I'm saying just talking like how we are right now.
The animation.
The pitch and animation is like high to a person that's not used to that. You understand what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From someone outside looking, argument can be perceived when you're just being happy.
Yeah.
Because the punctuation, so on and so forth. As a bridge in the community, as one walks into the post office and one is stating whatnot, hopefully to the manner of which that you've been an ambassador of oneself and so forth, as I was when I was a kid, I explained. You know what I'm saying? People have a different view than what they are projecting on TV, movies, and so forth about what I am considered. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Made it a point of that.
The lady was so self-consumed of what you wanted to say that she didn't even realize that I was there.
So, it is, say, a communicable talk with sister that bought the one-eye jack and asked her how it feels.
Right, which I had the understanding.
You understand?
That
Just hold on a second, because she is. I'm sticking my foot in my mouth, but I would say she's the same age as mom, or in a roundabout. You understand? She just speaks English just a little bit better than mom. So what would it be like for her walking around in there? You understand what I'm saying? For mom to talk, for mom to get a gist of what's it like. Be it that, look at me. She's my color.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, she's seen as me, or as what she is because of her speech and hearing the accent. It's different for you and mom. If you haven't picked that out yet.
Mm-hmm. I think that could have been that lady that we drove by that was going to the pool. I don't clearly remember her face, but maybe because it looked like she was walking to the pool. When I gotta finish these orders. When I go to the post office, would you like to come with me to the Clipper Mill? And so we go to by the office in a couple hours. At 2 or something. 2:30. In an hour and a half. Or an hour.
I think this is the time that brother said that people were either there or leave.
Let me see in the website if they have office hours.
I think it was 2 o'clock. It was when they left, 11 to 2 or something. a thing like the house building, honey. I'll just point out things. You gotta do it. I got enough stuff in my head. I can't remember exactly where my mom said that place was. She's at. And it's the 14th on the block.
First steps.
1400 block.
Just look it up for first steps. You're saying you're going out shaking your head. You can't remember that address off the top of your head.
Yeah. I remember where it was at, or the label that she stated, but the actual address myself was stating Bugman. That's why I made myself tried to the other day lay down. So I was telling my mom just like focus, as I tried to do. When I come to one of those points where it's something that I can't. I find myself mind chattering myself to death with the 24-hour token. Just accept it. There's nothing you can do from here. I understand. That's why the first thing I did was woke up and expanded the solar and other things like that and seen what I could do on my own. Eliminate those things. But yet still knowing and seeing what the wind conditions are. The other day it was clear. It's like this, which means it'd be clear in the valley wise, so it'd be better for you to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And not have to worry about such, because we have the other fire now that can blossom this way. And this one above us, which now has less personnel because of those fires, which can still come this way. Because of such. Depending on if the winds blow this way hard, you know what I'm saying? Instead of the way that we're going. I said stop for a lot of it. Thank you all for making it go that way. Otherwise, we should have been packed up back when I was laughing when you said, what's our fire plan? Well, I've been saying to you, you know what I'm saying? Get your things ready, because at any moment, we got several months of this shit left.
Your mom is in 1400 North A Avenue.
So,
And yeah, the office is closed. It closes at 11:30. So Saturday, we're gonna make an appointment. So I'll have to make an appointment Saturday at 9 in the morning to see. The office is only open 2 days a week at 9:30 to 11:30.
That's what I said. I couldn't remember. I thought dude said from 11 to 2. That's why when he said 2 o'clock, I was like, you would want to leave now. So it was already over. That's all I was trying to say to you. Remembering that stuff with all the shit that's been going on, I was frustrated because I couldn't remember the exact thing on my mom. Because it was such a brief thing, but then trying to remember the conversation of the video that got fucking erased of talking with my mom for over an hour. And that irritating me. And not being able to actually listen to my mom talk and not have it toward it as I stayed with you. Let me hear the recording raw. Not your interpretation of it, or her interpretation of it, or anyone
So I
else's
can hear it
interpretation.
too, and I can say, your mom, yeah, you could be misreading something, or in that point, because you're only in your selective theory. Yeah. Did you call her today?
That's why I was trying to point out the thing toward that got erased that was trying to talk to you about in the core about losing control. If you're projecting on someone, as my mom was stating, she's enjoying seeing people in love, but just couple of words before was stating I'm seeing people and fuss, so on and so forth, or just talking and other things, right? And I was saying to her, you know, how does that apply with family? You know, with me, what I was trying to say to her and what I was stating was, you know, when you're seeing yourself and other people, when you're doing that, who's in control of you at that moment? Are you, or is ego that as projecting, say, love, hate, or whatever you're emulating or stating or projecting onto another, right? Now, what I said to my mom was, when you're doing such, and say as you're doing such and such, who's in control of you as you're looking at something and projecting onto it? In the same instance that you're doing such, and you're looking at this object and saying, yeah, that's just like me dancing, right? Well, can you know what's going on in the head of this that's dancing? Well, as you're doing such, do you know what's going on in your head is dancing? Who's in control? Because while you're doing such, you're not in your head, just like you're not in the head of the shit you're projecting on. Do you comprehend?
Yeah, no, in that thought form, you are extending yourself and going with it. Like you're projecting, you're literally occupying that space of your consciousness is occupying the space of the thought. I think, like in etherically wise, and so your consciousness is not with you. You know, like we were asking like you were asking my sister when she's looking at the computer screen. Where's her consciousness at? And so
yes,
physically,
because if you've reached all these things in yoga, your scan should show it. No matter what job you do, your scan should show it. Should reflect that you're not absorbing or doing this stuff.
but at the same time, but also one
So
would
as
not
you're
want to
doing
cultivate
such,
that sort of form
you're
of
going
environment.
back to that example of me stating, what's in control of your mind as you're doing that work? Because you're not there. And it shows in your scan. So if you're having issues with family and you're seeing all this beautiful stuff out here, how can you not do it with family? So again, as you're being frustrated with that person being frustrated with you, are you in your mind as you're frustrated with them? And again, you're not in their mind, so how are you projecting onto them? And vice versa. Because we have to talk by mimicking the person that raised us. Yeah, we all do. Yes, Mom. So on and so forth. Yeah, we all have to come from fucked up, broken people. And I said, no, Mom, where did I say that? We are miming from someone. If you wish to go in that route that you're doing, which I hate, then again, it's up to you to domesticate yourself and those around you if you wish to, but that's egotistically. One has to undomesticate oneself in a sense if I push something that you think you don't like, but again, is it you that doesn't like it? Or is it a response, again, that you learned when you were a child? So as one is projecting onto someone or reading something and so on and so forth, are you in control of yourself? And forth, back to the, while you're watching bracelet and stuff and the other person and other things and all this stuff, will you consciously be conscious while you state you were consciously being there watching the video, but your scan is showing it's not? Comprehend that conversation.
Yeah. Like why are you feeling the need of doing it in first place? So are you just checking a box of your ego telling you to be spiritual in those 2 hours in the morning and then that's it, right? Or why are you finding yourself absorbing that information, but at the same time, why isn't it showing? So is there an embodiment of that? How is it that information being processed?
Because yesterday it showed.
But why is one choosing? Because it's always a choice. Every single day we have choices. Every minute we have choices. So
Yes.
why is one constantly choosing not to make it a predominant pattern of that 70% what your brain keep going back to?
Because one is projecting outwards that this is like me, or I wish to be like such. And in that moment of doing such, again, you're not in control. What is the control of you? And then you snap back into reality, in control, if you wish to say, and you state, I don't like the being that I'm in. And it starts that, again, closed loop system. or someone questions that, or does of such, or in a sense, goes against that ideology that one wishes to say, you wear red and I like blue. Comprehend what I just said? How that happens. Or you're a Biden supporter and I'm a Trump supporter. Or I'm on my dean and you're not. How can that cause an issue in a house? Hold. If one is doing what one, in a sense, is doing to aspire for one's self-cultivation, but as soon as one starts projecting outwards, again, honey, I'm doing this work and you're not. I'm drawing and you're not. Well, how the fuck are you drawing if you're studying this to me? And you need to separate.
That's when one is not seeing it as a whole and part of the process, right? So one is just whatever, yeah.
Or as I stated to my mother, please mom, stop reverting back to this weird shit where you're posting, stating, I'll do what you want. I'm just like, I don't want you to do anything except just be happy, mom. Same repetitive shit that I said since I was a child. Just be happy in your decision. Otherwise, I gotta wake up with you and pack my bags and move to some other place I even wish to be. No, I don't have to do that, but I have to unpack or pack the bags of those memories and all the other stuff and try to figure out how to help you. I've just noticed now, I leave it to you. Which I wish not to be in any way a release valve for that closed-loop system that you have of thinking that something's not right. When, if you stop emulating and projecting out, you'll see that things are right or wrong, but yet it's from self. And self is in control and can rationalize and keep out the chatter that makes it to where everywhere one goes, one seems to be not welcomed or bothered or this or that or the other.
Yeah. But like you're saying, if you were able to see love and love gesture independently of really what's happening, because everybody just put a huge facade. You can see two people fucking pretending to be loving each other and the guy is gay and fucking cheating on her, you know, and shit like that. And so you're looking at it and you're thinking that's what you're missing, or that's what you love, or that's what you want to have, or that's what you think that love is, you know. But it depends on what's the feedback on that. Like, am I missing that, you know, am I this or that? And so, but independently, if you're able to supposedly recognize love, just see it everywhere you go, right? Just focus, just have that filter, let that one be
Yes
your
and no.
filter, like let that be your filter.
First
where
one
you
has-
see.
So the filter has to be what is love.
Well,
What is love for you?
nurturing.
Nurturing and all that? Well, what's the form of nurturing?
Just
What's nurturing to you?
showing
Because you understand what I mean?
caring for the person in whatever
Alright,
aspect
what does that entitle and infuse?
So if the person needs
'Cause
to be
one tells-
listened,
One,
if the person needs to
one
be...
tells me that I need to be more nurturing. My issue is, in my head, I'm Cuomo. Hear what I stated? You're telling me, like to aid, I need to touch you more and be more nurturing. And in my head, because of my things and so forth, and upbringing, I think I should be fired, or have to step down, or not step down, or I'm being as I'm fitting the bill of nurturing. My mindset of what nurturing is. Comprehend? So who's right and who's wrong? Out of the Jedis, who's the Sith and who's the fucking Jedi? Right? Who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy?
Well, yeah, everybody in their head are telling themselves just different every time we, like how we said many times, one can be in the same, two people can be in the same situation, and every person is going to take a different story of that narrative of that situation. But whatever your mom finds at peace, that made her be content at peace and not being in the constant run or seeking for something different, to cultivate that, whatever that is, whatever that feeling, if it's observing love and wanting to focus on that.
But again, one has to figure out what love is. Because if one scans and it's the same as granddaughter, which we used to be the same as sons, how we became intertwined. Because one seen her father as non-loving to her mother, but yet, again, I ask, what is your form of love? If in a codependent way, one got what someone that loved him isn't, in the sense of what you said you couldn't see from your parents, but strives to try to do, but does the other things that he sees as nurturing or caring. So I say, coming together with someone and having a talk, debate, if you wish to state, and understanding the fundamentals of what you would like to
What the expression of that is,
yes, grow and share and work on before you have Romeo sitting on the porch listening and turning into what you don't want. Because again, as you point that out in that time, who's seeing, who's recording, and understanding, and seeing it as their consciousness and not their parents. I abruptly said, hold on a minute. Now I can see why she's with me. This woman with her 3 megapixel instead of wanting to use a 16 megapixel. Fucking sitting here with this dude that's always ripping on mom and everything. I want to get with someone that doesn't know how to do that because he wasn't shown that. Or seen that in his mom's relationships. Or the households that he was at with parental parents because it wasn't there, non-existent. So what's nurturing? Because what I learned nurturing in those households was my food I was fed, I was provided for. I had chores and shit, you're part of the household. But nurturing, I wasn't hungry. It wasn't like in my home where I needed food. I had to get the attention that I did in that manner. So that's the thing of sitting down with someone and finding out what you see and such doesn't cause an issue. And things can be met in the instance of, yes, we can't fulfill someone else's needs, but we can in the manner of which doing it for ourselves by openly speaking with the other person and accepting those, say, misfortunes or challenges that we've placed on ourselves or accepted and letting it out. In an adult manner, and hopefully it doesn't get thrown back in the person's face and all that kind of shit because that just causes issues. But if it's worked on in a manner, then again, Romeo or the other recorders don't get seen or shown that stuff, or you see it when they get older and it's like, oh fuck, I gotta save my grandkids.
Yeah. But you haven't worked on yourself, so the savior is coming to save the fucking...
Save who?
Yeah. The kid don't understand, the parent is erased of the equation, like it's a broken robot and it's really a product of, and so the kid's gonna be the same shit. Unfortunately, just because like one single concept has not been passed along.
What is nurturing? What is the aspect of nurturing? Astaghfirullah, no way I'm attacking. If mom and dad sat down like this because mom took upon her family in my talk I have with Angel and all the other persons that have done such, do you think that the childhood that you had would have been different, even if in the country that you live in and are from?
Yeah, a lot of things could have been different. I don't think my mom's mom was very...
In what way? Well, blocking that, I'm just stating, your mother. Not stop for lots talking about your grandmother. Please speak on her. I'm saying if someone's, as you heard me speak, if someone had a conversation with your mom when she got with your dad, before your brother and sister and you came along, someone had to talk like such, and then she digested it and had a talk with your father, in what way do you think your childhood would have been different? So I don't think we would have ever met if my childhood would have stayed the same.
It could have been different in the aspect of...
Because you wouldn't have been the social group that you hung out with that mirrored my social group that I was trying to help. You understand? How we intertwine. Your childhood friends and all those people, they'd be completely different, huh? They'd be here, doing what they're doing. The stuff that your husband said that they do, and they've done, but you wouldn't have been raised with them. If someone had to talk like I have done, and your mother reasoned it, and say back to your dad, I myself, I'll stick my foot in my mouth and reach out there and say, I don't think you would have had the same tax bracket if you wish to state, but in a sense of the social group and so forth that enabled that which caused what you stated in your 20s to happen. I don't think that would have happened. Myself. Which would have meant a different social group and a different meaning and way of someone seeing oneself in the jockey club and other things. You understand? Your dad would have been there for your pregnancy, birth, instead of at the club. Not the club people seeing like a bar or nothing, at the fucking soccer club, football club.
Stadium, soccer stadium.
Because he's part of the fucking, he's part of the club.
It was a different stadium, but yeah, it's just that fanatism. But it's the same for me as dad. How much more happiness can a fucking soccer match or rugby match or the score of that bring to you than being there with this person that you have chosen, you know?
Why I did what I did to Steve? Because he took that
Why
from
would
me
I
by
be
taking
here?
bong hits, and I missed Michaela's birth. And I told that man, dude, I won't even go to your grave because you missed my first child's birth because you... Oh, it takes hours for a woman to push it out. I almost drove the truck down by myself, but I have a license. Motherfucker fucking...
But it comes
Argue
back to,
with me.
but it comes back to Ezekiel. It comes back to the constant struggle of one manifesting something to one's reality, regardless of them wanting me to come to this world or not. You know, in the existence of they consciously conceiving me or
but
not.
understand what I asked you.
But I was a product of that love.
Yes, but understand what I asked you.
And the person is not prioritizing themselves.
Exactly. So, why I was... That's in a blanket statement of me asking, how much different do you think your life would be if the way that I talk with people, be it that mom was taking on a family, as I did with Angel and other folks that have done such. My talk would be mama, because her age, like I did with Angel, same age. Mama, what the fuck happened to you at home? She has mom and dad at home. It's not like Angel where he doesn't have a father, but now just came into his life because of Cena and him doing what he's doing. Comprehend? Boy, boy, why are you taking on this life of a dad if you don't have a dad? Have you reached out to your father to find him? Okay. Alejandro, why are you being a mom? If one still has the stuff in the head, like I was talking with Angel, why are you taking on this responsibility if one still has the stuff in the head? You know, if this is what you're doing, then you need to take those clothes off and put on a new wardrobe. And the same for him. Or in a sense, the same for her, because you're this motherfucking age, and she's this age. With children. Alejandro, you're this age, he's this age with children, and a wife that's still alive, Staffarla, with cancer, and they're married, since you stated she was alive and not had passed away, which I guess stated changes things. So again, if someone spoke to somebody and asked, like you've seen with other people, I think your life would be different.
Yeah, of course.
If someone spoke, like how I asked Mom, what the fuck went through your head thinking that you would change a man who's done this with 2 kids and you had a son and you didn't see nothing change, you had a second kid, see nothing change, you had a third child, didn't have a kid, didn't see nothing change. Now we're coming to the grandbaby. Jameson, why? Hey, honey, how do you think your life would be different if Mom stood up for herself and spoke and said something? Because she went against her parents like you did, went and got married in another country, did everything different, did everything like what you mirrored, in a sense of being told to come home. Don't do what you're doing. Outcome kind of looks kind of funny. But no, this is a path that I choose. I'm standing up for myself, as you did. Same with Mom. She started a family. The difference is this husband instead of that husband was, I'm going to cultivate you. You're going to meet my kids. My kids have to tell me if they wish to have you as their mother. Do you understand? But that's because of my mom's upbringing of same as yours. And said, I don't want to raise a son, but yet did it in a fucked up, most wackest way he could, in my understanding, of trying to make someone to where it's not patriarchal and treating his wife or his daughters and so forth as equal. But my mind has to come up with that. Otherwise, most of the people that are raised like me fucking hate women and abuse and fucking all that crazy shit because they see their mother on the persons and spouses that they're with or the person they're attacking. You know, and the same with the women that do that or kill the children. Because they see the husband, but yet is it the husband, is it the dad, or the person or the abuser that they never check those things. That's why I ask those specific questions to Mom in front of you and saying, just look at it as a dowser, not the other side, because you were there seeing it in the other side. Look at it as a dowser, those specific questions asking, and how the relationship in Mom and Dad have been changed from someone bringing those things to the forefront and trying to get someone to talk about that and bring it forward and not just have it dead there. Because when you see somebody like this for the first time, you're wishing to marry into the family, it's like, what the fuck? This is the opposite of what I've seen in my household. My mom be with the people that she got with, and it's like, I don't want that. I want someone to yell at me if I do that to their child. Not fucking throw a barbecue with me, you understand what I'm saying? Because that's the cultural norm. Catch what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you were Taliban and I'm fucking Taliban, and not Taliban, but I'm treating your daughter like I'm fucking Orthodox Taliban, and you don't tell me what the fuck are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Upbringing. That's what I mean. Saying, honey, be lucky I'm not that which they tried to domesticate me and try to do in the music and so forth. When I said to you when we first got together, otherwise you'd be in a house that's not made by you. How could I allow that to happen? That goes against my machismo. retarded shit that's supposed to fucking be what a man is in the household is. You know what I'm saying? Why those questions with sister and sister-in-law and other people and people here, when you see how the stuff is and da 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 da. Why that talk with Messina and Angel about saying be mindful and careful in the masjid and masjids and the people, because now that this shit is fucking there, it's gonna come back like it was in 2000 in the 90s when I was first learning about Islam and had to fucking understand the difference. When I had 10 of the Bass cousins from Roxana Bath, from the Bass family, was part of the ruling family at that time in that fucking area. Like yourself, how me folks like, though, that want to fucking talk with me, we're not even going out. She just showed up at my house. The woman used to help wash my aunt's dishes, rest in peace, because she seen my aunt sick with cancer. She was going to the fucking CNA thing. She didn't see the air going to. She was doing that zakat. You motherfucker showed him, said he was about to fucking hack me up. Again, it's a cultural thing, but such, I find myself at her sister's house in Cherry-Pointer doing zikr after getting the tether going. What the fuck? It's okay for me to talk now because I'm Muslim, but not really. She married a Caucasian man that was a convert that started acting stupid. And from people doing stupid stuff like that is why the mosque alert has its sight in the sense of, you're just playing. Or you're just whatever. And it's like, wait a minute. Henceforth me stating, you need to bring all the women and so forth, and scholars and Sahaba, and Brent, and bring this stuff. Where's your wife at? Where's Rodman? Saying don't do this. So I don't want Jamila or my granddaughter, the children, either on Comet, her son's side, who had 4 daughters. When they go away, they inherit that. It was a community. They're all Muslim from birth. Kids, grandbabies. Parents don't want to convert them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What community did they move back into if one does not push and the dad was ahead and sat there and rebuilt the shit and sat back because of that?
Yeah, but
When
sitting
he
back,
goes away,
he's taking over.
the kids inherit. What do they inherit?
The new paradigm.
Yes, which is this shit, which was back what they had to go through when we were kids, when we first met in teenage years and so forth. Of those guys aren't what we are, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Stop for speaking on it, but just stating that's not what we are. Why do they look at us like that when we're doing prayer? Why do they act like that when we're doing zikr? Why can't we do zikr over there anymore? Why are we doing zikr at the house more? Or at the Woodlands, or Shaky Shunk, so on and so forth. Now we're going in Grass Valley to Dr. Munir's, and so forth, his brother's house before he passed away. His Sheikh Molana's brother lived in Grass Valley. You got all these jewels scattered all around. But like I said, if someone feels that they're not at the par, some people don't go because of the stature. Because it's their own ego that keeps them. Because they think, why would I be in this meeting if I don't understand the language? But you're still representing and holding space, right? One day someone might give you a photocopy. Cover here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like brother last night going where? Me not saying any illness, or say my ego, from not of what I went through. Just pick this out. Yeah, it's beautiful. Da 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 da. Expand
But you
yourself.
still gotta see them as they're human.
Yes,
because
that's what
I
I'm
feel
explaining.
Like one can fall in.
That's
They still hold their titles, in my misunderstanding.
There's no title to the whole. He's just Abdul Kabir.
But it's like, see them as human, right? Like, still see them as yourself. Because otherwise one can fall into whatever.
Explore the knowledge that is there. The differences of his age and our age when we went there at that age and a little bit younger is we're homeless and other things like that. He's coming as a man representing as a family.
Yeah.
So I say take advantage of such.
Yeah, be shown things of the things that you want to take home or that you see happening there in the dynamics that you want to have at
Take
home.
advantage of such, because as you see why when you see me when we've gone there, why the response why I said to Angel I'm kind of the outspoken one, so my ones above me kind of weary of my if you wish to say my intentions when I've not never done anything bad in my intentions. It's just what is he going to come up with next? You understand what I mean?
It no matter, but it's like, why would
I'm
somebody
there
have an opinion with you terminating your marriage?
I don't know. It's something that they have on themselves.
I think that's human, like really human.
And again, the last time I explained that I was there was the difference of agreement of having my child at home. And then stating that that was stupid. Yet I said what I said to them and I said what I said to Ahmed. That was the last time I communicated in such on the property right there where you met Henry. And I said Ahmed's silicon. After going over there for a pomegranate seed, and he said, "You're a goofball, dude." And I said, "How am I a goofball if I wholeheartedly believe in this?"
Use that
Like
word,
you should.
goofball.
And I used a different word. He told me that I was being stupid. He lost it on me. He lost it. He literally lost it and told me not to come back over. Ahmed did, not his father. I told him, "You don't own the property, it's not yours yet." And I said, "It's stupid that you're going the way that you are because of me, in a sense, being naive and believing with my heart and soul that nothing will happen to my child. But doing Father and so forth, and having a home birth by ourselves. That's scripture. What we did. And that was the last debate or whatnot, because like I said, I was outspoken. I talk about things, like I talk with you. And bring up books and scriptural things and ask questions. And I don't like, because of my gift, some people know of my veils that were lifted, certain veils that I was born with that were lifted from doing zikkers and stuff that was a gift, I guess you would say, veils that were not there. And understand when I speak with them about stuff, others that don't have that or cognitive reasoning, it just causes fitna.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't it part of the exercise of that religion, of any religion, but of the religion to, in the exercise of growing oneself, on bettering oneself, on humbling oneself, is not to.
Religion is way of life. There is ways of doing such, but yes, there's an interpersonal relationship. You can still build with a person. So some people hold things, some people don't. As myself, like with the piercings, I'll send a person over the mill, regardless of my own personal knock issue. It's up to them if they wish to cut the wood or not, because of their own personal knock issue. You understand? With myself, taking you over there, I wouldn't have thought something would a bit of such inspect. I think showing up there now again after years of us being together would be different than this showing up after someone seeing me married to another person prior, having a child, prison, whatever else was told to them, and someone popping up, hey, how you doing? You know, I haven't been able to sit down with them since like an adult and talk with them. Otherwise, it's, oh, you're over there talking with Henry, who just got out of prison that he was helping out with a job.
Projections, yeah.
What does this child want you to do when, again, I've never asked them for help or needed any help from them. I've always just showed up and just helped with them.
Hello, Moto.
Bullshit ass scam shit. The shit that he went through with Matt, Corey, Wanda, I say like 20 people at that time.
Last straw with, you want a pomegranate seed, dude, to give to your child? Are you fucking, what's wrong with you? And I was like, yeah.
But this is what we read about on Thursday, right? Like fucking, this is what we sit down and do.
This is what I submit.
But am I not supposed to take it so little?
Pray for.
But that's what it is, and there's so many depth of it.
Henceforth, my question of how does somebody read just the Quran and blow themselves up?
Yes, exactly.
Because the only thing that I had
That's the
done,
analogy.
the only thing that I had done enough in the same aspect was willing to trust in what I read, that my child would come with no deformities, no emergencies, no C-section or fucking drug, by doing just Fatiha and doing zikr with the child's mother, the scripture states, and giving him pomegranate seed and opening the veils and making sure, doing the things that are hadith and sunnah, and being told by a gentleman who was raised that way since birth, but dad not, who, all the children were born in the hospital.
So still have your own experience.
Yeah.
And still in the learning, still humble yourself.
That was my issue, because the last straw was he had just come back from the East Coast from learning cupping and all that kind of stuff. When I had been told I couldn't learn that stuff in the sauce and the manners and things that I had already allocated and trained myself in. And I had to stop if I didn't have permission. I did that up until that point.
Look like you burned yourself here.
Henceforth.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well,
why seeing them after that was the last time I was there. Seeing the next time was that time. That's why I say this next time was the last time I seen his wife. Was at the brick across the street from our crystal shop. When I stated, I was shocked. I just think people do like with you, and other people just think I'm just talking shit or blowing wind up my ass. Why I gave a crystal, because that was the thing that Milana knows me as is zucchini.
Yeah.
A crystal. They just call me little Indian. I was Indian boy. And so were the elders and Dedicata.
I feel like energetics speak on itself, and the moment that you see the person, you would see them in it. They would feel your resonance in it. The same, but more matured.
As my mother yesterday did. Brother sees. Abdul Kabir is the first person to ever smack me in my head. And then I never fucking took off on. That Corey, Nick, and Henry seen when we were doing a trench line for him in Water Mountain, and I kept getting electrocuted from it.
I gotta pee outside. You wanna go?
So he smacked me and I walked. He smacked me and I walked away.
You walked away.
I wanted to talk to the elders in a sense to get him in trouble, but I just was like, whatever.
How would you get him in trouble, right? Because it's like
I'd get myself in trouble too. You know, resembled myself, blah blah blah, but anyhow, like I said, the frustrations with someone at the time, there's time that's gone by. Myself always just there to work in case I got taken out. The others got help with apartments, rent, all kinds of things. So, someone that's always seen as homeless living on the streets like I would, then the orchard even pop up for moss and shit. I stay on watch and ground and take care of it. I was like, well, what is this fool trying to do now? Or what is he gabbering about now? What kind of kid are you seeing? That he would always say that. They didn't understand how my eyes see. Everyone, when I would open up, would fucking think I was blind. That or begin to rebel, would also differently. And so trying to explain to people like the stuff like what I do with my science, the stuff that I do, why I had to step away from that was it became like with you kind of when we first were together where I had my own problem, like with my club and so forth. And I mean if I'm not doing my stuff I end up in jail.
It's a way of channeling your energy, your knowledge. But they should have read that. He should have read that. He should have known that and help you channel it. It's like having somebody with
not
potential.
able to with someone's
in that part of
energetic of trying to keep their household at peace and other things.
Mhm.
And again, you have to understand we're watched by the FBI and other things because of our teacher. And because of his closeness to our teacher, my closeness to him, it's something I won't explain to Angel. Especially now with this bullshit going on. It's what you don't understand, honey. 9/11 happened, first thing they did, come to all the brother's house. It's fucking terrifying. So they're talking about rounding us up, put us on camps like they did the fucking Japanese. You understand?
I gotta put this in the envelope.
You just don't get it. And there's another thing that happened with fucking, whenever there's some whack shit happen, dude, the first thing they do is they wish to see you and they come and see what you're doing. Alda Kapir, Malana, the head council, Supreme Islam, what do you call it? Astaghfirullah. The Supreme Islamic High Council of Scholars and so forth. There's several other things that they're a part of that have been started in America. Organizations that have been wanting to get to fall. Let's put it that way. Things why, as you see, the person that you would listen to, why his khutbah changed, speaking on such things in a sweet way. By saying, be careful, be mindful. Because they're always looking for some way of taking down something, and again, the news and the other media of the Islamic Republic of fucking Afghanistan now, in Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates, or Wahhabism, is always being broadcasted and shown as Islam when it's a cultural aspect and vision of Islam or theosophy of Islam. It is not Islam. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I figured out when you listen to music or fucking paint or anything like that, how the hell would you have art or Rumi? If that's Islam.
Yeah.
You understand? That's why I told Angel, set up Messina. I'm saying that stuff today. What do the grandkids inherit if dad's father steps away?
But if the angel started going to the mosque that is in Linda, and from when I have talked, for the little
and
that I
other
have
persons
talked,
that he's talking with, he's with Sharia and Shia. I would actually have to do a prayer with him to see what he... Astaghfirullah. Yes, actually. What theosophy, a way of Islamic vision he had joined or was shown. Because it's the difference between like me explaining when Heather done it and gave Shahada and I asked her, what did you join into? Because you didn't do it in my tariqah, which is this theosophy and vision and rules and regulations and scene and so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of understanding that there's not that depth to it. And so, and I get that from just talking to Farouk. So how does Angel
come over there?
Yeah. How does that came together, like entangled?
He's not going to the masjid, but yet if he is going to the masjid there, he would be with something that could be Wahhabis. Henceforth, if you're going to Abdul Ghost's house, you're not going to an version that is Wahhabis.
But there's still missing a little twist to it.
It all depends why I was stating to you maybe you're coming home if you're being brought into the tariqah. It's because of his more and so forth and understanding of things and the questioning, the insights of more. That's what brings you home. The hunger and thirst. Otherwise, if you're just going along with the normal, when innocence isn't brought home, one again still just goes with.
Because if this is not the first time, and for like example, like Farouk has already done this, but he ain't absorbing in the plane of like the spiritualism part of like cultivating that. Like I'm assuming that Angel had like sort of met or made that contact with Abdul Kabir because of Farouk, or not.
The association, just say the associative manner of who he's met inside of the masjid that he's the ummah that he's with in the masjid there, has referred him to that in that direction. Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of his question, his thirst. Otherwise, you're just doing a mishwak, you're doing the normal prayers and so forth, and going about your way. The inclination of more of hadith and sunnah, and knowing things of sahaba, and how you should be with your community and all that kind of stuff. If one is looking and hungry about such, then one will resonate in a certain fashion.
Mm-hmm.
If one doesn't, then you just go to church on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
When you feel like if it's not on the day that your football team. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's great. I'm happy for him, Joe. I can't wait to hear his experience.
Yet, in that same instant, one can still be brought into interesting places, Jim Jones shit. Because one is hungry.
See.
And still has to, again, as you stated,
one filters.
See one as human.
Because, like, if one was to want to follow your steps and found themselves there, but not using one's filters, you know, one is not oneself. It's one to emulate somebody else's path and not really understanding where one needs to be and what information is to be taken there for oneself, and then
it doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
No. Hear what I'm saying. It don't work like that. When you give shahada, your life changes. responsibility for yourself and your actions. Your life changes. When you give bia, your life really changes. It hasn't done that. You understand? You see the difference in their life. The door wasn't open because at the time that we went, it was end of day prayer. What is good, which I told them, don't excuse yourself for not answering the door. It shows you're on your deen. Because just because Mike's standing behind the door, you can't pay attention. Comprehend? That's why you seen it broadcast nationally. When the rockets were bombing around the people in prayer, did they stop? You understand? Alhamdulillah. Allah has me. I'm in prayer. You understand? It's like when they attacked our mosque. When we were in prayer after 9/11 happened. There's people that are set up to help protect those in prayer that go to same place as those that are in prayer when, if, astaghfirullah, something happened to them. If you believe. It's all what you're supposed to believe. But again, there's a whole thing that goes into this, thrown into this. Why I say I was saying to brother, pay attention and study on the Pashtuns. The Pashtun is the group of the Taliban. And their theosophy was not that of Afghanistan before. That is why the Mujahideen and some fools were fucking broadcasting that shit on the media. Lying. That's why the vice president went to the Mujahideen and is still in control of the country. Hopefully he's able to get allies and they'll be able to beat the Taliban as they did the Russians. The Mujahideen, as you heard that guy say, oh, you don't have to fear. We got everything. We're from the soil from us. We're the Mujahideen. Mujahideen. And give us your guns. Why those militias to fight back? The president left. The president leaves and Kamala Harris becomes president. Kamala Harris took her state over to the spot that they're still holding out. The one spot where the Taliban still don't control. In Afghanistan. Even though they say Taliban control all of Afghanistan, they don't. Vice president's there, talking with the Mujahideen. The people that defeated the Russians. And stepped aside and the Taliban stepped forward, but yet they did not control. So that is an interesting thing of what's really going to happen. That's why I stated to brother, just be mindful because the groups and people that you're with, be mindful because everyone's being watched now. The mosque in Linda, the mosque in Yuba City, the mosque in Sacramento.
Oh yeah.
Gridley, all the fucking prayer groups. Everything is being watched and monitored.
Yeah. Because it's just a matter of time to see when is the Taliban all of a sudden going to pop up here. A national terrorist.
Yes. And the other subgroups. Because like what happened with fucking the dude that I learned Zikr from that helped me, which I helped my mom with, Abu Rahman, got fucked off in the FBI suite, and they went looking at us again because stupid shit he was doing with a gentleman in Oregon, where they had a compound there teaching people Silat, fighting style, or shit like that. And it's like, what are you doing? No terrorist shit, but they were just doing stupid shit. With extra wives. That you can't do legally here in America. You can't have 4 wives. Or are you doing something that burdens us? Especially at the top where you're at and who you're walking around with. Like, it was stupid. That made me kind of like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because everybody takes what they want to take.
Kind of made me look back and go, what the fuck? Because I just went through the shit in the mosque where someone's trying to fight me because my elbow goes like this and their elbow goes like that, literally. And my big toe is like this when I do prostration, theirs doesn't. And you want to fucking smack me with a chair while I'm in prayer, dude? Because I won't correct and pray like you're doing? And now you're going after because you're stating I'm American. And that's when the rift happened. Because they started seeing the shit in the front of the mosque, packets from the hobbies, and the one was taking the shit out, and I didn't understand what it was. And it started growing. And the house that's right on this side in front of Abdul Kabir's house, he was the head president and funded mainly building buddies from fucking there. And homeboy got snatched because of tax evasion to FBI. They did an internal search because it was showing it was a hate crime, but it was Muslim on Muslim. They didn't do nothing. I said, oh,
Yeah.
who cares? Who would we attack? But it's like, dude, the fucking Saudi Arabia's fucking sponsored this shit. And you should pay attention because they're next to our base, stupid. But we're only going to pay attention to certain shit, but you should pay attention to shit that's around here. Because they're fucking, as I stated, in our back room, our grocery shop. How can a motherfucker read the Quran and go blow himself up and think that killing innocents is going to make him go to heaven? Yet, I birthed my child by myself at home. And my teachers flipped out on me and told me to go away. I wouldn't do that for the Bible. I didn't see nothing in the Bible, Talmud, or Torah that I read. I'm just saying. That's why I had that conversation. There's something in that reading by yourself, but I was by myself. And again, I came into the Tariqa through Roxana. She was teaching me. I was learning the language and wishing to learn scripture without having to try to read the abbreviated shit, words, English, or fucking stuff, because it states that's not the Quran. And once you've changed, that lets you know that that's the end times, because the Quran's not supposed to be translated. But it's translated now, isn't it? And no one goes, hey! Oh, shit. Wait a minute.
And people really believe in what they're reading.
Wait a minute.
Because if you were to really believe what you're reading, then you will believe that.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else. But it seems to be that people selectively pick what is convenient for them at the time of their consciousness. And they just resonate with those same that are on the same page. But then your consciousness changes and you may adopt new things and see new things.
Same context. Head trauma with you, head trauma just where I met you. And my number being off in the golden chain, astaghfirullah. And me thinking who I gave bay'ah to was the 39th. No, it was the 40th. Henceforth, you dowsing and being told 2047 is when Saint Mahdi Salah Islam comes. Because the link is done. And people that were behind me when we get out in the line, the first in the line, won't answer that question. I say, no, Mahmoud is. And I say, yeah, I know Mahmoud's the head of Tariqa, but who was the 39? Shit, that passed. Before, Jacob, I gave 40th is now upon us. I was like, alright. It correlates with, again, you ain't supposed to translate this, but it's translated. And there'd be more understanding here than over there. The last sermon given, when he projected himself forward and came back. Henceforth, while the technologies and all the shit is about doing what? Communications and doing such. And understanding that time of ascension. And all those that use those technologies that are written in the scrolls and other things and such. That's why only a few understood what I was talking about that actually understood the things. And those are the ones that went out for Milan and brought back stuff from Cyprus and all the different places, bazaars that they would go to. Computer programmers and shit that I would talk to before my head got bapped again. I don't know how to do those functions, but I know how to do this, the complete side. I don't know how to do the engineering side. Oh, she got the engineering side of it. That's how a devout Pakistani Astaghfirullah Muslim asked you for help. Because the Sunnah Hadith showing how that works does not show that it's a gem. You understand? Like the other technologies. Comprehend that. I would talk with him and say, look at this using the crystals in this manner. The scripture tells us. Understand the secrets that are in there, and the tiplets and plates that were before Islam. That Rasulullah learned because he was a slave. Sound to a crown. He was traversing the world but didn't understand how to write. But yet the things that were given, the knowledges that were seen, the people that he met.
That's an interesting point. I had never thought of.
People don't think about that.
Before
They say
the
he was
Prophet
a.
Muhammad, where
They,
peace be upon him, where
they said he was
his
an unlearned
knowledge
man.
came from.
Remember, mustard seed, the promise of Canaan. It's better to have that which is of the unseen promise than all the riches of Canaan, or the mountain of riches of Canaan, right? The paraphrase of Greek, but down to, from Latin, but down to, the strength of mustard seed move the mountain. Well, the spiders on the money with the webbing, what kept Rasulullah safe that night when the mountain opened up, gave itself an opening for a cave for him to go into, but yet spiders big enough or small enough to encapsulate a man inside of a cave to where he's not seen by persons that are trying to kill or hurt him, to where he's now shown by Angel Gabriel the language of Arabic. And the Quran is written. Thus force of religion and way of life of Islam. Do you believe that mythos? But it's not a mythos, it's also lifeless. And also been proven. And yet you have from that time to now, no one's ever talked about such in the same sense as Islam's birth. But yet they'll accept such on Islam coming from miraculous birth, but yet his writings on how he came, his lineage and so forth is written on the other side. But again, how does an unlearned man write the Quran? Which only a couple of people in the world have it fully memorized to this day that can recite it. Which back in that time, everything was written. Where'd our mentality go? You know? Two, how does someone write something like that down? And give you a math equation, syntax, all that kind of shit. You have a whole language and culture like that. From the way that you are with your wife, to the way you are with your neighbor, to how you plant your food, to how your house is built. Blah, 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 blah. How your child develops in the womb. How your soul. The chakras. The 49 that go to all 7. Times 360. What? How will that all come from an unlearned person? That was a slave child. That came from a woman who was supposedly unbarren, giving her husband the choice to have a child with a maiden in their household, and also bearing him a child. Yet that child was looked at, but it's the second in line, not the first. Yet it's not soured by the father, like Isa and the other stories, Western wise. So why is that child followed if the father is not the father? And you're supposed to give the lion chair to the firstborn and follow the lineage and such of the father. Or who's the father?
Container, Mom. Amor.
Take it out. It's something to think about. Sandal to a crown. If you look into the prophecy of where they have the blue koi, the blue fish, where his feet was washed when a comet went in the sky, like with Abraham salam, Ibri, the crossing, his feet was washed, and a priest, when he was still a slave, washed his feet and told him what he'd become. That site is a place that people go to. They have blue fish. The fish should change color after that. Fasuna. Again, something in the Quran, if you just read, you will find. But, like Grand Sheikh, peace be upon him, the book that you got, he said, I've read that how many times? And he goes, how old? Astaghfirullah, when he passed? I stated, every time I read it, I find something new. From you seeing that video, you acquired that book. That was the book that you were reading that night when that stuff happened in the house. Think of that. You understand? Just from reading something. You understand?
Thank you. See, thank you for the reminder.
Umbrellas updating. Going mobile. 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 There's video to people. There's no way they can't say that it was people that fell off that airplane, honey. On this little side skit right here, they show the airplane take off, or someone that was on that airplane. Look, that's somebody holding on to the wing. When they state that they couldn't tell that someone was on there. Watch, I'm gonna stop the recording and I'll play this with you. You understand? That's crazy. I can clearly see that was a person on it. It looks like legs. That person flapping. That's the person.
Clearly a person. Drove my parents from the airport last night at 1:30 in the morning home from the capital city home, so like 3-hour drive. Fall asleep while driving. My mom said they almost died. ¿Cómo?
Mañana hasta que salimos, qué sé yo, han sido como las 2 menos cuarto. Y yo me senté atrás con papá y yo me dormí, yo no daba más, imagínate. Y en un momento yo iba durmiendo y escucho el grito de tu papá, que yo no sé si miraba con un ojo o qué era, que le grita, Guillermo, Guillermo, Guillermo se llama el señor, el del remis. Y abro los ojos y veo plantas, una pared que se me venía encima, un paredón de la ruta, y yo te juro, mamá, que lo único que pensaba era, yo creí que me mataba. Yo pensaba, todo lo que yo tengo que hacer, todos mis en un minuto, no sé eso que dicen que la vida se te pasa por delante cuando te morís, tiene que ser verdad, porque yo pensaba, todo lo que yo quiero hacer, no tengo el cinturón de seguridad puesto, decía yo. Todo eso fue en una milésima de segundo.
Ajá.
Y el auto empezó a dar vueltas. O sea, no volcó, pero empezó a dar un trompo, vuelta en redondo.
Mamá, me
Y
estás
quedamos,
jodiendo.
no, te lo estoy contando como fue, y quedamos de vuelta el auto, o sea, agarró la banquina, salió como si fuera el campo, empezó a dar vueltas en redondo y quedamos de nuevo en la autopista mirando para Buenos Aires. No venía ningún auto.
Pará. Oh my god. My mom said that the
Pará, que te termino de
the
contar.
car went. Oh my
Tu
god.
lo que me acuerdo es que tu papá le dijo, el auto no arrancaba. Le quedó como bloqueado, ¿viste? Y tu papá que le decía, arranca Guillermo. No me arranca, le decía él. Bueno, arranca Guillermo, no me arranca. Tu papá veía que a lo lejos venían unas luces y dice que ya me iba a decir, bajémonos del auto. No llego a ver. Y ahí arrancó el auto. Entonces le dijo, enderezalo. Yo esto no me acuerdo, te lo juro, no me acuerdo. Dice que le dijo, enderezalo y ponelo derecho. Y bueno, y así fue y así llegamos, Mary. Yo, que papá la semana que viene, quería ir a jugar al golf, le dije, yo a la autopista no me subo. Yo tengo muchas cosas para hacer, le dije, esto es una señal.
Bueno, claro, de bajar un poco,
autopista.
de bajar un poco el ritmo. Se ve que el hombre también estaba, no sé, acelerado y no habrá descansado, súper irresponsable.
No nos quería cobrar el viaje, nos juró y perjuró que él había dormido y que había dormido la siesta y que dice, yo no sé qué me pasó. ¿Y qué le pasó? Que eran las 5 de la mañana, estaba todo oscuro en la autopista, no hay una sola luz, nosotros dos durmiendo, él no tenía ni siquiera la radio prendida, porque, no sé, no la habrá prendido pensando que nos molestaba a nosotros, o qué sé yo, y se durmió. Habrá sido, no sé, esa milésima de segundo que dijiste que decís no me voy a dormir y cerrar los ojos, cuando vos decís estoy viendo una peli y digo no me voy a dormir y bueno.
On the other
Other side of the road.
looking that way, and my mom said no one car came. I don't know how,
That's
but
on
then
me,
we
AJ,
seen
right?
lights, and my dad told the guy, Guillermo, turn on the car, like start the car, and the guy said I can't. The car ain't starting. They were there for like a milliseconds. The car wouldn't start because it was locked. Then my dad said, like start the car. All of a sudden they saw lights, and my dad said it was going to tell my mom that we need to get out of the car. There's like a car coming full speed. Do not expect another car just parked there. Whoa, mamá.
Terrible, no era la hora.
My mom said it was not our time. Y Lucía que les había dicho, mandó ese coso diciendo que hagas ese rezo, lo que sea, que era la manifestación de la abundancia. Pues Lucía had also sent a link of doing like something about
muchos meses, Lucía me dijo, mamá, voy a hacer el ritual de las monedas, ¿querés
an
hacerlo?
abundance,
Entonces era
like ritual or
determinados
something. So my sister
días
had said
del
to
mes
me
que
yesterday.
con la luna vos tenías que hacer lo hice una sola vez porque después ya dejé el aparato enterrado. Había que hacer un pocito y poner unas monedas, yo puse billetes porque acá monedas no sirven para nada, unas monedas enterradas. Entonces al mes siguiente, en esa fecha que te decían, tenías que sacar esas monedas, gastarlas, volver a poner otras.
Ok, mamá, ¿y papá cómo está?
Bien, papá está re tranquilo. Dice que se asombra de lo tranquilo que está y que nunca se asustó, que él no se asustó. Que la que me asusté fui yo.
Bueno, pero era para
Pero
asustarse,
sí
¿o no? Era para asustarse, ¿o no?
Pero ¿qué te parece? Estoy durmiendo, abro los ojos y veo siento el auto mirando, gira y veo una... ¿Viste
My
cuando
mom
vos ves
said that
el
my dad
hombre
never got
como en las
scared, that he was
películas, el
super
hombre que
like
daba vuelta
tranquilo.
con el volante para un lado y una pared que te pasaba así como una película y árboles? Ay, no, y todo pasa tan rápido, pero a vos te parece que es una eternidad.
Wow.
No dormí más. Eran las 5 de la mañana, llegué despierta hasta mi casa y no, o sea, me fui a bañar y no es que me fui a dormir. Empecé a tomar café porque creía que era, no sé, dije, algo que me levante, yo no sé, yo estaba temblando de lo que podía haber, no sé, de lo que podía haber pasado, imagínate, una desgracia, nos matábamos los dos.
No, mamá, que no te escuche. Yes.
Un desastre.
Glad you and Papa are alright, Mama.
Pero no podíamos, o sea,
Ezequiel dice, me alegro de que estén bien. Yo también me alegro de que estén bien.
bueno, muchas gracias, un beso para los dos.
Thank you.
Ese horario espantoso, no podías hacer nada porque, ¿qué hacíamos? Nos íbamos a quedar a dormir en el hotel y no podíamos porque, viste, si poníamos una dirección de Buenos Aires, o sea, tenés que rellenar un formulario de dónde vas a hacer la cuarentena. Si yo me quedaba en Buenos Aires, no podía poner la dirección de mi casa, me tenía que quedar en un hotel en Buenos Aires y hacer toda la cuarentena. Toda esta semana yo estoy encerrada en mi casa. Si ponía la dirección de Rosario, me venían a buscar por casualidad. Hoy, ponele, yo no había llegado.
¿Y qué crees, así como en la figura grande en el universo? ¿Qué estaba en sus cabezas? ¿Qué crees? ¿Por qué crees que se manifestó eso?
No sé, yo lo comparé. ¿Te acordás? Ah, vos no estabas tampoco. La primera vez que yo te fui a ver a Tajo, que creo que era cuando yo iba a ir con Lucía, que una semana antes de irnos, yo un día, era cuando vivíamos ahí en calle Morrison, que habíamos alquilado, y yo salgo un día, vos viste lo que era calle Morrison y Donado, salgo un día de casa que íbamos para la oficina y veo un auto de policía. Yo dije, qué raro, un auto de policía acá. Llego a la oficina, el mismo día otro auto de policía estacionado en la cuadra de la oficina. Y yo dije, dos policías, el mismo día, esto algo significa, dije yo. Mi abuela me está avisando algo, dije, y agarré y saqué las tarjetas de crédito de la visa, que dije, yo me estoy por ir de viaje, no voy a tener problemas. Y al día siguiente en un semáforo me rompen el vidrio del auto y me roban la cartera. Y yo no tenía las tarjetas porque las había sacado. Y esto para mí fue igual. Yo dije, esta es mi abuela que me está avisando algo. Yo, la semana que viene no tenemos que ir a Buenos Aires en auto, dije yo. Fue lo mismo, la misma sensación. Como que ella me avisaba que yo la semana que viene no teníamos que ir a Buenos Aires. No.
Y antes de esto, ¿podés acordarte la semana anterior o los días anteriores o el día anterior a este evento? Como alguna otra señal o algún otro sentimiento o algo así, como que...
No, porque estábamos con todo esto de lo del viaje. No. Pero fíjate vos que no sé, o sea, ¿por qué voy a asociar yo una cosa con la otra? ¿Viste? Y dije, bueno, hace 2 o 3 días que fuimos, uno de los últimos días, Lucía me llevó a conocer un lugar que se llama El Tibidabo, que era en una montaña, que se ve todo Barcelona abajo, muy linda, y hay un parque de diversiones de esos antiguos, donde hay una calecita. ¿Cómo eran los parques de diversiones antiguamente? Y hay una iglesia muy linda. Y fuimos a la iglesia a verla, qué sé yo, y había una para llevarse unas estampitas de la Virgen. Yo traje 4. Una para mí, una para Raquel, una para Ide y una para María Bertomeu. Y yo dije, o es mi abuela o son todas las estampitas de la Virgen que me traje, que me están protegiendo. Dije, te juro. Porque otra cosa cosa no se me ocurría. ¿Viste? Así que bueno, nada. Así está. Eso era la anécdota. Que casi nos matábamos volviendo de 6. Pero bueno, ya pasó. Por suerte. Ya pasó.
¿Y entonces no va a ir papá la semana que viene?
Vamos a ir en avión.
Pero la cosa era no transportarse, me parece.
No. Bueno, papá quiere ir, es la última vez que va a jugar con sus amigos. Y bueno, nada, yo también voy a aprovecharlo, voy a saludar a los Bartomeus, ya después no los veo más tampoco. ¿Viste? Y bueno, en principio si íbamos a ir en el auto, yo iba a ir a ver a un primo de mi mamá pero bueno, ahora ya no voy a hacer nada de eso. Así que no. Pero qué sé yo, fue en el auto que a mí aparte yo soy, como le dije a papá, yo desde hace un par de años, yo estoy muy aprensiva con la ruta. Yo antes, viste, no sé, cuando era mucho más joven, yo no decía nada. O sea, cuanto más rápido fuéramos, mejor, así antes llegábamos. Y ahora no vayas tan rápido. No hay que ir rápido. Hay que manejar despacio. Porque tengo pánico de morirme en un accidente yo. No sé por qué.
Y es que encima uno no se da cuenta, pero uno está yendo rápido y hay un millón de factores y de cosas que uno no se da cuenta y que no vale la pena apurarse.
Bueno, y entonces, sobre que nos pasa eso y yo estoy aprensiva con la ruta, imagínate que lo primero que dije, vos haces lo que quieras, le digo a papá. Si vos te querés ir a Buenos Aires, le dije ayer, andate. Yo no voy, lo único que te digo es que el 11 de octubre me voy a estar. Entonces papá dijo, bueno, no, dice, yo solo no quiero ir en la ruta, si vos querés, quiero que me acompañes, si consigo en el avión vení. Digo, bueno, está bien, en el avión voy. Así que bueno. Así que eso es.
Qué loco, mamá, me alegro que estén bien.
Sí, sí, por suerte. Ya pasó. Ahora ya estamos con otras cosas, ¿viste? Hoy ya limpié la pileta, que era un asco. Y ya mañana ya me agarró la desesperación. Porque ya decidimos que son 4 valijas que vamos a llevar. Más no puedo porque, no tengo manos para llevar tanto equipaje. Más 2 carrión y la bolsa de palos de tu papá. Y bueno, y ya supuestamente tendría 3 llenas y me falta guardar un montón de cosas. Así que me estoy replanteando qué voy a hacer. Yo que me quería llevar el juego, claro, yo me embalé el juego de platos de mi mamá para 6 personas, que me lo llevaba todo. Y me ocupa una valija entera. Así que no sé, no voy a poder. Mañana voy a tener que, y de la ropa voy a ver, porque viste, yo todo decía, esto es lindo, me lo quedé todo y tampoco voy a poder, todo pesa, todo.
Mamá, ¿y si de los platos te llevas 2 y le dejas 4 a Martín?
Es que ya, no, el juego era de 12, lo dividí al medio y le di para 6 personas a Martín. La mitad se lo di a Martín y le di todas las fuentes, todo eso se lo di a ellos.
Y bueno, pero por lo menos con 2, así tenés para comer con papá.
No, ya está, eso desarmarlo así me parece que no tiene sentido, no sé. No sé. Así que.
Y si vos lo querés por el valor, y si vos lo querés por el valor sentimental que tiene para vos y ya lo has desarmado, dale.
Sí, pero me da pena desarmarlo. No, lo que voy a hacer a lo mejor, porque yo había puesto las tacitas de café, las tacitas de y eso a lo mejor no, lo voy a sacar, viste, porque también ya tengo el juego mi abuela, que lo llevo en el carrión. Yo estoy, preparo las valijas y las peso, preparo la valija y la peso.
Así que no te traes nada de ropa, es pura ornamentaria.
Y no, de ropa tenía como 5 bolsas al vacío preparadas.
¿Me esperás un segundito que voy a hacer pis?
Sí, llévame.
No, porque estás cargando la tableta. Oh my god, I'm gonna go pee, why did I take me with you? That's crazy, my parents could have died yesterday. That's fucking crazy. At the time that I went to sleep. I went to sleep. No wonder why I had not been able to sleep for like the last 3 days. Mamá, hace como 3 días yo que no duermo. Capaz
¿Por
que...
qué?
No sé, capaz que también presentía algo.
Ah, eso te iba a decir, capaz que sí.
En mi
Bueno,
fase de bruja.
Espero que puedas dormir, ya que ahora sabes que estamos bien y ya pasó el evento. Che, ¿qué te iba a decir? No parece que sea, o sea, sí está ese reglamento, pero yo estaba pensando, lo leí por arriba, las 2 o 3 primeras hojas, porque es muy, lo saqué en la tablet, en el teléfono, y es muy chiquita la letra,
Sí.
tengo que agrandarlo, y entonces me dificulta mucho en el teléfono. Lo voy a leer mañana en la tablet, que la tengo cargada. Pero yo digo que no, o sea, yo acá en esta casa tuve que hacer lo mismo. Yo los planos de la casa los tuve que mandar a los que coordinaban la construcción en todo este barrio de Grines. Y ellos tenían que aprobar los planos. También tuve restricciones como que a los costados de la casa había que dejar 3 metros libres. Un montón de cosas, eso no me molesta.
Pero no es imposible, ¿no? Pero no es imposible, aunque sea regulatorio, no es imposible.
No. Lo que digo es que, o sea, se ve que tampoco es como que son tan hinchapelotas, porque vos me estás hablando que en ese mismo lugar hay una cabaña, o sea, de troncos como las que veo que venden, y hay un domo geodésico.
Pero domo geodésico construido con material y todo. Es como una casa, pero con forma redonda, básicamente. Que tiene un D, que está re lindo puesto. Pero sí, son abiertos. Por ejemplo, la conversación fue porque esta gente que yo justo les paré para preguntarles sobre información, nosotros estábamos dando la vuelta en ese círculo, en el Siesta Circle. Acabamos de ver el loteo y dijimos con Ezequiel, bueno, vamos a ver si encontramos a alguien que podamos charlar. Y justo en una esquina que hay un stop sign, había un señor con una chica y estaban cortando unas ramas. Que por ejemplo, ahora después de haber leído ese manuscrito con Ezequiel, decimos, bueno, por ejemplo, vos decís que el flaco, para cortar esas ramas que estaban para la calle, vos decís que habrá pedido permiso o no habrá pedido permiso. Yo no creo que para cortar ramas, pero sí para tirar árboles, por ejemplo.
Y ahí te dice que solamente puedes sacar los árboles que se necesiten para construir, creo.
Claro. Y por ejemplo, bueno, si ahora vas y te fijas, nosotros nos fijamos con Ezequiel con esas casas que vos me estabas mostrando, las modulares, y decíamos, bueno, esto en base al terreno, dependiendo de en qué dirección vos quisieras posicionar la casa y qué sé yo, hay en el video que hicimos, opinamos en base a eso y hay un árbol que habría que remover, hay otro árbol que habría que remover, pero todo eso, lógicamente, esta gente tendrá el sentido común y el entendimiento de lo que uno está planteando. Parece que hay como un comité arquitectural y otra cosa. Y entonces nosotros son 3 personas las que forman parte, una mujer y 2 hombres me parece que forman parte del comité. Que nosotros nos preguntamos si es gente que son arquitectos o si es gente que es a su gusto, las construcciones y demás. Y tendría mucho más lógica si fueran arquitectos, porque entonces si uno presenta algo que no fuera a su gusto, pero o como que no está a los estándares de estas 3 personas, pero sí tienen sentido lógica de manera estructural y arquitectural, y que se joda la gente, ¿entendés? Pero parece que es al gusto de la gente. Pero bueno, la cuestión es que justo cuando hablamos con este chico que están cortando las ramas, justo la hermana, ellos ya viven ahí y compraron el lote de al lado. La hermana, que es la chica con la que estaban ahí, el chico tendrá 40 años y la chica tiene 21. Y trabajan para el gobierno. Y él dijo que la hermana estaba comprando el lote, lo compró a 7.000, que no tiene nada, ni le han removido los árboles, no tiene nada hecho el terreno. Pero ellos tienen tiempo porque la chica vive al lado, así que lo que sea que les tarde construir y los permisos y todo eso, ellos dijeron que iban a hacer lo más que podían ellos, o sea que te muestra que tiene un poco de flexibilidad, o sea, ellos van a hacer algún tipo de trabajo, como por ejemplo, vas al condado para hacer el séptico, ¿viste? Para el pozo ciego. Ellos dijeron que ellos iban a ir al condado, que ellos ya averiguaron que son $1.500 nomás el permiso. Después tenés que tener un ingeniero que viene y te dice dónde lo podés poner y demás. Vos podés hacer el trench, que es la línea, el pozo, lo podés hacer vos, pero después tenés que llamar a alguien para que instale y demás. O sea que todo suma, yo creo que sumando todo, el precio está bien a 40.000, tiene mucha lógica las cosas que están hechas y el tipo de desarrollo que está hecho. Y que lógicamente te da el entendimiento que esta gente, para haber hecho el driveway de la manera que lo hizo, ha tenido que tener la aprobación de esta gente y demás y todo eso. Pero el chico dijo, por ejemplo, que la hermana tenía la idea de hacer una casa de barro, como las casas de Juan Ignacio, y a él le dijeron que no, de adobe, y a él le dijeron que no puede ser de adobe, porque no es estructuralmente, no está bien. Entonces, por ejemplo, ellos igual van a hacer una casa tipo estilo geodésico, pero no de ese material de adobe porque le han dicho que no. Pero que puede ser de otra cosa. Ezequiel decía, vos podés contratar a alguien que te la haga de ladrillo o de combinación de metal y de ladrillo si querés. No tiene que ser modular, podés contratar a alguien que te haga la casa si querés.
Claro, pero primero que voy a demorar más y segundo que por lo que yo estaba leyendo de lo de las casas, todas te dicen como que el costo es bastante inferior a la construcción, ya comprarla. Yo creo que, no sé, habría que preguntarles a los de la comisión esa si aceptarían una casa de esas. Que yo no le veo diferencia, como por ejemplo esa que yo te mandé, ¿viste? Por fuera no le veo ninguna diferencia con las que veo que venden.
No, esas sí las aceptan. Lo que hay que hacer, lo único que les falta a esa propiedad es hacer la fundación de concreto, que es básicamente...
Pero el terreno ese de 40 ya la tenía hecha.
No tiene...
Sí,
yo estuve ahí, no tiene la fundación,
no
tiene el
¿Cómo dice lista para construir?
Tiene el séptico, pero no tiene hecha la fundación. Yo estuve ahí. Si tuviera hecha la fundación, tiene ves que es como una base de concreto.
You gotta have another
Sí,
permit
como
for
una
that
vereda, digamos.
Claro,
contractor
que es
come out.
todo de la base
Sí.
del tamaño de lo que uno va a construir. Para eso ese es el último paso que falta, que es un permiso que hay que sacar, pero uno contrata a un ingeniero, no es que uno tiene que saber de esas cosas. Podés contratar a un ingeniero, se saca el permiso. No, de hecho, por ejemplo, este chico que me hizo, no sé si vos lo conociste, el chico que me hizo el tatuaje en el brazo.
No.
Bueno, el chico que me hizo el tatuaje en el brazo que tenía en el local a la vuelta de nuestro local en Maryville, él abrió una empresa de construcción y hace justamente fundaciones. Entonces vos contratás a alguien que tiene una empresa de fundaciones, que te hacen solamente la fundación, una empresa de concreto de fundación, y ellos tienen una licencia, por supuesto, y entonces ellos van al condado, sacan el permiso y todos los planos y demás.
Y la hacen todo.
Y la hacen, sí. Eso es lo único que faltaría para después mover esa casa prefabricada.
Sí, escúchame una cosa, pero entonces habría que ofrecerle menos de 40.
But not just having to do with him, you have to take that same paperwork or at the same time down to the county. That's just local bureaucratic shit you have to work with.
Yeah. L.E.N.R gotta put, whoever is the concrete foundation person, they gotta.
But I'm saying also when doing the prefab, not even with just such, you're buying land in county. It's not just with Mary Mountain. You have to take all the information that you're taking for them, you have to take to county, as we did with this. You have to do the same stuff. I would do it at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget that. That's all I'm saying. You have to do stuff duplicate, which is different than us, in the sense of presenting paperwork for doing building and so forth, because you have local bureaucracy.
Dice que Ezequiel que cuando uno presenta, en realidad es hacer tipo duplicado, porque al mismo tiempo que uno presenta planos o papeles y cosas así para la burocracia que es ese village, también se presentan para el condado en sí mismo, porque la gente está viendo nomás que ellos aprueben en sí mismo lo que es sus gustos, pero que también esté aprobado por el condado.
Tree trimming wise and the other things that they were stating, you do not have to. Painting and garden wise, you do not have to. That's local bureaucracy. The septic, building, buying the house, placing it there, you do have to duplicate in county.
Yo digo, se le podrían ofrecer 35 en vez de 40. ¿Qué te parece? Primero. Y segundo, antes de ofrecerle nada, si vos consiguieras las medidas del terreno, llamar ahí a los de las casas y preguntar si sobre un terreno de esa superficie se puede construir esa casa. Yo creo que sí, que se puede poner, porque por lo que me dijo papá son como un cuarto de manzana, o sea, es el doble de lo que tengo yo acá.
Which brings me to my first thing. Mama, Maria, there are some things you'll have to bring to the county before you do the local bureaucracy. Say your water, septic, and power. You'll need an engineer for that, or a contractor, because you'll need an engineer to do the hookup. Either it's been paid for, you don't have a breaker, and one that's done and permit for PG to actually come out and hook your stuff up. Comprehend what I just said there? Yeah. That's not local bureaucracy, that's county.
Yeah.
That has to be done as you're waiting for your prefab or in the investigation of you just got your stuff acquired. You know what you're going to get. You know what you're going to get. You have them come out and start doing such, because they're going to have to put it on a pole, set that pole up, allocate it so they can do it on the property, blah, 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 and get such. That's an engineer doing such, and then PG&E coming out and saying, yeah, you can have it there, you can't have it there. You know
so basically, one just go to the county, get a list of engineers, and contact one engineer.
Piece of paper that we got and so forth, yeah.
Yeah. And that engineer guides you through the steps. It's going to cost more, but you ensure that everything...
It doesn't cost more.
Just by the hour.
You have to do that properly. Your parents are paying the game. You can't put a non-permitted telephone pole up hookup for PG&E power to a house in a situation like that. If it causes a fire, comprehend? Yeah. Understand what I'm saying to you. Local bureaucracy has certain things.
Sí, ma, uno va al condado y busca te dan un papel impreso de quiénes son los ingenieros y demás del condado, y vos podés contratar a un ingeniero y básicamente la persona te va guiando de paso por paso qué es lo que hay que hacer.
For your septic to be hooked up, you need a plumber.
Pero
so on and so forth type person, but not a plumber. You need a sewage person.
Ellos no tienen nada que ver
come out and do such.
algo
No,
así.
por ejemplo, para
For your
para
power
hacer
and
la
your water.
conexión
For your
de la
power, your
electricidad,
water, your sewer.
las líneas de conexión de agua,
Your power.
todo eso.
Your baño. That all has to have a professional do it. That needs to be run through the county. What permits and stuff for that?
Entonces vos primero, yo creo que uno primero contrata un ingeniero que te va a sobrever todo lo que va a pasar en la construcción. Entonces, porque aunque vos no tenés la construcción, tenés que coordinar que todas estas cosas estén conectadas, ¿entendés?
All that goes back on your title as asset. Explain that to
Y
your
son
mom.
mejoras y cosas, cada permiso que se va sacando en nombre de esa parcela son mejoras que se van haciendo en el título de la propiedad. Entonces, cada sumatoria de cosas, por ejemplo, viene alguien e instala esto, viene alguien e instala lo otro, viene alguien e instala lo otro. Todo eso está en los récords del condado de todo lo que se ha hecho. Entonces, si el día de mañana vos querés vender tu propiedad, la sumatoria de todo eso es lo que hace que tenga ese valor. Entonces, yo creo que, porque todo va, no es solamente de que, bueno, sí, por ejemplo, uno se asegura de que uno pueda, de que el tiempo, de la coordinación, de que sea factible el hecho de que uno pueda comprar esa casa modular, en cuánto es el tiempo y demás, pero al mismo tiempo entender que tiene que haber un ingeniero que esté sobreviviendo entre la construcción, entre la construcción de la fundación y además cómo vienen las líneas y todo eso, cómo se va todo conectando, para que no falte ningún paso y que todo...
They're gonna have to need an engineer anyways to place the house because of its weight. You can't just put that there. If it settles and crooks, then
Sí, porque de repente si tenés un ingeniero que viene y te ve el terreno y te diga en qué posición podés posicionar la casa, en la manera en que se haya hecho ya el séptico, porque las links no podés poner el peso de esa casa.
Eso es lo que yo digo, porque encima como es esquina, vos me dijiste creo que era una esquina.
Es una esquina.
Y como el terreno no es, bueno, no, supongo, no sé si es todo plano o tiene partes que van...
No es plano.
Decía, que ya,
no es plano.
Claro. Entonces, por eso yo digo, no va a ser que después yo compro el terreno y cuando quiero poner la casa resulta que me entra una de minimalista, peor que la tiny, ¿entendés?
Sí.
A eso me refiero.
Mama is like, I need to know what's the potential of the land that I'm able to put like an 800 square footage or bigger house in that lot with how things are done.
That's what I was explaining to you.
Claro, que todo eso que well, basically is knowing, going to the county, pulling the lot number and hiring an engineer that they'll read what it's been done already according to.
Yeah, but the question also helps them as the videos and so forth that I did, where you can explain to them what you'd like, and also having them laid out what the barriers are of Mary Mountain, the local bureaucracy, of what you have to manipulate within those boundaries that you have if you have to cut down that single tree there and or elongate this way.
Claro, más básicamente agarramos ese tendríamos que
shit that an engineer and terrain person would ask you and point out to you. That's what I went to school for.
Tendrías que agarrar ese manual que te... Tendríamos que agarrar ese manual y toda esta conversación, tenerlo con un ingeniero en donde uno le muestra las limitaciones de eso que hay por ese sistema que hay en el country y nada, y entender un poco la situación de qué es lo que se puede hacer, qué es lo que la gente ha logrado, porque lógicamente que si han hecho el desarrollo que han hecho, tiene que tener base legítima de lo que están haciendo, no van a ser... O sea, han hecho un séptico para 3 habitaciones y uno o dos baños. O sea, tienen que especular que pueden poner una casa de ese tamaño en ese lugar. Si no, la gente arquitectural del comité le hubiera dicho, si ven las cosas, hubieran dicho, no, esto no se puede haber hecho o no te entra. Pero todas...
You need the type of work that he does to have that shit positioned, so why not cut costs by talking to someone whose contract license, as you've seen the work that they've done, be it if she doesn't build it from the ground up, she still needs someone like him to have it placed so that it can be insured. If it's not placed properly, it can't be insured. All
all that other shit that goes along with it. It's why they play the game. All the shit I'm saying to you and have said to you and had a conversation before. One should have this in the forefront of mom and dad's mind, not just now. Astaghfirullah. As we've been talking on it, I know there's Astaghfirullah. Anyhow, that needs to be the main forefront. As I'm saying to you, grab the snake. To yourself and to her and to him, because you are for them here. As I'm speaking to you, before you're having these conversations with them, and during, and after, and before. And all those precepts of before, I'm asking, why is it not what your family's, because it needs to be thought of. You know these things because you were told this with the yurt. To make something what? Legally and being put on your title and to be put on your property.
Yeah.
It needs an engineer. That goes with everything. That goes with building or doing any type of dwelling. That is listed as what? Your main structure. Henceforth, local bureaucracy is what? You have stuff that they have to pass on to them, and knowing if it's going to be allocated as part as main structure, or is it a substructure, and how long is someone going to be able to stay in that? They wish to know. Henceforth, explaining that to your mother if she doesn't understand the local bureaucracy, if they wish to, in accordance of that local rule, because a prefab, you can have a, as you've seen that other house, build a garage with a building on top. That's an apartment. But you have to run it with them. How often are you going to use this? What's going to be used for? Blah, blah, blah. You can't just put a shit out there and all of a sudden me, Wani, or someone stays there.
I sent my mom the instruction, the architectural instruction thing, so she read it. And she's aware of that. She said that in the place where they built the house in Argentina, they had to run, there was a committee too, and they had to run it independently of the ordinances of what's in the county where they live in. That she understands, like, you gotta leave certain space and whatnot, and this and that, like. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. They are already used to that. You grew up in that. Henceforth, why you're living like this with me.
I didn't know that the place that they moved to, because it's open.
Again, that conversation today, stating if we had had that talk, someone like me talk to your mom, do you think you would have grown up in something like that? Because that is the club life.
Mamá, yo no sabía que ustedes en la nueva, esa propiedad tuvieron que poner esos permisos también y todo eso.
Porque los que hicieron el loteo, o sea, que lotearon todos los terrenos, quería como que hubiera una estética común, ¿me entendés? Entonces, por ejemplo, todas las entradas de los autos tenían que ser de cemento alisado. No podías hacer uno cemento alisado, el otro cerámico, el otro madera, no. Todo cemento alisado. Después, del frente, tenías que dejar también, no sé si eran 3 metros, cuánto era. Si yo te saco una foto, vos vas a ver que todas las casas terminan.
Mama.
¿Entendés? O sea,
Sí, cierta.
No.
Sí, espera. Sí, te entiendo. Todas tienen como esa misma estética.
Simetría.
Sí, simetría.
No que sean todas iguales por fuera.
No,
sino
Question.
que hay que respetar ciertas normas. Cuando se disuelve, después se disolvió eso, ese comité, digamos, que loteaba, y ya después empezaron a hacer cualquiera, ya no hubo más que aprobar los planos, ya no, nada.
Was it because the community moved away?
No sé, hasta era 3
My
años.
first question is, how much does concrete driveway cost in the
Teníamos que
country?
hacer eso, tuvimos que llevar los planos a que los del loteo aprobaran el plano. Sí, tuvimos que hacer eso.
Y me pregunta Ezequiel, ¿por qué concreto? ¿Cuánto sale más caro hacer un driveway de concreto que hacer uno de piedra?
No, porque querían que fuera de cemento de concreto, querían que fueran así. Y entonces todas las entradas de los garajes son de cemento alisado.
How many people do you think would afford that driveway because
¿Cuánta
many
gente
people
crees
here in
que va a
America
poder,
cannot
que
afford to
podría tener un
redo their driveway?
un
That's why they
driveway
go
de
with tar.
concreto?
They don't do it in concrete, they do it in tar. That's how you can tell a rich person.
No sé cuánta gente, qué sé yo, todos los que quisieron construir acá, hasta que se disolvió eso, que no sé cuánto hará que se produjo, que ya, digamos, esa sociedad se
Second
disolvió.
part of that question. How many of the concrete driveways did you allow to be cracked and how fast did they have to fix it?
Bueno, ya sé que lo tienen que hacer, pero digo, ¿vos creés que eso, por ejemplo, es una medida de estándar para saber quién puede construir y quién no puede construir? Porque hacer un driveway de piedra no sale lo mismo que hacer un driveway de concreto. Por ejemplo, acá en los barrios, los driveways de concreto, sabés que la gente tiene plata porque sale carísimo. La gente hace driveway de asfalto, que es más barato.
Bueno, y sí, este será de asfalto, qué sé yo, de cemento alisado. No, acá le decimos cemento alisado, no sé cómo se llama, cómo le dicen ahí. Eso que se usa ahora también para los pisos adentro, ¿viste?
No, es concreto, es concreto.
Ah,
Eso es caro, por eso te digo, eso es lo que es la fundación, de ese material está hecha la fundación, ese look industrial, de eso es lo que está hecha la fundación. Lo otro es asfalto, lo otro parece como la ruta, la calle.
No. No, bueno, y será porque a lo mejor querían, no sé.
Hacer un estándar, como un threshold. La gente que no puede pagar el driveway, lógicamente no va a poder pagar la construcción de la casa. Unlike people that can't pay the driveway, logically won't be able to build a house. So if you can't start from the driveway.
Country, por ejemplo.
¿Entendés, mamá, por qué se hace ese tipo de regulaciones? Porque la gente que no puede pagar ese tipo de material no va a poder vivir ahí.
Simple filters.
Bueno, era lo que te iba a decir, que por ejemplo ya cuando te compras, no sé, si te querés ir a vivir a un country, a veces te dicen, y no podés construir, como ahí te dicen menos de 800 pies cuadrados, dice que es el mínimo construir. Y acá también, si vos te vas a un country, te dicen, no podés construir menos de, no sé, 700 metros cuadrados, ¿me entendés? No sé.
Were they ever on the committee?
O de 150, no sé.
Y ahora la cuestión es, ¿había forma de ser parte de ese comité? ¿Quién era el comité? No, the committee was a corporation of the people that had divided the subdivision.
Era una sociedad.
It's a society.
I'm confused. If you bought the house, wouldn't you be part of that association?
Si vos compraste ese lote, ¿no serías parte? No, it was a society that bought all the lands.
Your parents rented then.
As one land, and they divided the parcels.
Yeah.
And my parents bought that parcel, and they built upon it.
Mm-hmm.
And everything that was built on that, it all had to keep that aesthetics. Pero ¿y cómo fue que se dividió la sociedad?
But how do you not be part of the association if you bought land into that? That sounds not like association. That sounds like fucking dictatorship.
No, the association is a society of people. It's 2-3 people, rich people that had come together.
You know what I'm saying? Here corporations do that, and also rich folks, right? Where you see the cookie cutter shit. Where you see all the stuff from here in Sacramento, and the stuff they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. Where all the subdivision houses look the same. Right? Fucking where the kids were staying at.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're staying at now is that. Built by a corporation.
Okay.
Well, it still has a management that is ran that, in a sense, you can have say by however long you've lived there and be part of. Well, like up there, where it's something that was bought, the land, just like back home, and they're buying the land and building it up. And the thing is that I've been interjecting is, how long do you have to be there on the land and going to the fucking meetings to have say and to be on the engineer thing and so on and so forth? How would you not have these questions now? I'm a child in comparison to your parents' age. This is their second time, if not fourth time doing this in their life. Hello? Of blindly moving into one of these things and not having any say of what the fuck they get to do in their life. And think that that's buying something and not renting. when they're renting a fucking apartment. Hello? Understand what I'm saying there. If they cannot do what they do in an apartment complex, you can buy one of those apartments. It's different than a condo, but it's the same as a condo where you buy the fucking shit, but you have no say. Because the condominium is owned. Like the shit that collapsed in Florida. Is that. You bought the shit, but a corporation owns it. No matter how fucking long you live there, it don't mean shit. They just want your money. If you don't pay, someone else is going to get it. Thank you for development. That's it. Why I'm stating the questions I'm stating now, so again, it doesn't be their fourth time of them moving somewhere, jumping into a place, and instead of it just being a corporation that owns the land, and then being around people that they speak the same motherfucking language, they're moving outside of where they're at and might go through some bullshit. You understand? Because they don't speak the language. And blah, 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 blah.
Mamá. Acá parece que es como que está ese comité arquitectural y después tienen estas reuniones.
It's the same thing with the parking lot thing we was trying to explain.
En donde la gente, uno puede ir a las reuniones y entonces uno empieza a tener voz y voto. ¿Entendés? De que, porque parece que es construido en la comunidad. Entonces decirte, nuestra pregunta es, si Juanito, Pepito y Mengana están en el comité arquitectural y tienen 85 años, 90 años, cuando Juanito, Pepito y Mengana se mueren, ¿quién empieza a tener voz y voto? ¿Quiénes son los nuevos parte del comité? ¿Y qué gustos tiene esa gente? Como vos estás diciendo, se disuelve la sociedad. Pero en ese caso, si esto tiene la posibilidad de uno empezar a tener voz y voto, en el caso de que la próxima generación, tus nietos, tus hijos, quieren comprar terreno ahí, podrían hacer una casa de adobe, porque uno es parte del comité y uno tiene voz y voto en cómo se arman las cosas en la comunidad, ¿entendés? I'm saying in this community should be the potential where one could be part of that committee where eventually your generation of your grandkids or kids want to buy there and they want to build an adobe house and they
se llama. ¿Me entendés? Que supongo que por más que cambie la gente, que la gente se muera y no esté, los que vengan tratarán de que el barrio siga con la misma impronta, ¿me entendés?
Bueno, y después juega también el tema racial.
But it sounds to
de
me,
por ejemplo, de que había...
to me, it's whoever was sitting on the committee at the time.
No, yo creo, nosotros creemos que es medio circunstancial. Tenemos que tener mejor opinión de la gente que vive ahí. Hay una persona que es un ex constructor que vive ahí, que nos han dicho de ir a hablar con él. Parece que no tiene mucha logística. Sí, no es una firma de arquitectura. No, it's 3 people. Two men and 1 woman that live there. I already read their names and their contact number. Es gente que vive ahí, que dicen y dictan cómo quiere que sea la estética.
It's whoever sitting on that associative that rotates, which is different than what you're used to, Mom.
Que rota, que es mejor porque tiene más potencial de lo que vos estás acostumbrada.
You and Dad could be on that.
Porque eventualmente si te interesa, podés empezar a ir a las reuniones, podés empezar a tener una voz y demás, ¿entendés? Pero tenemos que averiguar cómo es que uno se involucra.
How do you get into that? How do you acquire tenure?
Bueno, no, pero también querés saber si querés comprar para ver a qué nivel podés estar involucrada.
Chris said he goes to every meeting. So
quiero comprar, me gusta el lugar, me gusta la
how do you
idea
acquire tenure?
de lo de la comunidad, me gusta el lugar y queremos comprar ahí. Entonces lo que yo digo es, ¿cómo te parece a vos que tenemos que seguir? Ahora, no me mandaste el video del terreno, te aviso.
No, porque son 4 minutos, estoy tratando de dividirlo a la mitad y no sé cómo editarlo. Si puedo editarlo...
Ah, claro, porque es muy largo.
Pero ahora estoy tratando, porque te lo traté de mandar como 4 veces y no pude. Así que si lo puedo editar, te lo voy a mandar.
Bueno, sí, está bien, no, yo era para que no supieras nada más. Lo que yo digo es, ya que ya vimos el lugar, entonces ya este terreno. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos? Está bien lo que vos me estás diciendo del ingeniero del condado. O sea que tendríamos por un lado lo de ingeniero del condado, por otro lado lo de la casa prehecha, la casa modular, ¿no es cierto? Y lo del terreno. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Ofertar por el terreno, primero contactar al ingeniero del condado primero y que vaya a relevar el terreno para después hacer la oferta y después avanzar con lo de la casa. O sea, ¿vos me entendés lo que te digo?
Sí, el huevo o la gallina, ¿qué hace uno primero? So my mom is what she was supposed to learn was her question is so what should one do now? Can one hire an engineer so the engineer gives you like a view, like an oversight view on that land and like its potential and understanding? Should one make the offer and then get the engineer? Should one? I was starting to tell her about that. That we have got a word of the person, the constructor person that lives there. That we
Ex-contractor?
the construct. Yeah, Chris told
He's
us.
not an ex-contractor.
What is ex-builder?
He works, huh?
Oh, I thought he was retired.
No, dude, you got things all messed up. That's why when he looked at the Kinetic Energy Group, the picture, and
No,
told his
not
sister,
Chris retired. He was telling us about a
yes,
neighbor.
the retired contractor that lives in front.
So I was starting to tell my mom about that. There's a retired
Contractor.
And that hopefully we could go talk to him.
But the contractors and so forth.
Just hopefully, maybe by talking to him can give us a great understanding of the bigger picture. But I think that what one should do is just go to the county
After the stop. For one, if you know for certain you have cash in hand, move forward with whatever you're trying to do. If you have it 100%. Hear me. One thing I was the only thing I was gonna try to say when we was gonna hop outside, I was gonna say this one. She still hasn't picked up on this Easter egg, which is crazy. You know, the adobe house that she's speaking about. It means maybe in this county it's able to be built, maybe not in Mary Mountain. Anyhow. On the aspect of, again, back to what we're stating, if you have the bird in hand, then move forward. If you have, again, the bird in hand in the model of the prefab that you want, then you move forward on that aspect of getting what it is needed done and having it brought and set properly, which is water, power, sewer. Contractor can take care of that because what a contractor does is he takes the job on and gets hold of one of those persons. And goes and does, like, say, a lawyer, or you can do that with an engineer. This contractor have to go to the engineer if one has to bring out the landing and other stuff. But then the landing has just been made, and you have to make sure, again, whoever brings it out sets it and it stays flat. And there's a thing that goes with that, so that one knows if you go to sell it, it's not going to settle or do a crack in half or what was the other thing.
Mamá, ¿vos estás escuchando?
Pero no lo entiendo, así que después me hace un resumen.
On the other note, again, if you have it in hand, then the faster that you get a hold of the piece of paper that we have to add to the engineer's numbers or whatnot, or such that wouldn't be, because they don't do the shit for free, unless you know the person, and they come up, and you show them, this is what I'm trying to do, and also send them a video or whatnot, or a picture, and you have, oh, beautiful, you have, again, like going to TED, you have your log, what do you want to do? Otherwise, you're just sitting there, wasting time and money. Of someone that's either gonna come out from their time of spending with their family or working and making money to come and help you, or you're paying someone hourly to sit there and not get anything done and not say the points and such, depending on which person you get. And depending on how much money you want to throw at it and picking people out, people like money, especially right now, so you may not get someone that's going to be on your butt of going, hey, can we just cut to the chase? Comprehend?
Yeah.
So, getting all the things together and so forth, having a list, having it sectioned out and so forth, move forward with those things, on all those things. Because you have to go with local bureaucracy, and you just have to do a couple of things on the county and statewide thing of making it to where it goes onto your TV battleship, understanding such. Because for you to get your property done like ours, Mom, where you get your title secured and all that kind of stuff, then you have to get your taxes allocated for that. You're going to have all your stuff permitted, which it'll cost you, but yet you'll be paying taxes on it, but yet it makes your property worth more. Those things are done in and at the same time as you allocating your property. Yet, that's for me seeing it done without having to really deal with some local bullshit like you guys have with those people, in the sense of those ones, in a sense, first, almost in a sense, you're going to have to, again, as I explained to your daughter, AutoCAD some stuff out, have some shit printed out, or just do some video things and go to the meeting, explain them this is what you wish to do, because she's representing you, and or making it to where you can Skype with him and translate so that it's more you and not some guessing of, is that actually what the person wanted? And explaining such exactly what you wish to do, have a blow up thing of the land, and have stuff pointed out within the parameters of which the local bureaucracy wants you to have your stuff, and say these are my 1, my 2, my 3 idea that I'd like to have for my primary home, and if you'd like to have a barbecue area or anything else like that, it is time to do it in the beginning and not wait, because you have to go through bullshit with local bureaucracy. You wouldn't have to do that depending on what you're trying to add, Mom, with the structure. Unless, depending on what you're trying to add, you'll have to do it with county and town too, besides having to first go through local to even see if you can build it. Because there's certain things you got to go through your local bureaucracy first to even see if you can do it, and there's certain stuff you got to go down in the valley and ask them first before you even think of hassling those people there, if you can even do it, because they need to come out and survey and see the water and all that environmental and blah blah blah, depending on what you're trying to do, like the sewer hookup, the water hookup, and the PG&E. But that entitles that going to them first, but yet entitles talking with the local bureaucracy to say where your house is going to be positioned, because that entitles where the hookup for the water, sewer, and where the power pole is going to go for it to be hooked up to your prefab, and how to be positioned, and so on and so forth. Or trees have to be cut and all that kind of stuff, because then that goes back to local bureaucracy, because you can't cut a tree unless you talk with them first. See how the two are twined?
Mamá, yo creo que está todo entrelazado. Creo que es. Mira, primero para empezar hay que ver. Si querés, puedo ver de
Besides the
mandarle.
extension of the landing where the prefab would go.
Sin molestar tanto a esta
You got a
persona,
big
puedo
tree
ver
that
de
you'd have to
mandarle.
cut, or extending the thing down, which was those trees you'd have to cut. And depending on if the power is hooked on this side, or this side, or this side, there's something that would have to be removed, or some branches that would have to be removed, which means you got to talk to those folks. So it's a Ouroboros. But again, some of those you have to look at. You start on this side of the infinity, or you start on that side of the infinity before you even know if you can or not.
Pensá vos también un poco cuál sería la mejor forma de hacer el plan de acción. Yo creo que si querés puedo ver de mandarle información de este terreno a este chico que te digo que hace la fundación para ver si él me puede guiar en de qué manera actuar.
Mamá,
pero va a tener que ver
Mamá, love you, Papa, you guys are alive. Fuck beer. I'm sorry for being rude. I won't do it again. Just happy. Sorry.
¿Podías escuchar? Dijo que estaba contento de que estén vivos.
No, escuché que gritaba mamá, papá, pero no, te iba a decir, decirle papá está durmiendo.
My dad's sleeping, but
Entonces,
she couldn't hear other than mama, papa. So I said, he said, he's happy you guys are alive. Bueno, que te fijes, que vos también ponga un poco los patos en línea y que pienses cómo es la mejor manera de proceder de esta manera. Primero es tener efectivo.
bueno, esto firmo el miércoles yo.
Porque eso va a ser
El miércoles.
Eso
ya
va
la
a ser
señora,
una compra en efectivo, ¿verdad?
Sí, la señora que firma, que compró la casa, ya dijo que tiene la plata disponible en el Banco Morgan de Nueva York y que el mismo día a la mañana piensa hacer la transferencia. Así que supuestamente el miércoles, para cuando vos te levantes, ya vas a tener acreditado en nuestra cuenta.
A tu nombre, por favor asegúrense de que esté a tu nombre.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
If
Pará, this is really important, I'm saying my mom. Por favor, asegúrense de que esté a tu nombre.
Bueno.
Es muy importante, porque si no después yo tengo que declarar eso como una compra de negocio y después voy a tener que pagar impuestos en eso. Es importante de que la transferencia de cableado, yo ya le dije a papá, pero es importante que lo reiteres. Con toda esa información se pone destinatario María Alejandra Maino, no María Puñanín.
Ok, María Alejandra Maino.
Ese
Sí,
es el
está
destinatario.
bien,
Porque las últimas 2 veces que Martín hizo la transferencia lo han hecho a mi nombre.
Ah, bueno, ok.
¿Entendés? Y es importante que la transferencia se haga a tu nombre porque es con plata que te entra a vos. Porque después si hay que hacer. Y después vos lo ponés en una nota de regalo a mí. Si es que yo quiero disponer de esa plata. Si no, queda como que esta señora me está dando plata a mí. ¿Y cómo justifico yo que esta señora me está dando plata a mí si yo no le di nada a cambio?
Bueno.
Entonces, muy importante. Va a nuestra cuenta compartida, no hay problema. Es lo mismo, pero es importante que el destinatario seas vos.
Bueno, ves que estos son todas cosas diferentes de allá que de acá. ¿Me entendés? Por eso si vos me decís, por eso te digo a vos, ¿cómo es? O sea, yo no te puedo decir qué es lo que hay que hacer con respecto a lo de la casa, el terreno y eso, porque no sé, son tantas cosas diferentes, Yo acá qué hice, acá vine, miré, me gustó el terreno, pum, lo compré. Después me enteré, cuando hicimos el proyecto y todo, con el arquitecto, cuando lo fuimos a presentar a la municipalidad para que lo aprobaran y nos dieran el permiso para la obra, nos dijeron no, pero acá hay una cosa del loteo que tienen que hacerlo aprobar primero por el loteo. ¿Me entendés? Pero, o sea, no manejo cómo se manejan allá. Por eso te pregunto, ¿qué hago? ¿Cómo seguimos? ¿Consultamos con alguien que vea el terreno, nos diga sí, está perfecto, se puede construir, le falta esto, sale tanto, oferta tanto? ¿Vos me entendés lo que te quiero decir?
Sí.
No conozco, a lo mejor vos te consultás con este hombre o con alguien constructor y que te diga, y no, 40.000 es mucho porque te falta hacer esto, por decirte groseramente. Te falta hacer lo de la fundación que te va a salir 50.000, por decirte cualquier cosa. Entonces conviene comprar este terreno, ¿me entendés?
Bueno, por eso te digo, si querés, si querés, le mando el link con la información del listado a este chico que hace la fundación, que sería el próximo paso, que quién vendría y yo creo que sí estaría bueno si vamos a movernos con eso. Si querés, bueno, mañana yo llamo a los de la casa para saber qué disponibilidad tienen esas links que estuviste mandando, para ver si es también qué tiempo querés esperar. Y no sé si han hablado de eso. Y
sí, si yo consigo, esa es otra cosa. Porque en su momento cuando nosotros fuimos ahí a Parada, exhibimos la casa y la señora nos dijo que por el tema de la pandemia, que antes lo que demoraba 3 meses, ahora demora un año, porque las cosas estaban, se atascaban en el puerto y esto y lo otro. Bueno, a todo esto, de eso ya pasa casi un año, o sea que pueden haberse normalizado un poco las cosas. Sí, en ese momento dijimos, no nos conviene, pero porque nosotros pensamos, alquilar un Airbnb te sale $3.000 por mes, es una locura, ¿entendés? Si yo tengo que esperar un año a $3.000 por mes, son, a grosso modo, $40.000 que estoy gastando en nada, en tirarlos a la basura. Pero por otro lado, si yo, o sea, si yo puedo conseguir algo de alquilar, ¿me entendés? Pero también tiene que tener los muebles, porque si yo no me puedo ir o sea, puedo alquilar algo por mucho tiempo, pero sin muebles, ¿qué hago yo? ¿Entendés?
yo estuve viendo a casas de alquiler a largo plazo y están a 1.500, 1.700, 1.800, 2.000, 1.500, 1.700, dependiendo qué es lo que uno quiere.
¿Pero amueblado?
Algunos tienen mueble, la mayoría, algunas tienen mueble, entre Chico y Oroville. Estaba viendo para ver qué requisitos requieren y demás, porque yo tendría que estar también en el nombre, porque ustedes no tienen historial de alquiler. Pero nada, viendo eso. La otra cosa es, a mí se me había ocurrido otra cosa, es, viste que dos cosas, para lo que es el interín, lo que es lo temporario, tipo el interín. Acá en el vecindario, como cuando uno viene del mercado y dobla...
Water went down the wrong hole.
Cuando uno viene desde el mercado... Cuando uno viene desde el mercado y entra para el vecindario nuestro, como para empezar a venir a la propiedad, viste que hay un montón de casas. Hay cerca de esa casa, de ese terreno que paramos, que tenía la cabaña y el arroyito, que vos dijiste que era re lindo, que era esa casa que la habían dividido, ¿te acordás? Bueno, a una cuadra a una cuadra de esa casa hay una cabaña que está buena. La cabaña parece que le han empezado hace un par de años le habían empezado a hacer una construcción, pero la han dejado. Tiene un deck atrás, es casi 1 hectárea me parece, o un poquito más grande que 1 hectárea, pero nadie vive ahí, y hace 2 años que no vive nadie ahí. Entonces yo, la última vez que la vendieron a esa cabaña, que tiene todo, tiene toda la instalación, el agua, la luz, todo lo más, hay que prenderle los servicios, pero la última vez que vendieron la cabaña, dicen los récords, cuando yo me fijé la dirección, fue a 20.000. Pero básicamente se la pasó el padre se lo pasó a los hijos, me parece. Busqué quiénes son los dueños de ahora, y son gente que tiene 80 años, y son dueños de un montón de otras propiedades acá en la montaña, como todas esas propiedades vecinas. Se ve que la gente era dueña de un montón de estas propiedades y se la pasaron a los hijos, y nadie vive ahí porque la gente vive en Oroville. Bueno, cuestión que, no sé, pero se me había ocurrido una posibilidad. Después te voy a decir las otras 2 posibilidades que se nos ocurrieron. Pero como una posibilidad, esta se me ocurrió a mí, de, por ejemplo, si considerás, por ejemplo, compramos esa cabaña, que ustedes pueden vivir ahí en el tiempo, bueno, la pintamos y demás, no sé en qué condiciones estarán, porque no tengo idea de qué condiciones está. Yo lo único que vi fue que tiene nuevas ventanas y demás. Pero podemos arreglar esa cabaña, vemos si compramos a media o la compran ustedes, pero compramos esa cabaña, se ahorran toda la plata de alquiler, porque compramos la cabaña, se quedan ahí y después la alquilás en Airbnb. Cuando te mudás a tu casa. Eso es una posibilidad. Pero eso está bueno porque ya está la cabaña, me parece que está toda lista la cabaña ahí. La segunda posibilidad es, ponemos algo, tipo una estructura capaz.
Sending you a picture, Mama.
Acá en nuestra propiedad y por el tiempo, si fuera un trailer o lo que sea, por un tiempo, en ese tiempo de construcción, se pueden quedar acá.
No, Meme, no. Te agradezco. Vamos a empezar con el pie derecho. Ya conozco yo los bueyes con qué hago. No, te agradezco.
Spencer, may I say something? Mama, can you hear me?
Oh.
Alejandro, can you hear me? Hola.
Hi Ezekiel, how are you?
Good. I had a thought the other day, stupid one, but the picture that I sent to you, if you look at it where the mill site is, the dark line that is adjacent coming off of it, that's 5 acres. For the same price that you're buying that smaller piece of acreage, you could purchase that and attach it to our property and say use that as a driveway. As you see, it extends past both sides of the road. The lower part is a bunch of apple trees and such. The upper part, if you wanted to, because it's right on the road, you could do that as a driveway. And since you've been up here, where the mill site and so forth, and in there is where the original houses and so forth you see in the postcard and so forth are. If you wanted to appropriate those and put a septic and place a house there, it would be the same. You wouldn't have to deal with local bureaucracy.
Dice Ezequiel que también otra posibilidad, si querés, si no querés.
And then the other part was that we would do a land survey and attach and make it 27 acres instead of the 22.
Dice Ezequiel que adjunto a nuestra propiedad el señor está vendiendo 5 acres.
Patented also.
Que no es nuestra propiedad, son 5 acres independientes, el señor las vende. Y entonces dice Ezequiel que si querías hacer el mismo plan que tenés de la casa modular y todo eso, que lo podés hacer, pero sí, también, pero que no vas a tener las regulaciones que tiene ese country. Podés hacer lo mismo que querés de... le pones el séptico, bueno, hay que hacerle el séptico, el pozo ciego, y hacerle también la fundación y demás, pero de esa manera, qué sé yo, no tenés que estar pidiendo permiso y demás.
By resurveying them as one property,
a lo que es el village, pero tenés que igual pedir permiso a todo lo que son la municipal.
Septic to the whole property then, and make this a $500,000, which you could borrow against to build a bigger house.
Sí, ya comprendo.
If you wish to, like $250,000 or half.
Yo creo que no sé, como que nos entusiasma la idea de salir y te puedes encontrar con alguien y que puedes llegar a charlar con alguien y no sé, como de no sentirnos tan solos, más acompañados. ¿Entendés?
Bueno.
Creo que es importante para nosotros.
Bueno, y acá podés salir y hablar conmigo.
Y ahí también.
Mama.
¿Cómo te está yendo con tu Amazon?
Le estaba explicando a Ezequiel lo que decían de estar acompañado.
Never mind.
ya es un paso importante que nos decidimos por la montaña.
I was just stating if that was done in such manner, if the land was surveyed and made as one, as our property was made as one when it was two different patents, you would combine three different patents together. If you wish to get a prefab to wait, you could be living in the prefab, borrow against the land after it's been resurveyed, because it would appropriate a house on top of 27 acres up here, which, as you see what our neighbors and so forth are rated, it would make the property value of both properties go up to $500,000 or better that you could borrow against to build an actual bigger structure or whatnot if you wish to, by playing the game. And then after that's completed, you have, the sky's the limit, you have $1 million or better, because the house is right down the address, or $500,000. Say that again. If you're gonna come to America, let's play it and let's play it right. Otherwise, doing up there is the same, but yet you'll have to deal with it because it's in your name and mine right now until you take me off.
Bueno, lo que dices.
Did you hear what I said, Mom?
¿Escuchaste lo que estaba diciendo Ezequiel?
No sé qué decía, no sé qué 28 acres, algo así le escuché, le entendí.
Bueno, lo que decía Ezequiel es que comprando ese tipo de propiedad después puedes sacar un préstamo como...
If you're gonna play the game, explain it to her. It's not playing a game, but if you're coming to America and do such in a manner to where your 300,000 doesn't go away, it actually multiplies. It makes the way your nest egg doesn't go away. You actually have something to, if someone gets sick, do something. You have a cushion that doesn't go away. I'm just saying it in that manner. Let's live in reality. Your shots are due in October, December, unless you come here and state you haven't got your shot yet to get your booster.
My parents will be here October 12th.
Yes, I know, but they're leaving in November. Their booster shot is regular.
They're not leaving in November. They're thinking of staying in November.
Okay. They'll need to set for their booster shot in December.
Okay.
Unless they state that they haven't got one yet. As people were doing. That's all I'm saying.
Bueno, mañana hablamos. Que tengan buenas noches.
Bueno, buenísimo. Gracias, Meme, por tu tiempo.
Un beso.
Descansa. Bueno, gracias, igual. Chau, chau.
You said from October to November.
Yeah, and I think they're going to stay after November. I don't know, they have to make a decision.
If you have the time, it would be something that would be needed to do to find out for a fact so that you could have their booster schedule.
I'll talk to them and see exactly what I'm doing.
Be it that they got it in April and they're saying not 6 months but 8 months. They changed the date. So instead of it, like I told you a couple months back, that they would need their booster when they came, it's beautiful they're coming when it would be. CDC changed the guideline for 8 months instead of 6 months. Mercy.
What do you hear them say? What I've been saying the last couple of days since the motherfuckers took over. What about the vice president? And what did I say about the vice president? You understand?
Yep.
And what do you not see on American news? And they just now stating this on Russian news. And the vice president come back. Vice president ain't left. Government is still running there, even though they're talking about all the bullshit Western countries are doing what? today the supposed president that ran away with $140 million to the United Emirates, stating all this whoopie wop. As I said, Taliban ain't took over all of Afghanistan if people's paying attention. They always showing the provinces and the maps and stuff, but they never fully took it over. We just keep hearing this drone sound of Taliban take over, Taliban take over, Taliban take over. And oh, we gotta deal with these guys now, and blah 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 blah. And like I said, it's interesting that these motherfuckers is doing like the Chinese were. The CCP Communist Party that took over the Chinese people. Where it is, give us your weapons. Like the European government, where they learned from them, because the British ruled them for a minute. You understand? So give us your guns! What do you have to fear from the government? You understand? We got everything in control, baby. You don't need nothing. That's why people knifing the shit out of each other. Over there. You know what I'm saying? But what do you hear? There's resistance. There's 10,000 army men. They didn't say what? The goon squad that Americans had raised up and only used, and then that the president only used. But what? They got 300,000 soldiers. They know how to use and do things. I think the Taliban, which is a bunch of fucking goofballs running around, gang members, some of them aren't, but most of their stuff is gang members. Motherfuckers just, as you see in the videos, motherfuckers posting for stuff as you hear me blabbing about going, that's not the Taliban, them fools is fucking people off. But yet, they have a political arm and trying to fit this thing. So, what they've been fighting ain't fit. So they have people representing them on media doing things that are egotistical, that are against stuff. When I was a child, that person would have been killed, as I've been stating. So, what do you have? What did you hear? Them state what? Vice President.
Yeah, the vice president coming out and saying, well, they talked about the group of people, military people.
That's what I just said, 10,000 army men, normal army men, not the squads that they made, the Rangers and the fucking Delta Force type people. It was a normal army. Never mind, there she goes. As I was stating, I had pointed out the difference between the Rangers squads we were using and him stating there's 10,000 infantry people that came together. The thing that everyone keeps talking shit on. The actual army of Afghanistan. Come together and fighting back and has taken territories back.
It's like the official has become an official and the unofficial has become official. And worldwide recognized.
But again, if you spend all this money to make that country a democratic state, if Biden fucking disappeared, like I said earlier, and fucking pulled some bitch ass shit, just because he left, you gotta go down the line. As long as one of them motherfuckers is standing there stating that I represent the country, the government,
yeah,
and I'm here, well, give me my money. Give me the ability to defend my people and protect them and also feed them. All the things you're stating because they're still acting government. Vice President's here and is talking to them.
There was no dissolution of the country or whatever.
Yes, there was by the president. With him leaving, what the vice president is doing is still legal. Yeah. Understand what I'm saying? Otherwise, if the president hadn't left, and what he was signing would be binding. And even though he left, that treaty doesn't matter if the vice president was there. Acting president at the time before
activated that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he blamed on the Western people thing and other things. So he fucked up on that. And like I said earlier, it was like a football. Somebody jumped on the hike. And because of such, they ran with it. Western News for 72 hours is trying to push that they don't got no government and the Taliban took completely over, but that's not completely true. They haven't took completely all over it, that country. And that country is a democratic country now by us. And it's acting government and operating executive branch did not completely take off with the acting head of that executive branch. He went inland to the Moon and said, "Yo, dude, will you fight with me?"
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And they said, "Yes." And because of such, you have the infantry coming back out of the woodwork.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I was stating, why these fools have been telling people, give us your guns, there's nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you have 300,000 fools that all you got is interpreters and so forth, which is another thing that helped on like a small scale. Over 20 years, you have like 1 million plus people trained in fucking different shit. That if they wish to activate, you know what I'm saying? That's what I said. What you witnessed was a blitzkrieg while I played that music and that song for you. Before they came out and actually stated on the news. The blitzkrieg. Just like the Nazis. It's worth later today saying, it's not just like the Nazis. People were in shock. And they accepted what they did, and then the atrocities happened. I was like, yeah, you think fucking leopard changed the sponsor? What the fuck's wrong with these two? But this bullshit of them stating if these motherfuckers meet the criteria and you got other countries backing, what are these democratic Western nations showing face? The real loss in the war is that right there not backing what? The vice president with his, what, allies? Like they did where? In Morocco and other places when the fucking whack job from Florida fucking flew over there and started going to war with them. Being backed by Russia and China. Turkey fought with them. But we didn't do nothing. You ask yourself, what the fuck? You understand? That's where the real fallacy is. And veterans and so forth should be pointing out and stating, okay, I got hurt for this because I thought we spread freedom. That is true freedom and democracy. That is true letting people know. People say we should honor our troops. Well, at the time of those people doing service, they did not wear civilian clothes. They wore the United States insignia. Comprehend what I'm saying? Things that they leave out of the media. They say God bless our troops and other things as such. That extends over those people that wore the insignia of the United States military. You understand? Henceforth, why they're at that base. Their base trying to get out. Because of retaliatory. Henceforth, why those people claim amnesty, doing things of old war thing, what Western nations have forgotten about, be it that we took war to the point that it is in the last 125 years. Where there is no chivalry and other things as such. But yet again, looking at things, is the country completely taken over? Only if we turn a blind eye. If democracy is still going in that country and we do nothing, then yes, we failed those people. You know what I'm saying? Because it will go into civil war. And every other thing in history, looking back in hindsight, as bitch ass Biden stated, if we look back in hindsight on such, it will be seen as such. Not as bullshit as the fallacy of the stuff, people falling off the airplane with the fucking numbers 9/11 on it. It is the fact that democracy was still going in the country and you allowed the Russians, communistic society, the Chinese communist society, the Wahhabis Emirates, the Wahhabis, motherfucking Saudi Arabia, things that supposedly are your allies, but not allies, but adversaries, but allies on one side, construct a motherfucking nation by killing a democracy in front of you and making a nation of foes that because of what you've done in 20 years fits the narrative then. Again, that shit was started in 54 but didn't take off. You have the 60s and 70s, you can look up what that place looked like. You get into the 70s and then all of a sudden fucking Russia invaded. Mujahideen fought them. They went back to their stuff and the Taliban came in. started fighting, and America came in, and we never left. We used the Mujahideen to fight out the Russians. And it's like, alright, where do you think the democratic country's going to go to if no one's going to help? They went to the Freemen in the desert. And pack and ass. It's that shit where they talk about tribalism and other things and such. Or a person of the oath and the word. Now that such things been made, all of a sudden you see what happened. People trying to place the flag of Afghanistan up, being hurt. If you're for the people, then why'd you do that? Now you see people coming together, you know what I'm saying? And you start seeing more and more. Because in that country, everybody got an AK-47. It's been like that since before the Taliban came, and since after the Taliban got kicked out. Now the Taliban wants everybody to go up again. We're the only people to get again. I ask what's going on. How are you changing that into that aspect? You know what I'm saying? And again, like you just heard, and no Western news is saying this shit, that democracy is still alive over there. So why don't we send in more troops, Biden? Because we're a democratic country, and all the democracies and so forth are going to do something, or why does it all mean shit?
It's criminals supporting other criminals.
And
Why
in that way, they get to kill two birds with one stone by nation building, by keeping the nation alive, and by war democracy. And war democracy, yes.
In other words, they say we impose democracy, but we don't care. We support non-democracy out here.
You don't understand. They let the Taliban take over that, dude. Them people, like I said, they're gonna infect all of the Asian continent with the ideology plus every other thing that they have. And they have a modernized army like these stupid fucks just gave them. And again, they may not have the know-how to use it, but they have the friends and neighbors that wish to see it so that they can make their version of it, give it back to them, and show them how to use it. And fucking let them fight a proxy battle for them. Because again, asymmetrical war is how you defeat your foe. We're not good at that. We fought off our imperialistic masters doing those tactics, and then took on that pattern to fight other people. Of our masters, not keeping it asymmetric. So when we go to other people's land, we do what? Get stuck in the crack wire and have to back out. You know what I'm saying? Or drop a motherfucking Moab in space. So every time we go drop fucking bombs, just blow nuclear bombs. No, it's not. We were doing that in Vietnam and Korea, and we did it this time. What the fuck do you accomplish, man? Mushroom cloud. We killed 40 supposed terrorists in a 1 mile radius. And how many civilians you killed in a 5 mile radius of that time? A lot more than 40.
A lot more.
Besides what you did to the environment.
Not all life seems to have the same accountability. Like,
besides what you killed to the environment and everything else, because how that thing works is the vacuum that it creates. The oxygen and the fire and shit. It's the brute bomb. Bigger. Interesting to see what's going to happen. But like I said, it just because that dude did what he did and people are blaming each other, there's a back force that's going to come up you're really gonna see some interesting shit happen. But because of such, our government, besides other governments that are intrigued on what people are doing because of their affiliations and so forth, are going to watch them over. Know that shit right now. So I picked up my FBI number. What's going on in my head? I'm playing for these brothers doing Sigurd is Jimmy Cliff's song, Putting Up Resistance. See that? It's just that little dot province.
Yeah. The yellow.
Putting up resistance. Now it's orange all right there, right?
They can come back. They'll come back.
You got 10,000 troops right there mustered. You got 290,000 to go out of that big orange spot of infantry. That's not the Air Force. That's not the people that can fucking shoot the tanks, ride in the tanks, ride in the APGs, fly the drones, fly all the shit, the helicopters, all the other shit that these fools got left with that they don't know how to use, that you got a dude standing next to them that, are you Taliban or are you not Taliban? Now the Taliban has to deal with what fucking American soldiers had to deal with for 20 years of. Whose side are you on, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna shoot me or not? Okay, we built up a camaraderie. Alright, are you my buddy? Are you not my buddy? Oh shit, you're not my buddy. You want your land back. Cause what are them idiots doing? What are they doing, baby? What are they doing, honey? They're doing what America was doing. Where America fucked up, they did it right after the back. They're hitting all the checkpoints and everything. What are they doing? They're policing the population.
Yeah, just picking up where you were left. Against
like,
them, now it's just
4 days ago,
everybody.
96 hours ago, was American soldiers sitting at the checkpoint and shit. Fucking asking you what you can do and can't.
They just left the infrastructure.
And now there's these fools wearing black turbans. Telling them I can or cannot do. You understand? So, how you nation built that way? Comprehend what it is,
Well, they did. The United States just built it itself the perfect, however they want it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. How you nation build in that fashion? If you do it just like the colonizers that you just supposedly pushed out.
Yeah.
If you don't nation build in the sense of, say, the manner that they should have been doing over the last 20 years in the, say, counter soft power act of, this is our oppressor, these guys are policing us, you know, we can take better care of you than they could, by starting organizations years ago that actually showed the community a different thing than the policing of the NATO forces and the United States Army. You know what I'm saying? Stating that we're here to give you freedom, but freedom doesn't encompass 20 years of occupational freedom, policing.
Yeah.
Which they just took that security job. And we never told the population, give us your guns. The difference between the Americans and NATO forces this time now it is, you know, give us your guns because we got everything okay. You understand? Well, people that are able to read and see fucking YouTube videos and other things like that and so forth and see the outside world, which I thought it's humorful that these motherfuckers are giving out their fucking WhatsApp and so forth, the information and numbers, when, again, their adversion of fucking seeing how Islamic law is, that shit would be constituted, I'll just say this, if for drawing or painting or listening to music out of TV and so forth constitute you getting stoned to death in front of everybody, what the hell is using a telephone visually broadcasting your face and shit?
What does that constitute?
Yeah, demonic.
To that, if that's what they were doing to people underneath their reign and last time, and has been their focal point of their beginning since 1964. How can that have changed since then to now? If that is how they've always cultivated and grown and got things by stating, look at how the Westerns do, so on and so forth. You understand? Look at the unbelievers. That's what the unbelievers do. It's okay to kill them because they are an unbeliever and you'll become a martyr. You understand? And fourth, their rhetoric stating that it was emergency that what they did to their population when they went to such strict hard measures of fucking killing anybody that did any type of media paint or fucking music instrument or anything. When they accumulated enough of those goofballs and did the ethnic cleansing, which they never called it that back when they took power, and they should have. America turned a blind motherfucking eye on it. Because as you hear, it's tribal war. It's a Pashtun. How they got so large, they did motherfucking ethnic cleansing. Backed by America and other countries. Henceforth, why they're freaked out. But their thing is what? What are they doing? They're going everywhere outside of where their native district is and stating, give us all your daughters and widows and so forth. Anyone that is able to procreate and give a child. That's called ethnic cleansing. Underneath the junior covenants of laws and so forth of war.
Yeah.
No one's stating that. Hello, honey? Your husband is. No one's illustrating those Easter eggs that are being broadcasted for the last 78 hours. You understand? Since they've been stating what I've been stating when I said to you, now they're stating what the woman was being asked, so on and so forth. Now I'm adding, if that has happened and they're saying they have confirmation as such, that is a form of genocide because they are going through to minorities groups and taking their women and breeding them out. So that the child is Taliban. You understand? Our Pashtun tribe. Like what's going on with the Korea and so forth in Ethiopia. No one's talking about that. People don't see shit. Media got people stupid and blind. It's right in their face and they say it over and over again like that fucking airplane with the fucking shit on the side. And I was like, what the fuck, BBC? So yeah, with them openly stating and then saying confirmation today of those accounts, why is not someone sounding the alarm and going, no, dude, if we have those and they're confirmed, no way do you meet the criteria of what being recognized as government. You know, legitimate government.
Yeah.
But no one's stating so soon.
Instead of changing the focus of the loop of actually focusing on the people, you know, and focusing on their rights, they're making people look desperate in a situation that people are right to look desperate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they're ridiculizing the whole situation, I think, and that's dehumanizing because on the other side there's real fucking people. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Just be it the rhetoric if people are listening to what they're stating.
Yeah, it's just so dehumanizing that nobody really thinks that.
To war crimes because they're doing ethnic cleansing to the rest of the tribes to make themselves stay a huge block, if not expanding over, and making it, if there was anything forced or anything like that, to where they have enough voting people in the districts, they're starting to understand those things and so forth. Anyhow, I keep saying Taliban takeover, but it's not completely taken over. There's still Democrat resistance.
As it should be, because
Yeah. August 17th posted. Today's the 18th or the 17th? Today's the 18th, so it's the 19th there. I'm gonna share this and say, man, join the resistance, get the shit out there. Tell the truth. I'm gonna share that other picture, screenshot, saying this is a real thing. I'm gonna share it and talk with the veteran brothers that I know. You understand? That's a slap in the face to seeing what L.E.N.R went through. And other people that I know.
Exactly.
You understand? Shit that them poor women, men and women go through besides the families. You gotta understand, if our soldiers go through that, imagine what them people go through at night. You understand? People don't talk about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Bottom of this says Biden rejects U.S. role of nation building in first speech since Taliban takeover. Yeah. Do it, bud. This sparks the lineage of Saint Mahdi. Green and white flag. Like the Naqshbandi men. Putting up resistance.
Sleep of how he got out of the sleep realm and just calmly told the guy, like, put the car straight, you know? God, can't get it out of my head now. It's crazy. Oh, thank God they're okay. The guy said, I don't know what happened, because he said, like, he told my parents, my mom said he didn't want to charge us at the end for the trip, you know, but of course they paid for it, and he said that the guy had took a nap, like he had napped. It wasn't like he was, I was like, you know, maybe it's time to slow down, like, you guys maybe been rushing, you know, and she was like, but we asked him, and he said that he was rested, like he didn't know what happened. He went into like a complete brainwave where he just everything became so monotonous. He didn't have the radio on. He said, my mom said maybe because he didn't want to bother us.
Who's driving?
Crazy. I'm thankful. Okay. Come on.
Look at this shit, honey. These guys, instead of evacuating people, they evacuated beer. 65,000 cans. Germany. Well, they're stating, you know, like, Austria will take 5 people. You know what I'm saying? We all about helping motherfuckers. We love the women. We're all about human rights. Grab our beer, man. Hold on. Ain't no room for you, buddy. Hey, can you help us get the cake on? This song goes out to democracy in Afghanistan. The brothers there keep fighting. brother's wife had asked to join the group. Cole's wife, Sarah. Interesting enough, she just sent me a message saying she's sending her cousin over to the group, saying that he's on the same page. Like I was saying about that brother Chris up there, the company he works for is that company that is of the group title page that issued that report.
I've been saying that Chris was a retired constructor.
It correlates with the readings and so forth. As I was stating about the differences in hormones for a little boy or a little girl. That would affect the body and also what was taken in and adjustment and so forth. And so, think of how manly dad is and grandpa's side, on dad's side. And the spirit that you scan. Like Mason. How do you make a Marine? Comprehend. Like what flows on my side. But anyhow. I guess this is the group that our cousin created. Open Consciousness ET Contact Initiative. I'll share with her a picture of so forth and say, it's kind of what this is about, but with the realm of work that I do, as such. And share with her a picture of the brethren in the album from 3 years ago. Well, let me share it. I don't have this private.
That's what it says, account number, and I check and double check, and that's what it says. And so I might have to contact the people and ask them why is it that it's not actually set to where it's set to be set. Oh, that's weird.
That's why I get all your stuff in order. Have your bird in hand. When you do something.
Guess I'm gonna have to call tomorrow.
I've been stating that to you. I don't have access to that information when you do.
I'll send them an email to the customer support.
Because again, that's something that, how would I state, in proper normal times, Something was adjudicated or allocated in that manner that you're stating, correct? As soon as those funds hit that account, be it that it's set up the way that it is now, I would have to make it to where those funds go to that account. Otherwise, just hear me, look at me. I could do stop funds.
Sorry.
I could do stop funds and make it to where that would stay, not go. Understand what I'm saying to you? As I've been stating, the office that we went to together in physical that allowed you to do the things that you did without me there, because I am the sole proprietor on that account. If I did a stop payment, I'm not saying take the money, but just said stop payment, like what was going on in the 317 building, where it was going to account that we didn't know what it was, but it was in our business account. But it wasn't a business account, it was a personal account. You understand? We stopped payment to that. If we up that payment, it still keeps taking money from our account and going to such. If I was to call or do something with Bank of America app and stop payment to that account or called, they would stop that again by me proving all the stuff that needs to be done to show that I'm the whose signature is on it as first. Mine or yours. Understand what I'm stating? So, if I was to stop it, the money would not go to that account. It would stay in the business, is what I'm stating. If you were to go into Bank of America over here and try to do as you did before, be it that you do have a robotor walking in and out of there, your handling of a business account is not there. Business and personal representatives are completely different. You understand? So how do you prove that you're me? Or you have my permission? Or if I don't have cell service because someone's walking into a business account and trying to change my stuff. It's the same as on the app or whatnot. If they do not do the proper steps of stopping you from taking me off without me being there and closing the account out in proper form, that's a lawsuit. It's completely different than a personal account. Now on that same note, I did not allow payments to go to your personal account from the business account, so one has to ask again for the second time.
No, but that hasn't been done. There hasn't been transfer of payment from the business.
You just told me that what you're having is
The
allocated.
deposits on the A-bound account.
Uh-huh.
So before the money hits the account,
Yeah.
I had put it scheduled when I signed into the whole thing to go to the business.
Yeah.
Somehow the processor started sending it straight to the personal instead to the business, but no money has been transferred inside from business to the personal.
Understand?
No, it's just that the money somehow the third party processor, because it's not A-bound, it's Stripe. They decided somehow, and I don't know where they got the information from my personal, because there it says to be the business.
I understand.
And close the account.
But you're still getting away from the term of, honey, I can't modify or attach anything to your personal account because I'm not me to you as I am on the business account to you. You understand? You keep getting away from what you've done. How do you do that without me getting notified that someone is modifying or putting money into a business account and they're not the proprietor? Understand what I'm stating to you, because if I tried to do to your business account, you would get a notification that someone is trying to, one, gain access. Your 4 goes as such, but For someone to receive payment into a business account, someone has to accept it. It's a money transfer.
No, these are direct deposits.
I understand, but it's still a money transfer of a direct deposit of fucking cash allocated to somebody. They have to pay taxes on that money, be it it's a bank transaction. Whose social that it's on? It's on yours. Yet if it's going to the bank, it's on mine.
It's on both.
If it's going to your personal account, it's just on you. Because that account is to you. The business account is not to you, it's to me. Be it if money is being deposited into there that's allocated as income for my social that I am responsible for paying taxes on. Understand what I'm saying? So be it that it changes of such, like I was stating, if I was to change our personal account where I am you as you are too on the business account, you would get a notification. As my ex-wife did, and my mom did when I had a joint account with him and I tried to change stuff. Or had money deposited. It's like seeing the ATM records or whatnot if you have a joint account with somebody and seeing how much someone's depositing or taking out. It looks different than what how would I say it, brother? The bank statements are issued to who? And in whose name? Me or you?
I'll have to see.
They're done to me.
Yes, they'll check. They're done to L.E.N.R. Today. I'll have to check.
Okay. So then we go back to the fucking thing of, alright, we're back in the goddamn circle of that we used those business account things when we went and had a security check for credit to get into an apartment or housing or renting or buying a home or a business loan, getting a car. What social does it go by? Yours or mine? Or the business money?
It's all completely different.
It's not different.
What you just did. Yeah. Okay. So we do this.
Honey.
It's all completely different. For
No,
the
it's
house,
not.
it goes both.
No, it's
For renting a house,
no, it doesn't go.
if both
Here.
tenants are
Or
with credit, then
yes,
it
are
goes
able.
by both.
Yes, you're correct. Well, at the time that we got the thing, you weren't able to do credit check, were you? Now you can. Here you are doing your fucking body movement. If we went in and both of us went as jointly, and me not the sole proprietor of Social Security, to where when you checked and use it as your income, honey, as you're trying to do, as I've been stating to you, then it would be looked at as you're seeing as both people's credit. It wouldn't be seen this way, because I'm the sole proprietor and the only fucking social attached to that account. I keep saying to you with your body language, you fuck. Smack yourself with a fucking tea bag. Goddamn. There's so much fucking fighting just hearing what the fuck motherfucker's saying to you. Just don't get it, man.
No, there's no fighting with you. You don't seem to want to understand that see that every situation is completely different.
How is it different,
From
honey?
this specific transfer, which I'm talking about, that has nothing to do with inbound transfer or authorization done from a Bank of America.
How? If the person who owns the account and is in their if the motherfucker who has their social attached to the shit says I don't want the fucking money, then the money don't go in the motherfucker. Oh.
You never got to be asked.
Exactly. So if I state that to the fucking bank that I don't want the money because it's my fucking social attached to the thing, your money won't go deposited to it. Because I'm the sole proprietor. Hear what the fuck I'm saying to you.
Yeah, but that's once it hit over.
Which is the same goddamn. No, it's not. It's if I wish to state that I don't want. If I set the fucking account up. Like you can on the app. Like I done when people were fucking with my card and I stopped using the fucking plastic. Like I did with the fucking plastic card where I changed shit. Where I would have to be notified if money was either went in or went out.
Okay, you're not being notified. Then there's a request about a direct deposit being done into the business account.
I know I'm not because I didn't. It's not set up for. Never mind, dude. Never fucking mind. Back to your tea, dude. What you doing? I don't want to talk to this guy. I'm sorry for even starting a discussion with him.
Sounds good.
Keep doing what you're doing. Leave me on the account because I'm not going to the bank with you. That's what you're doing. I want to see you work your magic.
What is that you're saying?
I said I want to see you work your magic.
Sounds good. Because
this gonna make me rich. You close the account without me there, it's gonna make me real fucking rich because that shit is FDIC what? Certified and insured. So if they just allow a random motherfucker worker or proof of, have you walked in and showed proof of marriage or any of that stuff to show? Have I signed any paperwork or any of that kind of stuff that shows that you have the ability to fuck with the business? Not saying that I would, that we're separated, but if these people fucks allow you to do what they're doing, well, all the shit that they state to people of their money being secured is not. And thank you, you just made me a rich motherfucker. Because it's not suing somebody in a manner which is against his law. So thank you. We gonna be paid. Go ahead and do it, like I said. Work your magic. Let the stupid fucking people keep doing it like they were doing with the phone shit and all that stuff. Keep making me not be present when the shit's attached to my social like I'm not here. And really irritate me by allowing you to do that. Because I have to physically be there like when you attach me to your fucking account. I can't just walk in and close your account. And that's a personal account. So if you walk in and you do a business account that's been open for fucking 6 years and went $100,000 plus through that shit, fuck yeah. Thank you. Please, work your fucking magic. And let them stupid fucks fucking, like I said, I fish for stupid people. So if you get them people to do some stupid shit like that, and it's recorded, and I'm fucking recording it for a reason, go ahead. Because it's a fucking issue that I've had, like I stated. This shit irritates me. You should not be able to do such without me getting confirmation. I don't give a fuck that we live in and everything's hunky-dory between us. It's a business account and it's not personal. And from having this bank in my life for over 20 years of my life and being with other people who have had that bank account where I was attached to them and couldn't do a motherfucking thing that you've been able to do with our business. And that was personal. Interesting. It'd be the straw that broke the camel back. And provided my motherfucking resources that I need to do my experiments. I'm being serious. So do what you gonna do. Well, his mind over there is about to get blown and he reads the book.
Yeah, it's dope. Talks about so I just did this gravitobiology. Personally, I thought it had a lot to do with nature.
No, honey, you got things fucked up.
Okay, so
That's why a picture out of that I had you see the comments that brother and what people commented on Facebook where I got and shared that information.
using internal and external electromagnetic field energy to produce new mechanisms for deep effects in biological systems. Soviet energetics and the biological effects of energy of infolded internal electromagnetic fields, non-local quantum potentials, Soviet smerch gas, biological death ray weapons, woodpecker over the horizon transmitters, Kazanachev's cytopathogenic effect, these are all last names, Deviatkov's information content of the field, electromagnetic disease induction, electromagnetic biological warfare, electromagnetic antidotes to biological warfare, Whittaker waves and Whittaker structure potentials. Whittaker waves and Whittaker structure potentials. Microwave radiation of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. The deliberate kill.
Think of L.E.N.R when you.
Okay.
I said think of L.E.N.R when you hear Whittaker. The voice of God.
Oh.
Those formalities of causing dissymmetry on a person.
The deliberate kill of the Arrow DC-8 at Gander NFL. 1991. Thomas E. Bearden. So 1991, 2000, so 30 years ago. 30 years ago.
6 years before I'd given my thesis. I read it. Back then, I would have understood it. But I now understand it now when I read it after a year. Because of the stuff that I've been educating you on. And B, that the precepts of such have to do with the weather patterns and the things we're going on. Because look, we are here, the wave pattern after 60 days ago when we had to start the fire and so forth. Interesting things going on and everything and such. Blah, 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 blah.
This may be the most important and far-reaching paper
So thinking your life. How many times this year I've sat down and did what I did while you had that book. Otherwise, the last time you had such, it came from us watching that on a big TV. And then watching it again on a small, so the big TV had been put away. So that will help you understand the things that are in the group. And wake up and understand the questioning of what I did. Of, can that help to the phone and other things? Now if you apply and you go back to the first page you was reading, off the things of what's in there, understand what was proven after that was proven there, but not accepted, but accepted by someone. You say you watched a video on it and the person was able to transmit AIDS. It's the person that is known for what? Warheads memory and homeopathy. Where does it originate from? That's what one should look into. But if you read in that, those two fields go together. Or it's the same as what you're doing now. Everything that you're doing there is that. I said it's in the group that I made for you so you understand what you're doing.
Gravitobiology is the application of a unified field theory conception of electromagnetics and gravitation to the total energetics exchange between a living organism and its external environment, inter-exchanges, and inside the living organism, and between, within, and among its parts and its whole. I started telling people in the store, like, you know, you're coming in here, there's an exchange happening between you and the environment. Don't think that you're like a closed loop system that don't have any exchange with its environment. Because people tend to think somehow that there's like isolation or something.
In better terms, where the clothes stop, their body stops. What I get from what you just said, you're stating in isolation. Otherwise, I don't understand what you're stating.
Yeah, yeah, isolation is not the right term in English. Insulation, like a barrier of insulation, but yeah, it's like the delimitation by their body, by when their body finishes, like their.
Well, that was the other thing I needed to say to you. When you talked to my mom again, she had stated, because I told her, as I was getting off the phone with her, because she had said something about her body. As she had stated, why I'd said to her, sorry for causing the interruption the other day, and wishing to have the correctness done because of her stating, because she had stated again when I was talking with her in the parking lot, that was why her scan showed that her body was in better physicality and what I illustrated to her is when I have you scan my stuff, sometimes it can sound like I'm being a dick, but I wish to know the absolute because I'm not in your mind. So I wish to know what was going through the mind when that was done. And telling her, you don't have to worry unless you wish to find out more or go in depth. Otherwise, you know exactly what the question of the connection with self, using her as long to a waveguide was. You understand me back? Like I said, you know what's printed on top of the thing, so what you're seeing and so forth, and all that beautiful things is as of such. When it comes to my stuff, I get bossy in the sense of wanting to know exactly, is your mind clear? What are you saying? Why did this come up? I want to rescan this to see. So on and so forth. Because I'm not scanning self, Mom. We're scanning something that has a consciousness. I'm not saying we don't have a consciousness, just stating scanning outside the closed loop of said consciousness, even though there's refraction of such, but depending on how you link with such, you will get a different answer. The observational point of what you connect with. On certain things, henceforth being able to communicate with the consciousness. Otherwise, if it wasn't giving you different responses and things, then I wouldn't want to know that it's conscious or deduce from such in a pattern to know from a pendulum or aggregated sand that it has consciousness or in a sense it's responding to, no matter how much you project onto it. Because consciousness shows that it will not always conform to your consciousness that you state that it has. Again, the conversation with my mother and stating, be it that you can't control that other person, yet one states one emulates those actions of that person. You can't just pick and choose this one side of such and emulate onto that person and project and state, I see that love. But what about the opposite side of love? Or the fear that that person had? Yet at that time of emulating love on that person, or the feistiness or whatnot, again, as you look at them as they're doing such and you're associating with, you have to recognize that as you do such and see that picture that you're seeing you're of such, realize as you're doing such and daydreaming and using the psychic visualization that you are that character there, that you are not knowing what's going on inside of the mind.
unless you do like what you have in your lineage and myself and my mom, or you get sick from it because you're able to do what that's described in there, which comes from scripture and people talking about being able to do such. And like Aleister Crowley and so forth, being able to what? Project his biomagnetic into people and make them do what he wanted. Form techniques and all the other stuff when we first got together, showing you those things of people doing it in such manner. What is it talking about there? Folding, and he's saying here's a different way of doing such. Again, those are potentiations. Not in such, but in the other things of which those stem from, in the scan and analyze. But still, it's still potentiation, in the manner of which those are shown. And you can see like what John Hutchison talks about, you can understand the waveform, what creates that, and see it, its print, like a fingerprint. Understand what's causing it, like with the fires and so forth, and the weather and those things and such. Because to create those things, there's always that residual.
The signature as well.
To it. But we can play stupid. Or deep is the well, and long dogs does it take.
Because even if, like, even in investigation, if they would want to do an investigation of knowing who had caused the mechanical issue in those ships, you know, that all failed and their engines failed, if they would want to do, even if there's supposed no evidence, you know, or trace to it, like, if there's still ways of tracing, picking up things that supposedly are not sending out electromagnetic waves. So they just keep it to themselves. They just don't want to. They just don't care to put it out. Right? There's still all ways.
There's ways. A simple, easy way, like I'm explaining, is say it went out to the power, right? And be it that those have diesel generators and engines that are humongous. Say the piston for it's the size of this, a little bit bigger than this, right? Think of the batteries for it, right? And they're all new and other things as such, and you even got the ships that are hydrogen powered and all that kind of shit, right? What happens to a crystal when you send a magnetic wave through it or whatnot? Or even such? Is you know with waters and the batteries they use to make the pures. So if you hit something in a waveform like you do when you make one of your things, say you don't think there wouldn't be a residual or whatnot you can trace in the water?
In it, yeah.
As they've been stating, and also in the metals.
Yeah.
As again, they're crystal.
I want to read about this.
Do you understand what I just said? Ask yourself this. Do you think anybody, I'll ask you this again. Do you ever think anyone's ever told, or have you had, a client, other than me, state they can feel when you scan them?
No.
And explain where you're at on the chakras. And or do that while you're scanning a client and explain where you're at. And what field. Yet he states that there's nobody that's able to tell those kind of things that you use another time. And I state there is. And maybe those kind of people should be listened to. But
some reason. Sister sent me that information. I feel like I'm being rude to her, but I explained to her that, talk to my wife. Otherwise, the information is so, just so the facts. I'm a partner group you, so forth, but I'll speak to you through my wife, but the thing that she sent, like I showed to her, is about communication. Stupid shit wouldn't let me share with her. I was going to share with the picture. So hey, if you guys want to communicate something, and so forth, there's something wrong. Something I've been trying to talk with people about and install it. So hey, how you join the group? This person has started that once again. Start conversation on that. In a sense of such. But again, his stuff states that they're able to do the things, yet his stuff doesn't state in the means of his woo-woo. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I state for years to pay fucking attention. You just might one day be doing what you're doing. One of the chances that I get attention of you, like my mom, and I have a conversation. Because now, that won't just be to you. Let me read it. All the things that they talk about in there, you have several hundred videos of everything and every modality and so forth and side venture that you can dream of having an illustration of what that speaks about. And we got 1,000 videos. Go on. Henceforth, the videos of his passages is where he's talking about that. And we run an experiment and show him that. I'm trying to get your attention. In real life, in real time. But one knows what one was doing at that time. Because it wasn't Etsy. So, one now is taking the time. But just remember, the energetics and so forth and the things you have witnessed when one chose to observe. It's up to you how you retained it. And do correlations in a sense to where you're not just reading something. When again, a lot of what is in there you have lived. If not, everything that is in there you live and are doing right now. The balancing of your sister-in-law. Comprehend? Now you'll see where it stems from. Because it never comes from him first. Not yours. Radionics came from our Abrams. Yours is not that. Completely different.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It's not part of the genealogic fucking. They show you when you. I understand what you're saying. They show you a genealogic tree, but this is from a different family. Like, you being sold the concept that it ain't, but not anybody's gonna. Not a lot of people are gonna put it together. But they're damaging themselves by doing so because, and the seller too is damaging itself because it's being misclassified. In all reality, I understand what you're saying. And there's because definitely there's a missing link, because this is, and when you put an electromagnetic field detector and there's nothing to it, you can tell there's nothing being radiated. There's no radiation. There's nothing. So it's not radionics.
So why is it banned? I wonder why. But yet openly you can buy things that are sold as gimmicks, but they're not gimmicks. So the same as that.
Psytronics or psychotronics.
No, it's a different field but the same. It still just takes intention. It's worth me saying, read this right here. As easy as this, and these people ignore this. Again, it still comes back from the stuff of the other videos that you only watched and I had you watch with me. To understand again, this comes back still from intention. And how much you go to say that common. You wish to grow or amplitude, if you wish to project the energetics and create an engine. Say, change the time domain. Which way did your parents ride? Do you think they went left or right? Something to contemplate. One way would have killed him, the other way didn't kill him. That's the outcome of the way that the cars come and slowed them down. Made it stall out. The person was still driving forward when it was going in reverse.
Can't explain how.
But, again,
There's some crazy
depending
shit.
on which way, again, the person's chirality, make them go from here. Or, well, at the speed at which they were going. Was it the left hemisphere of the brain or the right hemisphere of the brain of the driver that took control? Was it the left hemisphere or the right hemisphere of your father that took control? Was it the left hemisphere or the right hemisphere of your mother that took control? In that description.
My dad, the logic came, like, was no emotional, was no, like, it was, the way my mom described it, he calmly called the man's name and asked him to proceed in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? As like snapping him off the sleep and at the same time like seeking for a reaction. You know, because my mom is like, I open one eye and all I see is like brushes and I heard the first. My mom said the first thing what brought her out of the sleep was she heard my dad calling the guy's name. And the guy didn't respond, so my dad called the guy's name again. My mom woke up, and she said he seen brushes and whatnot, and then all of a sudden she saw a wall, and she said this wall was coming to me super fast. Speed limit, I guess they were going 75 to 80. That's what their highways in Argentina. Well, they're not even highways if they're still what I've seen. But yeah, no lights. You got like it's a 2.5 or 3 hour
you have
drive, but there's
distance in between where if one would have went the opposite way of the road, depending on how they fell, the passing car that almost collided with them wouldn't have seen them. They might not have get seen until morning, or say dusk, because of the way the terrain is there. And the ruralness, as you describe them, since it takes such a long distance to get in between. If it's dark and so forth, depending on how wreck can be. The person in the rural area usually is there until dusk time, depending on how the wreck goes.
their seatbelts on.
It's not law in Argentina to use a seatbelt in the back, so nobody's accustomed to do it. Unless there's checkpoints that there used to be, that they said at a point there was. By like, local military kind of, it's not local military, but they call it gendarmeria. It's like, I don't know, municipal people. They're dressed differently. They're not sheriff or anything like that. They're military. But anyhow, it's not by law. So my mom, that's why she said that. Because I didn't grow up wearing a seatbelt at all.
I know, and I didn't really either. But I won't know. Since I'm not in the equipment that
So I asked my mom, what do you think? And she said, well, so my feeling is, she said, I'm getting this feeling where, same feeling that I've gotten before, she said. And so she said, a few years ago, when I first went visit you to the United States, before I went visit you, she said a week before I was going to go travel to see you, when I was first here in 2012, 13, when she was came visit, my mom said a week before traveling, we were renting, because they were at this new house that they were building, so they were renting a house. And she said, we were renting the house there on that street. And she said, and as I was leaving the house, I saw a police on the corner. And she thought to herself, this is super weird. Like, you don't typically see police around like that in Argentina, So she thought to herself, this is really weird. And then the same day, she got to her office, and there was a police car on the corner too. So she told herself, this is just so what my mom is telling me, she told herself, this is my grandma wanting to tell me something. So that night, she said, with my own thoughts and paranoia, I took the wallet out of my purse. And she said, Maria, the next day, I was in traffic in the light. The window got broken. No, the window got broken. Her purse got stolen. And guess what? Because she knew she was traveling in a week and she didn't want her shit stolen, and she took those things as signs. She had taken the wallet out. So she was able to travel. So she said, next week, we're supposed to travel to the capital by car, she said. And she said, I'm having the same feeling somehow that I had 10 years ago. It's like 9 years ago in 2012. So my mom is saying, I'm having that same feeling. Like this one was you got it cheap. Like you got it. Thank God nothing happened, but get it as a warning or something like that. That's what my mom is saying. Like that's the feeling she's getting. Because next week they're supposed to travel.
To where?
To the capital city.
For what?
To go do something. And my mom said they gotta travel.
As I was saying about her parents, we gotta keep them from fucking.
Well, because they already had that schedule, but they weren't supposed to be in Argentina back now. Their whole trip got, remember?
I know it got changed and all that
like
stuff.
3 weeks
yes,
or
I
something.
know, but
so they were
that's
not
an excuse
supposed.
of what?
I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just saying what?
I said I'm just letting you know.
I know that. Yes, and they had to help and do everything and so forth and blah blah blah. But what does that have to do with still learning about afterwards?
I don't know what they're going to the capital city for. They're having to go to the capital city, so I haven't asked my mom what they were going for. If I ask my mom, then I can let you know why they're running about. there must be something they have to do before then they settle down, and then in October 12, I believe they're coming here. And from what my mom was saying, that I didn't get to talk in depth on the matter, she was saying that they had conversed with my dad and they were gonna come here with a flight ticket and stay for a month and then do adjustment status and so stay here. So that might be the last time they're having to handle their own business. It might be the last time they get to travel to go to the capital city. So I was just sharing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the law. Be it that this just happened and it might be the right time, might be the wrong time, but I'll throw up at this again. We all need to do a living will.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if one is taking on what you're taking on. If, so for law, say we shot into the future, and last night didn't happen the way that it did, and this already went through, how do you fulfill that? Comprehend?
Mm-hmm.
Because what is set with them breathing like us, they have that allocated for, but that wouldn't be where that would go because, you know, your country would seize it. Or whatever person that is of the estate. Don't follow this, listen. And because mom has explained to you that cousin is in control as such, whatever that would be there for them would be allocated in a sense, bound into inheritance or whatnot. Unless you guys talk or the property is set. And again, you still would have to talk with your siblings.
I lost my parents.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because of what just happened, that talk that I've been saying for several years, that we would need to do something and figure out what we do with this and all of our things, because several times we've had that happen and we're like, and I said, well, who the fuck, and I said it to mom and dad, what would you guys do with our property? And I just get a blank stare, like, huh? And I was like, well, fuck, we've gone through that several times, and when they visited, I've asked them that, of going, hey, we need to sit down as a family, because if something happened to us, what happens to our stuff? Well, now they're moving here, so it's the same thing. Of what happens to either or of us? Without a whole bunch of little weird ass shit taking what is there to do like they do with the fucking Jeffrey Steiner fucking shit, where the lawyers took all the goddamn shit, and the women got $10 million out of $1 billion fucking shit that was set aside, and it's like, how the fuck did you guys walk away with $10 million? You know what I'm saying? When the estate was several billion.
I'll have a conversation with my dad.
Because this state's such, what
We tried to
I
plan it.
think, because it being such raw, and the several times that I've had this talk before wasn't because of it being a family member having happened to them, it was because it had happened to us, and we had all our stuff in the store, and then that was different, but the same as this, but different because the shop, the house, the store, those can easily be proven that it was ours, but if someone walked into the store because they had a key, because we have this goofy ass word fucking landlords, who's to state what was there and what wasn't? Comprehend what I'm saying? It's always been a thing that we've had an issue where I've always brought up 3 times a year of, we need to figure out what we're doing, because certain things have either happened of me either being fucking almost arrested
arrested or us in a car accident and being hurt. You understand? It's a thing of adultness that needs to be thought of, especially now we're in a pandemic. All this kind of fucking goofy ass shit. Not saying we'll get sick, but who knows what will happen with someone whose mind is somewhere else as they're driving or whatnot. Like what just had happened. And what had happened with us the last time when I brought this up, where me and you almost went off the road, where I asked, well, where's your mind at right now where you're driving? You know, that was the last time I brought up. We need to figure something out because what will we do? So, in that note of such, again, God forbid anything happen, but if we already were, say, 8 months from now, and that happened, and signed, done deal, everything, because of someone's choice of not wishing to do something paid out, why I keep stating do it in this manner if you wish to, besides having money put back in to what you have to survive on, you have a means of if you're sick or anything else, like what my grandpa and my siblings have done, rest in peace, in this country, where they want money to keep you healthy, or property or whatever you can loan against. Otherwise, what you have in the account, and any assets that you have, they go after. And so, if one has a means of ways of doubling or making such, and putting the house that you wish to buy, and putting that money back that you spent to build it, because again, the way that you're doing it, it's on your credit. It doesn't have to be paid out forthwith. So again, the property that you are getting added with this and doubling it, whatever is put in to put the driveway, the septic and so forth, goes for the roundabout equity of all the property, and will equal more than what you put in, as you understand, from living here and seeing how it's done. In that same accord, you don't have bureaucracy where you can't have a trailer or what you want set there to live in. While you build that equity, or because of such, you do a mortgage against it, and again, because of your parents' age, or yourself, because, again, cutting me off, adding another person with the credit that they have, and you guys having the credit that you have, one can appropriate this for a lot more, and build several houses, or again, build a big ass house if you wish to, but have the equity to do such, and the credit to be able to get such, and build whatever you'd like, or build each of your siblings or family member a house on this if you wanted to, with that creditability, by doing such. Otherwise, they do that up there, and again, their supplemental income is not going to fit their lifestyle, besides the things and other hiccups that can happen in life. And be it that it's not being bought out forthwith, and doing the mannerism that you were raised with and that they know how to do. With that credit back up, if not all their fucking shit is paid off when they come here in zero, out, all the cards, as you do, and they come here with their past life debt baggage, stop for a law when one of them gets sick or goes, whoever's left has that debt incurred, to where that's not going to the payment that's attached to you. Do you understand? It's the same predicament that I am with my mother, but in a different state. But close. And as soon as they touch down here and use the fact that your dad had this, bring all the medical papers and so forth and start filing for Medicare and assistance, it will be hard because of what they have to live on. It will state that their income is too much. And all that type of care will have to be out of pocket, which is expensive here. It's not dollar to peso. It's dollar with inflation, if you understand. You can't just come with dollars like at home to pay a nurse, like what was going on. You understand? These are things that need to be thought about. Truly. Especially because of what just happened. Your dad's at rest because his body's in shock. You understand? Traumatic event besides being stiff. You understand? Sister's stuff is done. Scan Papa. And scan your mom. You have a thing that has you guys' hair together as a family. Put it to balance. So that you get that mirror refraction. Again, I had done a scan on a person while you were scanning that was not a family member of me. That's why I asked you how such was done. The other was my mother. That should be easy for you to understand. Don't mean to keep you from your book, but those things, those engines. As Mom stated, it's not my time yet. Okay, we'll grab the snake by the head. What did you see flash before your eyes, as you stated in those milliseconds? What do you see before you know that you need to do? Comprehend? That someone woken? Do you let them go back to sleep? Or do you see what the flower opens up to? As again, if someone's mind was set up and they're able to see all their stuff. Okay, well, what do you see when you put it together? Because several times I explained to you that it's happened to me. I come with questions and I ask people those things when I figure out the stuff that I have. Because in an alternate parallel, your parents didn't survive. Another parallel, one was hurt. Another one not. Another parallel, the opposite. Mom didn't wake up and they hit. Dad and the driver wake up. They're both hurt because why? They're stiff. Comprehend? Especially as you know what type of vehicles that they're driving in. And the speed. And the way the terrain and so forth is. You guys drive those French cars that flip easy. So it's really miraculous that what they went through, it didn't flip. Oh, that's mercy. But again, the locality of what you wish to observe is where you're at. What do you do at that time? Repeat that as fresh. I'm speaking on it because, again, ourselves, I'm speaking as you know, always to self too, because I listen to myself. Try to. We need to do ourselves. It's just getting crazy. Again, that balance is done on scissor. It's only 10 o'clock.
I'm not gonna scan my parents right now. I was supposed to do this if I didn't spend most of the morning.
Just do a quick scan. see where they're. Please, I don't wish to force you to do anything. I was just asking you to see, in relation to the question that you're asking Mom, you weren't able to ask Dad. So in a sense, what state of mind do you think, as in the line of questioning that might be sticking my foot in my mouth, of what you were asking Mom, in a sense of, what was your state of being? Like, where were you at when you were dreaming? So where were Dad, in a sense, where he was dreaming, in a sense of, did anybody ask where the where the driver thought he was? It goes back to me asking this question several days before, if you remember. I was arguing, stating, have you done like I had you do for my mom? And change that date. Before getting into such type long lines. I said, did you do as I'd asked you do for my mom? That we'd change the date that was seen for your parents. As I had asked and stated to you several days before, and I had done a while back, but in a sense, I'll just state this: if one had done as one was suggesting and asking you to do, you would have seen this. So as I was suggesting that I discerned from, probably misinterpreted from your conversation with your mother earlier, that you were asking her where she was at when she was dreaming. Be it that you heard all the observations and so forth from the parents. One should ask them if they asked where the driver was, because your father was sleeping. I was stating, don't just do a balance, but scan them and see what was going on and why. As you were asking that question, in a sense of what you're bringing into one's reality. Auric shock and other things like that. Trace marker or something. I should say helping them go into the issues that they have. Different things in the sense of their shielding being down. look like it's winter time. Actually, 25 degrees colder than it was. All of a sudden, we're gonna snap back. You roasting. There you go. What it's about to do. Non-locality unified. Fact number. Are you scanning first?
I'm going to scan my data.
6 hours now. Here, kidneys, this area, here, and the different meridians and chakras that go with such, and then the stress pulse release. And you have a little bit of pancreas and liver shock. If restraint was on, depending on how the bodies were articulated in the back seat and done against each other as if I did like a teacup ride at Disneyland.
I think so.
You know,
Spinning the tunnel thing.
the teacup ride. I'm trying to remember where the hell they were positioned. One was stuck to the other person. And then as such, Papa's gonna have a little inflammation in his knee and so forth.
I'm tensing up.
From going like that. You know? See. Hopefully no. Stomach stuff too. Depending on if they ate or whatnot afterwards, or if they had a full stomach when it happened.
My dad's physical vitality is 77. Their vitality at 83.8. Functional vitality at 83.6. Mental vitality 81.3. So physical shock. Overall vitality 85. Crown center. 85. 84 on the third eye. 83 on the throat center. 82 on the heart center. 73 on the solar plexus. 79 on the sacral chakra. And 84.8 on the root center. Negative influences. 10.4. Aura shock. 11.5 on the aura. 84.9. meridian 79. Urinary bladder meridian. 70.8. So urinary bladder meridian. Digestive system. 76.6.
What are you doing?
Scanning the digestive system. Just scanning through the whole system. I get a stick and rectum imbalances. Sphincter muscle interior. At 68.8.
So, stop what you're doing. Add in as a word tuning. Is this from the accident? If it's not, you need to talk to your dad and address and ask Mom, have you noticed anything different with Dad's stool? Then ask, have you seen him be in any discomfort? And address this to Father. Because it's something like what our son-in-law, with those readings right there, there's no way that no one's not noticing. Comprehend. It might have been exacerbated from the wreck and not such a high reading. Or it came from the wreck. Understand what I'm saying? If it's not from the wreck and it's at something that high, then what he needs to do is I ask you on myself and find a finite point, but also detective work of asking Mom, because those readings would give you on the physical bulk side results. You understand?
Our chances are that it did not initiate it from the car shock.
Okay. So, the helping of dad in and out of the bathroom and shower and so forth, those muscles that are needed to get up and down are amongst that group that is having an issue. Again, why I stated it's on the cinnamon balance. You were given the Easter egg a week ago. You understand? A quick scanning through the sub-programs.
Yes, I'm scanning through all the
I'm just speaking because...
Oh, yeah, I'm scanning... No, not some program. I'm scanning through all the programs now. I was in the digestive system, and the rectum is the last thing, the last sub-program, so...
Of the digestive system?
Yeah. Of the digestive system, so now was back to the programs. And I found myself scanning, let me see.
But yeah, with that different insight of that, seeing that what you found, because are you still back in the mindset of doing as you were doing before, or are you with the mindset now, consciousness of building? Comprehend what I just asked? Well, I stated to mom. Well, I stated, you understand? Because what you observe now is going to be different. And before that. You understand?
Mm-hmm. So I started I went back to the beginning of the list of all the systems, and I started scanning, and I got a stick in ophthalmological system, and now I'm scanning through all of the ophthalmological imbalances and manifestations that can be done in that system. I got a stick on ophthalmological structure and function, vitreous body. The last one of a lot of sub problems. We're gonna scan the whole mechanism of the system. So arteries and whatnot. I'm gonna do a quick scan. So I'm getting a stick in one of the first tuning to the outer nuclear layer. $64.7. Retina left. $76.5. Retina right. 78.6. scanning through all of the parts. Now that's about it. Okay, so the eyes, and now I'm gonna go back to the systems and put on a quick scan.
Get that thing holes sealed up so that nobody wants to stay in and make them food. It's bleeding out Oracle.
I'm in the flower essences, and the flower essence for the psychological system suggested for my dad from my dad is chaparral.
How do you spell it?
Chaparral, Chaparral, chaparral. Can you say that?
Chaparral.
No, chaparral.
I can't say the R's like you. It's a cultural thing for you, so.
Chaparral. And its Latin name is Chaparro amargosa. Something bitter. Something bitter. Like that. And I keep scanning on the flower essences until the end of the list, and then I'm gonna keep scanning on everything else. I thought you asked me how you say it, so you would look it up for me. But basically, not the case. Not this time. Having a conversation out loud. We're in an airplane. Okay. So let's see.
Drum roll.
Oh. Chaparral. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
When I do this at night, I think I'm gonna wake you up. You never wake up. A powerful cathartic essence. Chaparral is a powerfully cathartic essence for deep cleansing of the psyche, especially for disturbances manifest in dreams. And that always says that he has really interesting dreams. I always associate it with alcohol and whatever, lack of sleep, deprivation of sleep, and different times medication.
I just remember what your husband said to you when you were arguing with me, and I said no, stand in.
So
see this, and this.
We have a remarkable report about Chaparral from a woman whose elderly father had experienced terrible nightmares and hallucinations, apparently triggered by media reports of the torture of prisoners. He was diagnosed with dementia, hospitalized, drugged with antipsychotic, and tied to a bed, barely able to speak. His daughter was told he would need to be in a lock-up nursing home for the rest of his life. She decided to try flower essence, says, based on the indications in the FES respiratory. She started administering chaparral and St. John's flower essence. Let's see. Left unsaid in the report is the possibility that the hallucinations and nightmares were a kind of sympathetic re-experiencing of the horrific fear and suffering of the tortured prisoners. Just as a chaparral herb is a powerful antioxidant, blood cleanser, and detox remedy, so the flower essence can act as a psychic detox. Chaparral is prepared from something known as creosote bush from the acrid aroma produced by its volatile oils. Antes, flower essences were developed. Well, not this. Chaparral. But here they're
Why
putting.
don't you look up the metaphysical properties of it?
But the thing is that in the Latin name is slightly different of what they're showing there. And I'm just wondering if it's a variation of it. It says positive qualities, balance, psychic awareness, deep penetration, and understanding of the transpersonal aspect of oneself, pattern of imbalance, psychic and physical toxicity, disturbed dreams, and chaotic inner life, toxicity due to drugs, violence, or post-traumatic stress.
See what your echo chamber algorithm gets to you, and that your eyes look at more or less. Or not, since you're always stuck looking a certain way, I think. Stand it out somewhere.
Useful for physical and psychic toxicity induced by witnessing or being the victim of violence. Helps cleanse the psyche of disturbing images and impressions. Use this essence to release from the psyche all manner of chaotic thoughts, feelings, and attitudes. Chaparral can clean some drug residue from the body, including prescription drug residue.
Sounds like he
And another one was
has
suggested for
been
him too.
accepting of something that is not conducive to its intrinsic rattle.
See. Oh, my dad. Yeah, probably when, because he watches the news a lot, and he's watching, and that's triggering his own things that of his own past that he has not worked through, and is constantly reviving, right? Reliving over and over, and empathizing through that.
What was the other suggested one?
Nectarine.
Since you gave it to yourself. And it wasn't said while the scan was being done.
Nectarine flower essence.
You understand? If we're doing something in the manner that we're doing, why is it an afterglow and not the initial fire? Comprehend?
Yeah.
No, you don't. Because again, nectarine flower essence would have been stated as you were scanning it. That was not. It's the afterglow stating such information.
Yeah, because I said, I'm gonna. I spell it to you, and I said, do you want to look it up so I can keep scanning? And I follow with keep scanning. The nectarine was scanned, and then I looked up to you, and I said, oh, I'll look up the.
Nectarine was scanned, but it was not stated that you were scanning nectarine.
No, it wasn't
Again,
stated.
this is the afterglow. And you're explicitly fighting and keeping with the afterglow.
Okay. Nectarine flower essence.
By stating that I was going to look it up, and when do I look it up? Again, giving more energy to the afterglow than the initial scan. When you didn't want to do the scan, so in context, what I was asking you to do is something for my own accord and toward why I'm recording, so please do it in the manner in which I'm asking you. Hello? Since you didn't want to do it on your own, and your body language and so forth, and huffing and all that shit. When someone states you should scan them instead of just balancing them, get an up-to-date scan.
it'd be intriguing since you were asking the mother what. You'll see some things. Or to send them balance, which would be what you wish to do, and your consciousness in control of your body at the time stating it was wanting to do, and what it was going to do. Be it that you're doing as you're doing, and consciousness sitting there stating that it was going along with what I was asking. Please, if you can stick with that. Otherwise, what's the point? You should have just sent them a balance. Because again, like I was stating while I was irritated with the information of me and my mom communicating, it eliminates me being able to go over and talk and see and so forth on things. You understand? So again, without emotional response and all those kind of things, see again where I'm coming from. Otherwise, I'm just sitting there trying to, and you can do what you was doing, balance and watch a TV show and go to sleep. That's why my mom would say it's only 10 o'clock at the time.
That's gonna be.
Yeah. You watch your TV show and go to sleep. Not stating that you're watching TV in a sense. Entertainment of the mind and seeing and acquiring something. Again, when I stated you are living everything that's in that book every day. So while you're doing such, you can still be reading on it. You just can't what? You're following and showed something. So on the indifference of saying what you read in there, what is a chapter on, and I was talking with you and stating that is what the gentleman is such. When you potentialize and when you scan somebody, that right there is in accordance with such. Along with everything else in there, but if you wish to see. Because it'll show you the waveform and other things and such, and how that communication pattern communicates with the target. And gives you that biogravitational. Why I state these fools keep and then fucking plagiarize people's information and terms and so forth. But anyhow. You can continue reading the book as you're doing your work, or like I was saying, one was doing it in the sense of taking in the energetics and watching it as a TV show in the mind. And therefore, for one does pay a window for oneself, and one does a correlation, as I was stating, since you've lived everything and so forth, and practices and different things, and have all the videos and everything that the man's saying and writing about, you know. You can watch a TV show. Like I said, I'm gonna watch my TV show. I'm just sitting and doing zikr or doing dogs in the meditation or laying down in the bed and doing zikr. And something like I'm sleeping. And then going to sleep. And waking up and being rested. After intentionally doing something like just I was talking about and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna shut up. So nectarine is good for what?
Nectarine blossom magnifies tolerance, affection, and thoughtfulness, increasing the desire to be at service and perform random acts of kindness.
Speak up.
It softens our character and brings out our good intentions and makes us feel like we're among friends. Magnifies gentleness, sweetness, softness, camaraderie, friendliness, desire to be at service, and to do nice things for others.
Camaraderie. Being in a group, feeling like you're part. That's the opposite side of care. Yeah, okay. Your parents are at home? They just flew back from being with your sister? Is that what I just heard? They just got off the airplane and got in an accident?
I believe you were right. Yeah.
So think of that scan. If your dad just spent that time with your sister and your mom, how does that scan show? That shit right there.
just going through
and
one's
hence they
head.
decided to be a service, perform random acts of kindness. It softens our character and brings out good intentions and makes us feel among friends.
Why would that be suggested for somebody? Because what mind chatter is going on in their head, which is the opposite of such, is why it's being suggested to facilitate that feeling and grow that feeling inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be suggested. To me, it sounds like the carrot, like with our daughter and your mother-in-law. You stated that your father mimics my mom. Well, I stated those verbs are in the same degree as such in chirality. You know what I'm saying? So my question is, if, as I thought I heard your mom state, the accident happened, them coming home from the airport, from flying back from spending all this beautiful time with sister. How does your father have dad if we know the get down, if it's the same as here, where dad presents himself to where if he's not feeling well, he says go on and spend your time. I don't wish to be a bother, right? Mom dropped the Easter egg of I have to help your dad. How is it that the picture, and the last time I seen my in-laws, they're having a meal and talking about how good it was and so forth and these things. If it's just the three of us, and we're talking about how well that is, how is the scan showing that I need the flower essence showing that I'm inclusive in the group and feeling of camaraderie when I was just with my fucking wife and my daughter that I haven't seen in several years? It's a pandemic where we're having the time of our life. We're not able to stay in her place. We are in a hotel together. It's just a relationship like us. It's back like, or you're a child. How does that come about in this game? What's happening here? You comprehend what I'm saying? In the conversation I was asking you guys to have, because of those artifacts passed around, and not just rippled to sister, but it goes back and forth. But again, if they just came back from vacation, like I stated when Mason was scanned, how the fuck is Mason scanned? So that if he's a 3-year-old child, it should be, you know, same for dad. They just came back as they stated, as they were here stating, I'm so happy and proud and look how beautiful it is and all this stuff. We just spent a month, we spent more time than we were supposed to, or you thought and planned. It was just supposed to be you, Dad. Then Mom popped up. As I stated, should have just been him.
Well, in the
Just hear
greater picture,
just hear what I'm saying.
with the other
Understand before, if I can finish, why I stated before they went there, and it was thought that only Dad was going. I said that would be beautiful, and we both had a conversation on it, because they've never had that. It was the same as if Dad was supposed to come here by himself. You know what I'm saying? Again, if it's just been the three of them, yes, the other flower essence, but again, they chiral out with each other, and again, I'm stating, the mother or the codependent bond that you stated that you mix with, be it that the only one that I have is my mom, and Kara was suggested as her flower essence. And however fuck you wish to afro the stuff you're gonna say about your dad's flower essence, that was suggested with the other flower essence, like with my mom's other flower essence, and our daughter's other flower essence, that was still suggested with Kara. It has to do with associative group and so forth. But yet differently than your dad's, but still in the sense of a group and belonging to a group, comrades. When in such quarters for the last however much time they've been there, for a month or 2 months,
I'm just asking, I'm not attacking, I'm just asking, how is such, if Facebook and all that stuff, I'm just stating, in social groups and all that kind of thing, that everyone on the outside is a C, as we normally would be in my questioning of, if we're projecting onto this, what's inside of me ruling, running this, as I look onto this, and I look and go, oh man, I'd love to be there at that restaurant having a meal. Where was he? Comprehending what I'm asking and suggesting. Because where was he? If he was there and included, in no way am I attacking, I'm just saying a hypothetical metaphor. If he was there during that time, something that is stating of being inclusive in a group, but not in a sense group like Kira. Group, yes, but different than a group. Camaraderie. Look up what that word means. Understand why your husband is stating what he's stating. In the shock, in the PTSD of imbibing something and holding on to that.
Mutual trust or friendship among people who spend a lot of time together.
Hello? Now, is that the inner group that he was just sticking it for that long? Or is it external? Because like you stated, they're going to the capital and this is their time and they're coming here. It might be their last time there, whatnot.
And also looking at the bigger picture is as it's shown the toxicity in the mind, but as sort of like bringing in the outer world of what one is constantly absorbing. Because my dad is very much in the news that he watches is in the humanitarian aspect of like, if I talk to him, few things that he would bring up is like, what's happening in Africa, the military killing so many people and this and this and that, and so constantly focusing on that aspect of society would not, one would be thirsty for, the opposite side of the scale to that, to sort of try to, but not one, but one in one's higher self be thirsty for that, because one in oneself and consciousness is just absorbing that, and sort of like you were saying, you're among people that it could be both ways. It could be that my sister and my mom unconsciously not realizing it are were hanging out or not, despite my dad's limitations, physical limitation. So if they're gonna go on a bike ride or not, maybe my dad would stay.
That's the things I've been commenting on for years, honey.
But at the same time, they can also be super inclusive, but one can be having this mind chatter and sort of like not being able to see that. So one higher self is
family, we need to
saying,
speak on it, so it doesn't have something like that, if that's a probability of why that's there. And especially because, again, the Easter egg was given. And having to help your father here now. That's why I say, I'll talk with you about these things, and the way I'm attacking, I'm just asking you to look into it and the stuff that you see, like truly look into it, and then you're in contact with them always, so on that emotional side, respond to yourself with my questions, and
at it in those manners of how does that reflect in your dad's skin. Again, if these people suffer a lot. Actually, yes, these people who are my clients that I just scanned just got off the airplane from having a trip with their daughter they have not seen for over a year. How does that come up? What is the root and so forth would be what you see. And then you'll see the other imbalances and how those chakras are out. Now, if you're done with dad's scan mom and see if the chirality is similar, the same, or different.
Yeah.
Hypothesize on what would be the opposite of her chirality. Or, again, like I was stating, they may have the same similar issues here and so forth, and auric shock from having something smack them while they're in that car in that part of the highway. I was asking to have them ask the driver where he was at, and he was gone.
And what told him that it was alright to just go on that trip in his head and dissociate.
What was he thinking about before he last remembers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You understand why I wasn't attacking and asking to please scan and stating it's the opposite chirality of Carrick, is it not? And that you understand I'm saying the only reason why the similarity is, in the sense to say the camaraderie. But it's different than a group. Because you can be in a group. But camaraderie is more. Comprehend? You understand that? Well, I've been pushing that and saying, but if we just come back from there, you know, not doing it in a damaging way, just asking you because your sister, your daughter, and the person's been talking with him this whole damn time. So,
Did you get some apple juice?
yes, man. Scan moment for them scanning dead, please. Before you pass out.
I'm not passing out.
And then, you gotta scan your sister. If you wish to tomorrow or whatnot, just to see. Because one can triangulate if it's a mix of what was seen there or what was epigenetically done, say ambiently, to subconsciously, ambiently, to what one was wishing to turn on the light in the sense of holding the phone and absorbing that energy and drinking. You understand what I mean by that? If you have all the same correlation between mom, brother, and sister, dad, sister, and mom, be it that they're not affixed to the television, watching the same thing, or this phone. You understand? It's like with me asking you to do that thing to see if you can use the computer and so forth. The tablet and the phone, so you're not stuck using the computer so you can see then it goes into option B of, as you would say, if you ever, when you were somewhat older, switch schools. You understand what I'm saying? It could be something that Dad is going through because of stuff that wasn't worked on when he was younger. And moving here again is like switching schools and having to make new friends. And to get that camaraderie. It may not be from mom and sister, Negro and so on and so forth. Because again, he's switching schools now. You understand what I mean? And things that were not worked on will if changing of school or graduating, if you wish to say, and going to a different school class, or some of the people that you know will be coming and visiting and so forth, but everyone else is going to be new. Again, that's a form of group, but then also camaraderie of how do we keep, that trust, or it's like when I was talking with my mom of, you see all this stuff on the outside, but yet those that are close will refract, and we have this issue where what's going on. So
let's see what the mirror says.
who's in control as you project out and so forth, as one is, say, as it showed, as they're walking around, somebody's viewing other people's relationships or whatnot, and doing like my mom as you're sitting by the river, and projecting, and saying, I see that, I see myself in that, before finally stating, who's in control while you do that, because you don't know what's going on in the other person's head, and while you're doing that, you're not in your head.
Feeling like you have not been invited to the party when really everybody that is in the party is there because they don't want to be home on your side because you're having to go home. Always the grass seems green on the other side, and it's like not really.
Dad's mimicking my mom right now. And sport play used to go to pin a ball. You understand?
I'm finishing the scan through all of the systems.
Very good.
Yes.
L.E.N.R video. Totally matters.
And that's about it. What he's got to say. And sure. No. No. I'm entering the description of the session. Looking for my mom in clients list. Energy clearance. Them just scare me. They're like Wonder Do, I swear. Like, just my friends scare me.
$100,000 acres tonight.
Okay, Viral system. Physical vitality. $80. Etheric vitality. $76. Emotional vitality. $69.
You could hear it in her voice waveling when she was speaking with you.
Okay.
Said you could hear it in her voice earlier when she was speaking with you.
Mental vitality. $69. Overall vitality. 71.3. Cheryl. Chakras. Crown center. 79.6. Third eye. 69. Throat center. 70. Heart center. 58. I don't mean to laugh. Solar plexus is mama.
can understand why you did though. It's a shock to see. Because right now as you're scanning, if you wish to see, one can look back at the previous things that's done recently and it would be a shock to see. And again, why is this so low?
I think it can be tied to when she was crying on how she gets like she has a hard time on the farewells. When she was saying she started crying, saying that she didn't want Lucia to go to the station. I think the bus station with them or something. Because she cries and because she don't know when she's gonna see her again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I can tie to. Solar plexus 72.
But if you put a little bit more energetic and such, magnetically, that afterglow ping wouldn't come up so heavily as that being a bulk nugget being there when you went over with your magnetic detector all this state. I'll bring what I just said to you.
Mm-hmm. Solar plexus 72. Sacral chakra 70. And root chakra 71.
You gotta get them up, otherwise they're going into the city to get fucking jumped on, dude. Shit's gonna jump on them and eat on them. I'll bring one upstairs.
Negative influences. My mom 22. Or a shock. .7 aura 74.4. Damn, that makes sense. 26.7 plus 74.4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm off by 1, huh? By 0.1. Crazy. Aura 74.4. Okay, let's see. Meridians. Stomach meridian. 68.8.
What is it?
Oh, I'm just gonna look up stomach meridian.
Stomach meridian, what number?
The emotions that are associated with it.
What number?
I have to scan.
Okay.
The
It just
I don't have it, but one yeah, stomach meridian point. I will. I gotta get out of that program and go to another program. Meridians.
ascertain if it's a bulk accident from the accident or if it's one induced from fucked up signal. You understand?
you from the way the body is in the accident, or the body hitting, so forth. If one didn't have the seatbelt on, if one had the seatbelt on, then I would tell you would have pancreas and liver and other things. Look at me. The seatbelt goes across this way. And across the belt. Look at me, please. When you get constrained from that impact, understand what I was pointing out to you, because they weren't wearing one. Pointing to you, the body points which were open that are going to get hit as the body gets moved around. And again, riding in a teacup, you're thrown, depending on which way they articulated. You know what I'm saying? And the body moving or them into each other or whatnot. One has to figure out if that's from a potentiation like this, hitting, or if it's from this.
That hits harder.
Yes, and causes disease. The other, put some fucking CBD oil in it, mom, you're alright. Comprehend? The other, we need to address it because it's gotten to this point, like the thing in the colon. With Dad. You know what I'm saying? Since one was stating you're doing what you're doing for residency in Spain, well, we need to address this, and you go to Spain and handle this before you come here. Otherwise, you come here and you can't go there. Like I stated, everything that you thought about is gone because it's expensive here to get those kind of stuff taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Really expensive. You live about 4 hours away from the doctor places that you would have to go to have that done properly. You know what I'm saying? That's just in the Bay Area and stuff. I'm down in Bakersfield. I would do the fucking endoscopy and all that shit properly. Or just going to the East Coast. Or you're going to Spain. Vasectomy was something that they were trying to do. An idea. So, they're coming here and they don't know if it's their last time scanning, honey, and make sure everything's cool so that they can, at home, or it's motherfucking free right now, go get their bells and whistles checked. Comprehend? Where it's free. And you guys have the ability of actually seeing the good free doctors and not the fucking, as you stated, just like Rideout, where Rideout's not free if you wait all that damn day for it, but there it is. And at least you do get Medicare and it's not called Rideout. Be it the poor side or the fucking upper side. You know what I'm saying? What are you looking into? I only question because again this is being recorded for yourself.
My stomach meridian. The emotions associated with it.
I'll shut up. So what are you finding out? And be it that you're finding this, has mom, while she has been there, has she commented anything to you about food, eating anything? Your siblings commented that she said anything, or has Dad said anything that you know? Because again, it's just you. You'll have to talk with the emotional side. What are you looking at?
I was looking at the meridian that came up on my dad to see the emotions in that meridian. So for my mom,
Let's keep it oral. Let's keep it oral.
says
taking notes for yourself.
The stomach meridian, stomach consciousness issues, digestion of food, digestion of life and people, receiving, assimilation.
What did I say before you started your scan? Why you should start your scan. Now take it over and make it your scan. You understand? And create a new memory for me. Comprehend what I just said there? Because of what you stated to me. That we don't share any memories. So be it that before the scan started you said you were just going to send a balance and I asked you to please do such. Scan them. And I told you what you would find. Be it that you've edified what I stated. Now you just have to ask your parents, did they eat? Or do you even listen to this yet? As I stated those words to you.
Digestion of food, digestion of life and people, receiving, assimilation, critical, gullible, intolerance, rejection, worry, thinking, confusion, conscious mind, nurturing, feeding, nourishment, strength, groundedness, stability, mania, open-mindedness. Common signs of stomach imbalance. The stomach meridian also have a vital role in our mental state. Imbalance can cause anxiety, confusion, hyperactivity, depression, instability, doubt, suspicious, mania, suicidal tendencies, slowness at assimilating ideas, and some type of ADD. Stomach meridian imbalance may involve certain factors such as holding nourishment, digesting ideas, dread, fear of the new, inability to assimilate the new, oversympathetic nervous system, overimportance of self, egotistic, despair, feeling stifled, mental signs of stomach
Stifled.
Stifled.
S-T-I-F-L-E-D. Stifled. Stifled.
Okay.
Stifled like the Stifle Tower. Like stood up. Meet me over there in 10 minutes.
Oh, leave you hanging?
In a sense, yes.
Oh.
But more. If you look up stifle, it's like comrade. Look it up, please. It'll give you a better insight. Because you know your parents better than I do. So why would something like that come up for mom or for dad? What does it mean? Educate me.
Stifle meaning hold. Verb past tense stifle, make someone unable to breathe, restrain a reaction or stop oneself acting on an emotion. The example is she stifled a giggle. Not allow yourself to do or express something to stop someone from doing or expressing something.
So I had it wrong. Thank you for educating me. Now, again, one just came from what they had. You have one chirality, which is part of the same circle. Understand why those two go together? They don't come from an accident. But not stating that that is what is happening, but again, if one acts in such manners, in a respectful way, where the ego doesn't see it as an attack, one might find the root and unlock that. Like my mom saying that stuff about Heidi. You know what I'm saying? Because again, it's the stuff that I keep trying to pry out of your dad and get you guys to talk about, or you have, as you see in the reading. And with such, is that all that you got from that? You're scanning what now?
All the systems.
Pinging out the intrinsic rattle like hitting a solfeggio 528 note and seeing what is out of that 528 chord. What needs to be repaired in the intrinsic rattle to bring it back into balance.
Borage flower essence. I don't even know sticky.
Spell it,
No
please.
others.
Spell it, please.
Borage. Borago officinalis.
There's
Borage.
a pungent smell too. That's interesting, the different chiralities of the box and the family lineage if you look at the flower essences, but you actually look at the plant. Those plants are in the book that I acquired when we were together, one of the last books that I acquired on my own when I got out of jail. Remember in Reading? The English book, which got you on the homeopathic path. But I asked you to start using that book. Understand what book I'm talking about? The book that was turned in 1500. It shows the planets, the sex, so on and so forth. Plant spirit and flower essence, which all this stuff evolves from. You understand? That's knowledge from 1500s. Where it actually talks about menses and other things and such. Comprehend? Or back then it was comprehended, but now it's not talked about. That's why I say you have the books. I've acquired things for you that I've kept you from throwing away. So you don't have to go to Google to also see correlation and such. Because in that writing of English is the English that you were raised upon to read. Same as your dad. Same as brother. English. There's only a couple people in England that still does it because they've been Americanized and so forth. That it's washed over. Henceforth, why I say that I had fucking Google search the words because I'm like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Or I've never seen the word written in that fashion. Or I have, but I've seen it in, say, Gnostic books and so forth. You understand? Why when I opened that up and I was like, what the fuck? Whoa. You know what we got in there? You understand? Back to this right here. So what are you looking at, honey? Please, because remember we're
Borage flower essence and
metaphysical properties of borage flower essence.
how borage flower essence may help you.
Metaphysical properties of what did you search? Or did you go back to your old pattern that you do with the Google search shows you something, or did you actually look up?
I typically use these
I understand, that's why I stated,
oak
why I've
tree
verbally been
frog
stating
farm.
that you keep going back to the typical thing that you do when I'm asking you to get away from your echo chamber algorithm and type in metaphysical properties of that flower essence. As you see, it will give you the same thing but more in depth in a sense because you're looking at it in that manner. So as you say, you typically look at something, try to look at something with a different aspect. As you see, when you first looked at those things, it said the same, but yet gave you a bunch of bullshit with it. And I'm saying, look at it in this manner. It gave you that same instance that that other thing gave, but also more stuff in context, more in an elaborate way of what you're looking into, in the context of looking on how a flower essence of something helps, because it's in the metaphysical manner, not in the sense of the search that you're looking in the sense of dowsing. It's the same way of what you're doing with your flower, your feather here, the same as that feather, the tablet, and the knowledge. Instead of getting the book out explaining that we have no library. Now in that same essence, look at the flower that was recommended for Dad, the 2, and the same for Mom, and look at their genus and flower in the sense of like, if they are activating the chirality of the TRP1, A receptor site, 2, 3, or 4. Comprehend what it is stated there. You understand? Because it will give you a beautiful inclusion into something that I've been trying to speak with, and how the potentialization of that water into the time domain of the hydrogen sent to them, or into an elixir, if you wish to say, your vibrational medicine, how that helps. Comprehend? Because those receptor sites, be it that our digestive system is lined with what? Skin. How else do you actually also think that we get energetics? What if those things are fucked up in the digestive system, and how do you get those higher forms of energy from the food that it's showing that your parents are not eating? Hello? How does your mind operate in that fashion? Insane. So, what does it state differently? If you will, go to your normal thing that you look at, read it to us, and then go to metaphysical properties of that boy with this. I'll shut up.
Why would you put some in the back,
I gave you readings to it right in. One should have a tab open for Mom, and one should have a tab open for Dad, so you don't have to keep clicking back and forth on shit, and just have it right there. And look at it in a non-emotional way, but as, you understand? More efficient. And having where you can screenshot it and draw the 2, because you have the ability on that thing, like I do on my phone, where you can cut the 2 from 2 different apps and have it in 2 separate searches, if you wish to do, and splice it together, and screenshot it and send them the information, and be like, look, this is the thing that you have. This comes from such a censorship. Blah, 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 blah. I know there's arboreums and shit like that that's here in America, in the city that they're going to, where they can go like in Reading, where I took you, where they have all the different sages and all that kind of stuff. I forget the arboreum or some shit like that. You understand? The place in Reading we went to with the arboreum with the flowers and the sages and everything like that, where they'd have things like such in them. You understand? If not, hey Mom and Dad, is the blue room open still, or anything else like such? Or the place that rests in peace? Mom went with Coco and herself, and go have it done at the same time you're being balanced with a boy. Comprehend? Get these things done, since it's openly done in that country of your home, and not here. So you're looking at Borga on your normal search engine?
Borage, I
Borg?
guess.
On your normal search engine that you stated?
No, metaphysical power.
No, go to your first thing, please, like you were doing, and you had done, like you normally do. Please read us that, and then go to the other, as you've done before. Thank you, honey, for your patience.
Here it says, if you struggle with asserting your personal boundaries or
And that's the thing that you normally go to. I'm only stating such because that's what you stated. And again, this is also for your research. And to be able to go back on. Again. As we talked earlier, why I stated why I record all this stuff. It's not to make anybody look stupid or any of that kind of shit. It's like what came out of your mouth. To try to see if there's a better way of what, as you stated. Can you remember what you said? About my talk that I was having with my mom while I was aggravated.
so you can go over it and see it from a different perspective. So like different point of view or a different approach because you're not emotional.
Alright. It's not to do with when someone thinks out of ego, but to chastise somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because again, the way the stuff that we work with, who's to say that someone's not listening to this while they go to sleep or whatnot in the future or in the past, as you've seen me do. You know what I'm saying? As I stated, we gotta defeat this shit. You got to do an asymmetric fucking war against this shit across all multiverses and time constructs. And make it in a perceived state that there's fucking shit going on. Henceforth, as you understand the work that you do. How evil woke up how? She ain't sick. How was that? The third chapter, you said that book right there underneath the tablet. Sit next to it. You're reading something that states what? Fourth chapter in the book sitting underneath the tablet. But instead of telling somebody what they're sick of and curing them, is infecting the motherfucker by it. And helping induce nocebo to a person. Like I've been stating for years on the social media and people touching tablets and other things and with the screens turning to sapphire and other stuff like that. It's just making the color red. So it's really synthetically fucking with your body's field. That's what how you make a red laser. And attract the motherfucking mosquito to go after some stupid shit that's not you. It's not just a simple little LED that phosphorylates that color. That's the same fucking macronanometer that your body phosphorylates. That you can't perceive. Some people can. And why a motherfucking mosquito bites you through the holes in the thread count in your clothing, even through a thick jacket. Why? Because they can see the light. What do you see here? I'll shut up.
I was just checking at the camera because the camera just went off. If you struggle with asserting your personal boundaries or saying no to things in general, borage may be an ally for you. These plants help us to remove our sense
Another
of...
day. I'm sorry. I'm just saying about to be another day, talk beer. That we're alive together. Super thankful. Continue. Please. Thank you.
My mouth was half open. These plants help us to remove our sense of obligation to things that deep down we really don't want to do or participate in. It gives us the courage we need to say no to assert our personal boundaries. Picture welcoming home, whatever that says. Lightness and ebullience to the soul, filling it with optimism and enthusiasm. Borage flower essence assists us when we need courage and optimism to move through.
And that's still on the search engine that you normally do?
This is another one that I Courage, flower essence assists us when we need courage and the optimism to move through obstacles. It instills faith and courage to move forward even when life feels heavy and overburdened. Borage, flower essence, healing properties. This is a flower essence for courage and optimism. The radiant blue flower crowns the abundant leafy plant with an aura of healing beauty. It assists in all matter of life, especially when one is burdened with worry, refueling the soul with fresh clarity.
You have another from what you're looking at, Moon? Or physical properties of fluid?
No, only read the one website that I clicked after putting them
Metaphysical
the search
properties.
engine metaphysical properties of this flower, and it says borage, magical uses, courage, physical, psychic powers, protection, air magic.
So I don't understand what they're talking about there. It's the backside and 5th and 9th chapter in the book, Golden Book, Golden Book of Dawn, the Golden Dawn book. Read what you're out loud, what you're saying.
Carrying fresh borage blossoms will increase your courage and strength of character. Place one in your buttonhole for protection when hiking.
So click out of that one because that one is telling you about ritual magic and so forth, which is not metaphysical properties of that. Understand what you're looking at.
Three phases of borage, medicinal herb, homeopathic remedy, flower essence, sketchy herbs and magic rocks, borage and galaxite. Borage, benefit, uses and precautions. Magical flower borage, borage seeds for pagan gardens, botanical magic, plants in myth and folklore. Those are all the things that these algorithms run.
For metaphysical properties of words. That's what you typed in?
Other physical properties of borage.
That's what you typed in?
I was reading to you the titles of the websites that are on the first page of the search.
Can you look up what you're using because you're not using the bulk? Say the flower essence as you did with the other? Or are you looking up as the flower bulk?
Borage, I put.
Can you look up the flower essence, please? Because one didn't look up nectarine as a bulk. One looked it up as a flower essence, bro. It's completely different.
The first thing that appears is the borage flower gives courage when face difficult situations or embark on a difficult journey, such as anticipating childbirth or a surgery. Many flower essence practitioners also turn to borage for depressive tendencies, for a heavy heart or spirit. The borage flower makes one feel lighter and more optimistic. Then the same website that before was suggested, the other same website that before was suggested, another one from the other. These two that were the same, I already read because they were from the other.
So, two things that I'd ask along with such was, since you looked up the bulk,
He supports lightness of the heart, brings angelic support. Essence is a heart remedy for the feeling of heaviness in the heart.
can you look up the bulk? What family genus is it? In the sense of what is essential oil. Understand when I asked about the TRPMA, or 2 or 3 or 4, and its chirality. How its potentiation will affect the body, be it on bulk or scent or flower essence, which is still scent in the manner that you were. The same as if they were taking vibrational medicine, as I stated at the beginning of the digestive tract, and so forth. Parts of the body still have that receptor sites in them that are activated by the interstitial water in the water, in the sense that it's being potentiated and encapsulated with that codon engine energy. So what genus is that family? You understand what I'm asking? It's like, again, nightshade encompasses mint and tomatoes, so it activates TRPMA receptor site in the body. What family is that? It's like you got the flower essence of what? Citrus. So to you, what do you think the citrus of nectarine is of citrus family? I don't know why the 4 over head. On that chirality, on bulk, what receptor site does it activate? Because you will be activating that receptor site to make your dad heal him fucking self. Same with your mom. They give you ability of seeing. Hello? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because again, people didn't get fleas and ticks on them. Why? The TRP1 receptor site. So pocketfuls of posies. Posies are what? Of nightshade. Hello? Comprehend what I'm saying to you? Let's break it down. Get the biomes from not being able to be corrected because the scarium interfaces, the chiralities are not causing what? From the fucking environment. Those things get energy and degrade. But the shields are down up here and the signal's fucked up in there, and part of the signal that's fucked up will block them on the other side of being able to be what? Manifest. Trying to help you. So I put more energy in the other shit of not hearing it and seeing. Again, you do essential oils and other stuff. You get burnt. And you want to act like an asshole and make me do all this stupid shit when I tell you put what on her. Open your head. Read someone's thesis and understand why someone burnt can place the plasma on there and you don't get burnt, or you put what? Menthol on there, you're going to get burnt. And why? And don't feel it as burning. Why? Understand what your husband's saying to you in this aspect. Understand now, for on, use that aspect when you do that shit when people should judge by our essence. And you understand what is being injected in the environment and coming back. What's being accepted and not. In the sense of those that would have a happy time and come in for fucking what? Some sage or something that when burnt puts out a negative ion. All the sound tones, vice versa. Or what's in the environment. Having that chirality, in a sense, cleanse, or their body taking the ion that they need and correct themselves.
I'm unplugging the computer to plug it back over there.
Finish your scan, baby. You're done?
I'm done with my mom's scan. That's all the stick I got.
Okay. before? I bet that you did.
Likewise.
Am I done recording?
What, baby?
I said, am I done recording? Yeah.
What I got left is what I was reading on the website of the borage flower essence. Perhaps instead of the flower essence itself to look in depth and the family and the genius of itself and
In the sense of it says easiest of not what it does and all that kind of stuff, in the sense of looking up as easy as this. What receptor site or is Borges of the nightshade family, and it'll tell you the family. And then one can look at what that family's, again, essential oils, its Voss. Like one seen with your father's stuff that was suggested that it's a pungent smell. And he has an interesting Voss, which means that it reacts on the body in a specific manner. Like vetiver root, comprehend? Which, vetiver root, if you feel cool from it, as people use in India and other things like that to cool you down, then that means it does what? It activates the TRP1A receptor site. Hello? And people use it here to put people with ADHD and anxiety and other shit that it was describing that go along with the stomach meridian. Hello? Look into this. Because you understand that about better. I've explained that to you, or should be able to put that correlation together, because again, it was gifted to us, we learned the information together. We were given stuff from Hawaii, and found that it comes from India, and is used as a musk, and is in soft drinks. And used an essential oil. People use and say that it, in a vaporizer, makes you feel like you're in fucking taking Valium. Which is a downer, muscle relaxer. You're like, oh, what receptor site makes you feel like that? Comprehend what I'm saying to you? Or no? Yeah, alright. Just that simple. So again, citrus, if you put the oil on it, does it feel like it burn your ass? Because you notice when you get burnt, you feel cold, and when you get cold, you feel burnt. Same thing with oil. The same activation of those receptor sites. So what do you want, man?
Yes, it's look at you. I'm looking at you.
I didn't say nothing, I said.
Attentively, anyway.
Yes, honey, and you're looking at me attentively. Thank you. I was just wanting some conversation with that and such, along with it, and just such.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't have no conversation on the point
as I'm saying something to you, there's nothing coming to your head. And relevance of something that keep the fucking conversation going. Otherwise, it's just me blabbing on this and having you look into that. So if it's just me doing such like a scan, then I'll let you be and you should read your book. Otherwise, you're doing something that you're being pressured in, like the body language and so forth, is, in a sense, stating instead of the action or verbatim of conversating with me. You can, as we would say, I'll take it as a duet that we're talking with each other in conversation. And you're not being disrespectful by interrupting me. I won't take it as an interruption if you fucking verbally state something instead of it just being all body language.
Okay. No, I don't have no points in my head for continuing the conversation of what receptor sites are activated on those, on specifically these oils. If they were to be on these flowers, if they were to be used in the oil.
But it's not the oil, it's the flower essence. of said flower, which they both activate the same shit. Comprehend what I'm saying to you? Hear what I'm saying, honey, please. The oil doesn't evaporate and attach to your skin, motherfucker. That's why the super fucks can't show the mechanism why you can't fucking do what in the state of California. Hello? How the fuck are you looking at a precept or you're looking at a bulk oil when it has to be put into a solvent for it to activate your body? Comprehend? What the fuck? Crazy, dude. Another Thursday the quiche fucks is beaming bullshit into people's houses. Thank you for a little bit of information we can share with the world. Enthusiastic. Call themselves the emirate and so forth. Hopefully they don't get recognized. They're gonna join as with their allies. And it's gonna be one hell of a fuckery. All business gonna spread around the world. Bullshit. Hydrofluorocarbons. And the other things in FCSCs, which are still fluoride, refrigerant, and air conditioners and all that kind of stuff. Supposed to be phased out. Well, where's it all gonna go? But again, that was something that comes like that is different from such. What I was stating to you, why you taste the food differently. There's hydrofluorocarbons. You know, fluorides from fluoride.
Mm-hmm.
That gas or crystal gets trapped in our atmosphere. When people puncture it, or antifreeze or freon, and other car and so forth. Different forms of fluoride. All those things released in the air, ions. Breathing in. Changing things in people. Somebody's flying. If not, that's a drone. Maybe everything around it. How night that is. Interesting. Morning, everybody. Well, let's finally wait. See what's going on in the world. Wow. These motherfuckers. I ain't got a new subscriber. For some reason they hasn't told me nothing. What the fuck, man? Huh. This thing changed. I never used to show it like that. way different. You understand? What the fuck is these zeros, dude? What is this? I'm doing that again. Set up outside and search right now. Making it through all the nuclear winters. Pulling 5 amps in the little guy. Shouldn't say the little guy. The utility bank. And that beautiful sound right there means we're making amps over here. Yeah. We're pumping 20 amps already. Almost a fourth of a kilowatt produced since this morning. With this nuclear winter, I'll pop a chance. Talk here. Get this done. Get the other part of the garden done. Blah, 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 blah. See what's going on Facebook. It's like in California right now, honey. All the power to the people in the city. Because there's overshadowing all this stuff. Like we were seeing. Those are all diesel generators. Gavin Newsom did an order to allocating. And these people were talking about the Green New Deal, but everywhere is running on diesel. And that's right now. Imagine what happens when we get stuck on all electric cars as they're trying to make people, which are being powered by diesel. And right now is being powered by diesel, and the whole grid is being powered by diesel.
Yeah, it's like behind the scene, we're gonna power everything by fucking these fuels, but we're gonna tell you we're working towards the Green New Deal. Well, you have no form of consciousness of your consumption, so you can be part of the equation of understand. You're just, you're being fed like a fucking baby. Your electricity, it's crazy. From a source that you have no idea, because I'm pretty sure that at least 75%, with no assumption, that 75% of people that live in the cities that are being powered by generators like that, even if they drive by it, they may not even fucking realize that their shit is being powered by it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so in your fucking face, but
Winds are picking up. See how much power the workhorse has done so far. Nice. We're over a kilowatt. Inshallah, another 3 hours. We should get another kilowatt, maybe 4. Might have to do the solar dance, move them a little bit, but should at least maybe do 1.5 to 1.8. Inshallah. Oh boy, let's talking to her dad. Alright, so we're in the office.
Trató de arrancar porque mire, hace unas luces. Bueno, lo pudo arrancar. Digo, correo de acá, poner al costado. Y lo sorprendente, que no sentí ninguna emoción. Nada, 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 nada. Ni ahora tampoco la siento. Es como si hubiera sido una película nada más que estaba viendo, ¿viste?
Excuse me, pardon me.
No sentí nada, nada de
Te quiero,
nada.
Papa.
Ni
Love you.
miedo.
It's good to hear your voice.
Decía Ezequiel que Ezequiel dijo te quiero, que está bueno escuchar tu voz, que se alegra de que estén bien.
Bueno, decirle que es mutuo, es mutuo.
He said it's mutual.
Pero te quiero decir que es sorprendente. Papá se llevó un jabón. Está bien, está temblando. Pero yo no sentí nada de nada. Ese gritó Guillermo. Sin haber pensado, sentí el ruido y grité Guillermo. Fíjate vos. Y después cuando es como si hubiera visto una película. Y dije, bueno, se salió bien. ¿Qué va a hacer mi mesita? No era nuestra hora. Arriba no me quieren todavía. Así que.
Tenés karma que cumplir, papá. Todavía no cumpliste con todas tus misiones, parece.
No, una vocecita me dijo de arriba. Seguí haciendo macana abajo y no me haces de arriba, me dijo.
Ahora mi pregunta es que es una locura. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué tenía Guillermo en la cabeza? ¿Cómo fue? No de que estaba pensando, pero no.
1.2. That's 1.3 kilowatt, 13 amp. Top there.
No tengo idea, pero cuando salimos de la Richel no había nadie, la General Paz no había nadie, en el acceso norte no había nadie, en la ruta no había nadie, y el tipo no puso la radio seguramente para que nosotros pudiéramos descansar. Y como decía, el tipo se fue, el tipo partió, ¿me entendés? Se fue.
Sí, porque lo que pasa es que tu cerebro pasa de un estado beta a un estado alfa, y el estado alfa es de meditación, y básicamente tu conciencia te deja. Muy interesante, muy interesante.
La cuestión es que tu padre, como yo tengo que ir el jueves que viene a Buenos Aires, no quiere la camioneta y quiso sacar 2 pasajes en avión. Así que tengo que ir a Buenos Aires en avión el jueves y volver el sábado.
Ahora, lo que vos decís de tu tranquilidad, yo los escaneé anoche a pedido de Ezequiel, porque yo nomás les iba a mandar un balance y Ezequiel me dijo, ¿por qué no los escaneás? Escanealos para ver cómo asimilaron cada uno el trauma del movimiento brusco del choque, aunque no fue un choque físico, pero igual es como el movimiento y demás. Entonces Ezequiel me dijo, escanealo a tus papás. Y la escaneé primero a mamá y mamá muestra que sí tiene, que asimiló el choque físicamente de una manera diferente, como más tensión. Para vos, ¿estuviste teniendo problemas, papá, de ir al baño?
No, bebecita, yo estoy genial. Cada día, mira, si yo te dijera que estoy mejor con 18 años, vos no me crees.
No, porque en el cuerpo físico sí se ve, estaban los niveles bastante bien en la lectura. Lógicamente siempre hay lugar para mejora, pero solamente mostraba tu meridiano de la, del sistema de eliminación de la bladder, que es de la orina, viste, con los riñones y demás, eso para la regulación de los...
No, estoy impecable, bebecita. Soy la envidia de todos mis amigos.
Bueno. Y emocionalmente, papá, la flor esencial que se te sugiere es porque es como que dice que estás absorbiendo, no sé si estás mirando mucho las noticias o si las noticias que estás mirando estás empatizando, viste, como que hay mucha violencia y cosas, lo que está pasando ahora con Afganistán y todo eso.
No, yo te cuento, bebecita, la conclusión que yo llego es que tengo tantas cosas listas para vivir del resto que me queda, que era un desperdicio que no las viviera. Entonces, como tengo que vivirlas, sigo adelante, bebecita. Nada más. Es un regalo de la vida de mi papá, que estaba en el cielo y me lo miró y dijo, Pablito, no es tu hora, seguí adelante, que tenés que hacer cosas lindas con bebecita en California. Por esto y yo, ¿me entendés? Le hago caso a mi papá y sigo adelante.
Bueno, nos alegramos de que estés acá, pero lo que te digo, independientemente del incidente, la flor esencial que se te sugiere tiene que ver con... ¿viste cuando hablábamos de estrés postraumático? Como los veteranos y demás.
Sí.
Bueno, la flor que se te sugiere es como si estuvieras absorbiendo o vivenciando, como que sos testigo de violencia, que yo digo que la violencia que podés estar absorbiendo puede ser cuando ves las noticias y cosas así, y que eso es como que te está haciendo un trigger, como que te está despertando algo en violencia anterior que has visto, y que entonces tu yo superior está buscando como entendimiento y camaradería, como, viste, como la amistad que tiene uno y la confianza que tiene uno con la gente alrededor de uno. Es como que tu yo superior está diciendo que está sugiriendo que necesitas más contención.
Mira, bebecita, yo no te puedo decir que estoy pasando el mejor momento de mi vida. Aparte tengo la dosis de paciencia suficiente para tolerar a tu padre. Con lo cual está todo perfecto. Sí. Está todo increíblemente bien, bebecita. Porque está fantástico, todo está fantástico. El viaje que hicimos a California para estar con ustedes fue genial. Ahora vivimos llenos de amor de Lucía. O sea, estamos bien, estamos muy bien, bebecita. Y las noticias que yo leo ya me resbalan, no me preocupo por nada, ¿me entendés? No me interesa. Me entretiene, me ocupa el tiempo y nada más, cuando tengo otra cosa que hacer.
No viene de mí esta información, viene de vos, por eso te estoy compartiendo lo que hay en la lectura.
Yo te agradezco, pero te quiero decir lo siguiente. Yo me doy cuenta que es absolutamente fantástico cómo me he ubicado en el tiempo y espacio, en la edad y lo que me toca vivir. Y la única forma de vivirlo es disfrutándolo. Como digo a tu madre, hay que vivir, hay que disfrutar. Bueno, eso estamos. No problem, ningún problema, bebecita.
No, pero por eso te
Así
digo que en el cuerpo físico todo está mostrando que la lectura está bastante bien, sorprendentemente, como vos estás diciendo, ante un evento así como vos lo has asimilado, se muestra en la lectura del escaneo que tu cuerpo físico no, como que no ha absorbido ningún bloqueo, al contrario, mamá sí, pero que no que tenga que ver con este incidente, pero cuando yo pregunto qué se te puede sugerir para que en vez de que estés a 80% estés a 100%,
Sí.
lo que tu yo superior dice es como es camaradería. Si buscas la palabra, ¿qué significa? Es como esa confianza y entendimiento y contención en el vínculo, en lo que es el vínculo cercano a uno mismo.
Bueno, lo voy a analizar, Bebecita, lo voy a analizar. El único vínculo que tengo es tu padre. Y como te digo, le tengo gracias a Dios una paciencia enorme.
Bueno, pero de repente que mamá se siente.
Vos decís que se va a terminar la paciencia, que decir vos, Bebecita.
No, que de repente, mamá te tenga más en cuenta, o que mamá te escuche, o que mamá, de una manera diferente,
Exactamente, no me escucha, no me lleva el apunte. Tenés toda la razón del mundo, Bebecita. Perfecto. Entonces, sería bueno que se lo explique a tu madre un poco.
Y también la flor esencial sugería que hicieras acciones que fuera a servicio del resto. Como que, sí, a servicio como de la humanidad, como al estar en servicio, como genuinamente tener actos de gentileza, ¿entendés?
Bien. Mira, Bebecita, mira tu gentileza no hace...
Papá, no me tenés que contestar a todo y explicar a todo. Te estoy diciendo qué es lo que dice tu yo superior. Tomalo, déjalo, te estoy contando qué es lo que dice tu yo superior.
¿Por qué lo voy a dejar? Lo tomo, Bebecita, y va viniendo de vos.
Que es divino, en vez de decirte tenemos que amputar esta parte del cerebro, te estoy diciendo que tu yo superior está diciendo que estés al servicio, que estés para la gente, que estés para la humanidad y para el bien superior de todo, que seas gentil, que...
Perfecto, entonces vos no querés como mamá que tengo que hacer una lobotomía, no es necesario.
No.
Bueno, de acuerdo. Yo te entiendo, Bebecita, me parece genial todo lo que estás diciendo. Todo genial.
Porque de repente, aunque mamá se sienta y escucha, de repente uno puede cambiar la manera en la que están bailando, en la que uno asimila las cosas de una manera diferente. Entonces el resultado que se adquiere es diferente. Son las mismas las partes, pero la ecuación resulta diferente.
De la misma forma que las cosas se pueden decir de distinta manera buscando el mismo resultado, ¿cierto?
Entonces, aunque nos conozcamos de hace 30 años, podemos hacer funcionar de una manera diferente. La sinergia puede ser diferente y el resultado es diferente.
Mira, Bebecita, vos imaginate una cosa, detenete un segundo. Nosotros no podríamos estar desarrollando el proyecto que estamos desarrollando si no estuviera todo física y mentalmente en un plano más que aceptable. Sería imposible, ¿me entendés? Entonces, como tanto física como mentalmente estamos en un plano más que aceptable, estamos encarando el proyecto que estamos encarando. ¿Me seguís?
Obvio, pero por eso es como este huevito de Pascua para adherir a la construcción de toda esta fundación, de la situación en la que tienen.
¿Vos sabés cuál es la gran preocupación en esta casa, en esta familia, en esta pareja, en este momento de la humanidad?
No me puedo imaginar. Los
Que
platos y las vasijas.
No le entran los platos en la valija.
Ya te dije, los platos en la valija.
Esa es la gran preocupación que hay en esta familia. Entonces llegó a la conclusión que solamente iba a llevar ropa de invierno porque iba a llegar el frío. Y no llevaba ropa de estación de verano. ¿Qué le dije yo? Nos agarramos el avión, nos vamos a Zara en Barcelona y te compras todo nuevo. Resuelto el problema. Ya está. ¿No te parece, bebecita?
No, me parece que están delirando.
¿Por qué? Delirando.
Porque son delirantes. Escuchame una cosa. A mamá la lectura es de que se está poniendo...
No me diga que ser terrible todo lo que tenés que decirme, mamá. Todo terrible.
De la manera en que está concibiendo las cosas, es como que se está poniendo el mundo en los hombros, cuando en realidad no tiene necesidad de ponerse el mundo en los hombros, como que se está creando
No
preocupaciones.
Se lo dije esta mañana.
Sin
Se lo dije
necesidad.
esta mañana exactamente con otras palabras lo que están diciendo ahora.
Porque el proceso es uno, pero está todo que tiene que ver cómo uno lo disfruta o lo toma y lo asimila. Y entonces su yo superior le está diciendo que no se cargue tanto con preocupación, que tenga más optimismo y que tenga
Tu
más...
máquina es una genia. Tu máquina es una genia porque yo se lo dije esta mañana a tu madre. Disfrutar la vida, vivir los momentos de alegría que tenemos por delante. No te preocupes por cosas que no tienen sentido. Vos sabés que nosotros los humanos nos pasamos la vida preocupados por cosas que nunca van a pasar.
Que nunca pasarían. Pero esos son los escenarios, sí.
Se arruina la vida pensando en cosas, en problemas que no existen. No.
Esa es la ansiedad, la anticipación de que uno vive en un tiempo que no es el tiempo en el que uno tendría que vivir. Uno no está en el presente. Uno se está anticipando.
Bebecita, yo tenía, evidentemente, esto es cierto, te voy a decir, es cierto, y se lo hablaba con mamá. Yo he vivido tensionado durante 50 años porque tenía responsabilidad de la escribanía. Ahora, que prácticamente ya no tengo ninguna responsabilidad, vivo haciendo la plancha. ¿Viste cómo te tiras al mar, mirando el cielo, flotando sin moverte? Así estoy yo transcurriendo por la vida ahora. Feliz y contento. Tengo una mujer que me acompaña, tengo 3 hijos hermosos, tengo 2 nietos ahí y el resto dando vueltas ahí. Con Javier tengo buena relación, Matías está ubicado, ya está, listo. ¿Qué me voy a preocuparme, Mencita? Al contrario, ahora mi preocupación es tener una dicha casa, poder compartir con ustedes, invitarlo a una barbacoa, tener un lindo auto, visitar a Luca cada tanto, ya, no hay más preocupaciones. ¿Y sabes qué? Condición sine qua non, vamos a tener 2 dormitorios, uno en cada punta de la casa. ¿Sabes lo que me hizo tu madre? Anoche me filmó, anteanoche me filmó, mientras yo dormía, para mostrarme que yo hacía ruido y me movía. ¿Vos podés creer una cosa así?
Me muero. Bueno, pero papá...
Decí que dice, los sonidos no le salieron. Dije, no tengo los sonidos, te voy a grabar este. No puedo tener padre durmiendo. Ay, bebecita.
Pero papá, mi pregunta entonces es, ¿cómo es el bias de que el escaneo de mamá, la lectura es perfecta y a vos no te aplica? Tiene que haber algo, escúchame bien, papá, porque esta información no viene de mí, viene de vos. Y yo lo que te digo es que, como vos estás diciendo, los resultados, la lectura de todo se ve muy bien. Y yo entiendo lo que vos me estás expresando. Pero hay un concepto en tu psyche, como en tu psicología, que es como la llave que te ayudaría a desbloquear lo que sea que hay bloqueado, que está diciendo que tiene que ver con...
Está bien.
A ver, ¿me escuchas? No, no me escuchas. Que tiene que... ¿Me dejás terminar? Que tiene que ver con vos haber vivenciado violencia, ser testigo de violencia de alguna manera, puede ser hace años, haber vivenciado ser testigo de violencia, y es que ahora cierto comportamiento, ciertas cosas que ves o absorbes, tiene un efecto en tu psicología. Eso es lo que digo, podés darte cuenta conscientemente o subconscientemente, pero como vos te das cuenta, la máquina no miente, entonces yo no puedo inventar estas cosas.
Pero yo lo he analizado y yo te lo explico de otra forma, con mis palabras. Me han autoanalizado en los últimos años y llegué a la conclusión que yo he estado marcado profundamente con el sentimiento de culpa judeo-cristiano. Me marcó toda la vida, desde la secundaria, desde antes de la secundaria y la primaria. Cosa que ahora, pero he sacado de encima, ¿me entendés? Ahora me importan 3 pitos el sentimiento de culpa judío-cristiano, ¿me entendés?
Pero
Entonces,
cómo describís es todo lo que, la impresión de lo que a uno le han puesto básicamente, decís, en la construcción.
Claro, el sentimiento que uno no tiene derecho a tener cosas, que por algo las cosas le pasan a uno, que algún problema hay. O sea, el tema es la muerte de Cristo. Cristo murió por nosotros, ¿cierto? Cristo murió para que nosotros vivamos. ¿Por qué? Por nuestros pecados. Es el sentimiento de culpa judío-cristiano. Yo ahora me lo paso por donde vos te imaginas. Y no me interesa más. Yo vivo mi vida alegremente, lo que me queda de vida, que lo único que me queda es el amor de mi mujer, de mis hijos, y la salud y el tiempo que me queda por vivir. Y el tiempo que me queda por vivir lo disfruto alegremente. Me despierto a las 3 de la mañana, disfruto a las 3 de la mañana, me vengo al living, leo, veo televisión, escucho la radio, no hago nada, me rasco la nariz, a las 4 me duermo, me levanto a las 6, desayuno, tu madre se levanta a las 8, todo una felicidad continua. Casi se trunca y podría haber sido una tragedia. Gracias a Dios, no fue una tragedia. Entonces, como digo a tu padre, en este momento de la vida estamos bendecidos por Dios. Entonces, disfrutémoslo.
Se dicen los minutos regalados. De a partir de ese momento la vida se te da de regalo.
Perfecto, bueno, entonces esto hay que disfrutarlo.
Y lo que vos hablás, decís, es básicamente como que vos te sacaste el bloqueo mental, que es la construcción de los paradigmas y todo eso que a uno, las impresiones que a uno le han puesto de la sociedad y de tus padres y de las cosas que uno ha aceptado y lo deconstruye.
Exactamente así, Memicita.
Para que no sea un impedimento porque tu vida y tu experiencia misma te ha mostrado cosas diferentes.
Lo que me pasa ahora es que tu madre está pasando una etapa de crisis, entendido por crisis el cambio de pasar de una persona figurativamente activa profesionalmente a ser una jubilada. Y tiene que asumirlo tu madre, que se convierte en una jubilada. Bueno, y a partir de ahí es dueña absoluta. ¿Vos te imaginas que nosotros, dentro de un mes, un poco más, no tenemos más responsabilidades más que con nosotros y con ustedes? No tenemos otra responsabilidad en la vida. ¿Vos sabés lo que significa ser dueño de tu vida, de tu tiempo?
Es una responsabilidad gigante, porque uno entonces ahora no tiene más que, no puede decir, no, esto me lleva 9 horas de mi día, están ocupadas en esto, lo otro. No, ahora vos tenés que diseñar tu vida de la manera que te va...
Somos dos personas inteligentes, Memey.
No, por eso te digo que esa libertad... Claro, que esa libertad viene con la responsabilidad de capitalizar que cada día sea lo mejor y lo...
Por supuesto. Yo ahora me fijé, y ya no se deja tu madre, yo abro una etapa de ahora hasta los 80 años. Son 6 años que voy a vivir en plenitud. Cuando tengo 80, veo que me planteo. Pero ahora tengo 6 años a disfrutar plenamente. No sé cómo nos hemos reído con tu madre, en colectivo, íbamos los dos a la playa, poníamos la sombrilla, tu madre teta, todo el budista ahí, nos nadando, tu madre iba hasta la boya, volvía. Genial, disfrute absoluto. Y aparte con el amor de Lucía. Entonces, y ahora vamos a tener el amor tuyo. ¿Qué más le puedo? Mi Juan iba a venir con Vicente y Martino estos días. ¿Qué más le puede pedir a la vida? ¿Quiere decir?
Bueno, me alegro y espero que en lo que cualquiera sea el aspecto que tu subconsciente dice que se tiene que completar en cuanto a la confianza y eso, espero que se alimente.
No te quepa ninguna duda que va a ser así, bebecita.
Capaz que
bueno, te cuento.
¿Qué?
Ya te hemos fijado. ¿Qué te dije? Te dije. La escritura. Firmamos el jueves, el miércoles que viene a las 10:30. Y la mujer hace la transferencia porque la plata está líquida en el Morgan, la banca Morgan, y la transfiere el mismo día directamente.
Esperame un segundo, pa. Stifu. Not expressing. ¿Y mamá tiene tos?
No, vos tenés todo. Tos tenés.
No, me atraganté con el palito este que comí, el grisín.
Se trató con un grisín.
Bueno.
Bueno, te cuento, Memecita, para que te ubiques. Va a haber 150 que transfieren directamente de allá. Y va a haber otros 60 que se va a transferir en un par de días, ya arreglé. No era 90. Fijé el boleto.
Ah, sí.
Bueno, y así que bueno, después va viendo. Lo que sí, Memecita, tenemos que organizar lo siguiente. Si vos has visto el lote donde está la casa y fundación, habría que chequear cuánto le falta para ver si se justifica pagar 40 por eso, Memey.
Ahora, no tiene, lo que yo le explicaba a mamá es que no tiene fundación, están hechas las líneas del baño, que es el pozo, que es el séptico, está hecha las líneas de agua, pero no está hecha la fundación de concreto, la base de fundación no está hecha. Eso es el último paso que hay que...
La pregunta es, ¿qué plata hay puesta ahí para que el terreno me va a vender 8, 10 o 12 valga 40? ¿Hay 38.000 pesos, 28.000 pesos en trabajo? Esa es la pregunta.
Y sí, porque si vos, eso es lo que nosotros estábamos calculando. Básicamente, si te pones a pensar, esos terrenos pelados están saliendo por 8.000. Y
bueno, entonces,
si a eso le sumás el permiso para el pozo ciego, son 1.500.
sí.
Más hacer el pozo ciego, esos son puede ser entre 5.000 y 10.000. Dependiendo de cómo es el terreno, si hay piedras y demás, de cuánto es que tiene que hacer el pozo y demás. O sea que ahí tenés, decirte 18.000. 18.000, casi 20.000. Y después las líneas de agua y los permisos para la línea de agua y la electricidad. Dice que está la electricidad. O sea que lo que uno tiene que hacer es hacer la fundación, que hay que sacar el permiso para la fundación y hacer la fundación de concreto, que eso es una empresa de construcción que se hace. Y después...
Sí, pero una cosa, Pepe, ¿está plano ya el terreno? ¿Está plano o hay que nivelarlo?
Técnicamente han hecho como hay una sección plana para cierto tamaño, pero el terreno no está todo nivelado. O sea que si uno fuera a querer salir de lo que es el aterrizaje que le dicen,
hay que
habría que nivelar más. Pero, por ejemplo, lo que nosotros íbamos a hacer es... te explico. Nosotros lo que íbamos a hacer es... Yo estoy tratando de mandarles a ustedes el video que hicimos del terreno, pero el video...
¿No lo puede editar? ¿No lo puede editar?
Sí,
¿Mandarlo por parte?
iba a mandarlo en 2 partes. Básicamente le hicieron para el auto y después se conecta inmediatamente con lo que es la entrada del auto, se conecta esto que serían para unos 900 pies cuadrados. Son creo que son 20... Bueno, no sé, serán unos 30 pies por 15 pies, que hay plano.
Bueno, es chico eso.
Y después hay, justo al final, hay un árbol, hay como porque entre vecino y vecino hay una L como un cordón de árboles que dejan, ¿entendés? Que es, igual a uno le requieren que tiene que haber cierto espacio. Ahí mamá le mandé la especificación de las instrucciones, creo que son 6 pies o algo así, entre vecino y vecino. Pero hay, independientemente de cómo uno quisiera poner la casa, hay 2 árboles que sí habría que sacar, Nosotros lo que decíamos con Ezequiel es, por las instrucciones que nos ha dado este chico con el que hemos hablado, que ellos están en el predicamento, que han comprado un lote al lado de su casa y van a hacer el proceso de construcción, nos dijo que hay un vecino que es retirado, que tenía una empresa de construcción, con el que uno puede ir a hablar y decirle un poco las ideas que tiene uno. Básicamente es lo que yo pensaba, ir con una cinta de medición y, por ejemplo, con una de esas que... el mínimo de requerimiento es que sean 800 pies cuadrados. Si vos te pones a pensar, igual es chico, porque 800 pies cuadrados es solamente un dormitorio, un baño y el living.
El modelo que tenemos visto modular nuestro son 1600 SQFT.
Bueno, 1600. Ahora uno tiene que ver si esa superficie que está aplanada es de 1600 o 1200 o 1400.
And there's the other idea that I had. Tell him that idea that I told you.
¿De lot dónde?
Yes, the 5 acres.
Ezequiel pregunta que si concebiría la idea, que si concebirían la idea también, nomás, y esto es lo que le decíamos a mamá, independientemente de ese terreno, es que yo le explicaba a mamá que ese lugar, ese loteo tiene regulaciones y demás. Para ustedes la condición de vivir en la montaña es vivir en ese loteo. ¿No les interesa?
Sí. No, en absoluto, no necesito nada.
Bueno, entonces,
Decime vos que has estado con Ezequiel, que has recorrido y has conversado. ¿Ahora te parece que un lugar adecuado para nosotros dos en esta etapa de nuestra vida?
A mí me parece que sí, me parece que el loteo está buenísimo, es solamente de que sepan de que hay que hacerlo de los permisos, las regulaciones, pero mamá me dijo que eso, porque por ejemplo, es muy diferente a la realidad de que es si uno tuviera un pedazo, el mismo loteo o el mismo pedazo de tierra, pero no en esa subdivisión. Porque entonces vos te podés comprar la casa modular que querés, podés hacer el tamaño que quieras y no tenés que estar pidiendo permiso cada vez que querés hacer un garage o hacer esto o hacer lo otro y demás. Pero si uno está dispuesto a vivir con esas limitaciones, bueno, perfecto.
Mira, el tema es así. Nosotros hemos visto una casa muy linda, modular, me parece que una empresa muy importante, que está en Sacramento. Son 3 dormitorios, con 2 baños. Creo mamá te lo mando, me dice acá. Que la idea nuestra es tener un dormitorio de mamá con su baño, otro dormitorio yo con mi baño, y el tercer dormitorio hacer un lugar de estudio, de trabajo, ¿me entendés? Está muy linda la casa, muy linda esa que nos gusta a nosotros. Entonces el proyecto es ese. Dice que el tercer dormitorio es para Romeo.
Pero papá, yo escucho lo que me decís. Esa es la casa. Ahora estamos hablando de la localidad en donde se pone la casa. Yo lo que te estaba explicando es que por el mismo precio de lo que está el terreno, pueden comprar un terreno fuera de esa subdivisión.
No le interesa, bebé.
Eso,
no le interesa.
Ok, bueno, eso
era...
era...
La idea nuestra...
No, déjame...
La idea nuestra es que en ese barrio, digamos, ese country, va a haber demandas, tiene que haber demanda de gente con un target similar al nuestro. Y al haber demanda, está la oferta, ¿me entendés? O sea que ahí tiene que estar todo armado, ¿me entendés? Todo armado. Se me ocurre, por decirte una cosa, se te descompone el auto, debe haber alguien que va a ir y vos le pagás y te lo arregla. No sé, ¿me entendés lo que te quiero decir?
Sí, te entiendo. Sí, que tiene un sistema, un subsistema de la gente, lógicamente si es a la demográfica de la gente que vive ahí, están...
De la contención, toda la gente contenida, ¿entendés?
Bueno.
Y hay un tema fundamental de seguridad. Se me ocurre que ahí debe haber un margen de seguridad superior, estar afuera.
Sí. Ahora, por ejemplo, no fue el caso, pero tenemos que hablar de qué si el escenario hubiera sido diferente y así de la nada, de la noche a la mañana, ustedes desaparecen porque trascienden a un plano trascendental de existencia.
Sí.
¿Ustedes
Sí,
tienen arreglado su testamento? ¿Tienen arreglado cómo procede uno en esa situación? ¿Y qué si por
Mira, la cosa, sí, lo que haya, tiene que hablar vos con tu hermano y tu hermana y repartíselo.
Bueno, entonces
Nada más.
a lo que voy yo es, en caso de que si hubiéramos, por ejemplo, hubiéramos el mes anterior, el mes pasado, no hubiéramos metido en lo del préstamo y hubiéramos empezado a comprar la casa. Y de la noche a la mañana ustedes desaparecen.
Y hay plata para cancelar todo, hija.
Bueno, no, te estoy preguntando, porque si tengo que hablar con mi hermano o mi hermana, yo no tengo el entendimiento de lo que te estoy diciendo.
Pero mirá, mi hijita, no falta mucho para que estemos allá. Una vez que estemos allá te vamos a explicar todo y de la misma forma Lucía y Juan lo vas a ver.
Bueno.
Lo que pasa es que nosotros estamos terminando una serie de cosas que yo calculo que para cuando viajemos el 11 de octubre ya tenemos todo definido. Y entonces vamos a tener un escenario que te vamos a contar.
Bueno, perfecto, listo.
Así
Ya,
que,
nomás para saber la realidad de que por lo menos están teniendo esta conversación y se están conversando para tener algo planeado.
está todo planeado con tu madre, absolutamente todo. Mira, acá hay dos cosas. Una, que nosotros necesitamos instalarnos, tener todo definido y tener que hacer algunas inversiones. Porque nosotros necesitamos, con este momento, que el peso no vale frente al dólar, nosotros necesitamos plata viva, necesitamos plata fresca, necesitamos dólares frescos. Si nosotros calculamos que necesitamos unos $1.500 a $2.000 por mes. Y eso tengo que hacer inversiones para tenerlo, ¿me entendés? De alguna forma. O hacer algún tipo de labor que nos reditúe eso. En un momento determinado las cosas cambian y con la jubilación y demás, y la plata que viene de acá nos va a recontra sobrar. Hace 2 años nosotros teníamos $4.500 por mes de jubilación si estuviéramos jubilados los dos. Ahora no llegamos a 2.000, ¿entendés? O sea, todo va fluctuando, pero estamos cubiertos para el momento de crisis, tenemos reservas para hacer frente. ¿Entendés?
Sí, obvio, sí. Y bueno, y por eso es que en el momento...
La idea es no comerse el capital. Esa es la idea, ¿me entendés? La idea es que yo mañana que yo no esté, tu madre quede como si yo cómoda para seguir haciendo la misma vida propia de una persona. Nada más.
No, claro, pero vos decís de no comerse el capital, pero al mismo tiempo es situar los huevos en las canastas donde tienen que estar para asegurar de que en el futuro uno no tiene que... Por ejemplo, porque vos pensás en comprar el auto en crédito, ¿verdad? Pero vos tenés que entender de que, por ejemplo, vos podés ir y comprarte un auto que son 2, 3 años más viejo y no tan nuevo, y en vez de endeudarte $25.000 en el auto y tener que tener un pago mensual de $300 o $500 al mes solamente para pagar el auto, podés comprarte un modelo menos nuevo, en vez de 32.000, comprarte de 15.000, pero lo pagás en contado.
No tengo ninguna duda. Si yo cuando me compré la RAV4 que tengo, que es el mejor auto que tuve en mi vida, compré un modelo 2013. ¿Me entendés?
Y a lo que voy es, comprás algo de contado en donde vos sabés que no tenés que estar mensualmente adquiriendo.
Pero por supuesto, eso lo vamos a analizar todo, permisita.
Porque después...
Yo no voy a poner la cabeza y gastar $32.000 para meterme un crédito sin sentido.
Claro,
por 20 o por 18 consigo un auto 3 años menor y un modelo que está fantástico y bueno y demás, ¿me entendés?
Y se paga de una, y te digo porque se paga de una, porque después cuando, por ejemplo, cuando uno saca el seguro para el auto, cuando está pagado entero, el seguro es más barato, y a lo que voy es que entonces uno lo va mensualmente pagando de todo este valor agregado a cosas porque las tiene prestadas, ¿entendés?
Eso no te deja asesorar vos, bebé, que conoces las cosas.
Claro, entonces, por ejemplo, pero a lo que voy es que eso te reduce el estrés de la anticipación del futuro, porque muchas de las cosas que vos ya tenés están pagas, ¿entendés? Y vos no tenés que estar creando ingreso sobre el ingreso que ya tenés para cubrir la tasa de interés del préstamo que te están dando por comprar las cosas en crédito,
Está bien,
¿entendés?
eso lo charlamos con tu padre. Nos vamos a meter en los créditos que podamos pagar y que tengan sentido. Nada más.
Claro, porque después, si vos, por ejemplo, venís, te asegurás de tener la vivienda completamente paga y te asegurás de tener el auto pago, entonces después, por ejemplo, lo que es el gasto mensual es muchísimo menos de lo que tiene uno. Porque sabes que
Claro,
el
pero-
único gasto que tenés es la comida.
Pero también me digo una cosa. Si vos, la plata que pagás, la casa, total o parcialmente, en otra cosa, te rinde más que lo que tenés que pagar, no te conviene pagar totalmente la casa, ¿me entendés? Eso hay que analizarlo.
Sí, sí es sobre seguro.
Claro, por supuesto. Por eso tenemos tiempo todavía para visitar. Ahora la idea es la siguiente. Con tu madre, a ver, te cuento. Entregamos la casa el 10, al mediodía. Y nos vamos a dormir a un hotel que está acá en Las Torres, de Sain, Puerto Norte, que tu madre siempre quiso ir ahí. Nos vamos una noche a dormir ahí.
El 10 de octubre.
Y a la vez, el 10 de octubre a la noche.
Ok.
El 11 tenemos vuelo a las 10 de la mañana a Aeroparque. Y a las 11:30 de la noche tenemos vuelo desde Seiza. Entonces, como es un trajeteo, llegamos el 12 a Miami y nos vamos a dormir al Sheraton, desde el aeropuerto. Y el 13 a las 11:05 hay un vuelo Dallas-Sacramento. Llegamos 4:26 de la tarde del 13.
Buenísimo, buenísimo,
Y ahí
buenísimo.
tenemos la casa alquilada de Noroville, creo que hasta el 14 de noviembre.
Y estarán acompañados de bendiciones en su viaje. Y después, bueno, después tenemos que hablar la extensión de la estadía, de conseguir algo, tiempo, como un contrato de tiempo
Mira, yo te digo, nosotros tenemos dispuesto para eso, sin que nos cause ningún problema, por 7 meses $1.500, los tenemos ya afectado a eso, que no nos causa ningún problema.
Bueno, eso es genial porque, por ejemplo, no, eso es genial porque, por ejemplo, yo anoche, yo sé que puede ser que las tarifas cambien por Navidad y Año Nuevo, porque diciembre justo llega, pero, por ejemplo, yo anoche entré en Airbnb y estaba viendo para la extensión de noviembre a diciembre. Y en noviembre a diciembre hay, por ejemplo, en Nevada City, Grass Valley, por 1.500, 1.600, 1.700, una habitación con baño y todo eso, como una casa independiente.
Queremos una casa independiente nosotros, ¿viste?
No solamente una habitación, digo una habitación, como lo que han alquilado de habitación, baño, living, todo eso.
Y dime una cosa, ¿y ahí en el country no había nada para alquilar?
Y yo me estuve fijando.
Excuse me. To keep up with you guys that are going to be moving above us, for your daughter to be able to help you and me to help you throughout the winter. So it's free, so it doesn't cut into your living style to provide shoveling and to get food and access for you because it snows here and you're up higher. We get trapped on our property, so instead of buying a backhoe, we need to buy a newer vehicle that can get to your parents to help them in wintertime and to be able to get in and out of this to keep up with you guys. How much out of the money that you're getting are you going to allocate for a trailer to move your shit, for if there's a fire, or for wintertime? Because you're up higher than us. You've seen what happened with the truck that you got. That was down here. You're going to be getting a foot higher. Since you're throwing this burden on us, let's be real. We have to do that. Otherwise, I can't get a backhoe to do our property. We have to upgrade that vehicle so that we can see your parents.
manera temporal.
La Mario le va a aceptar muchísimo, y los chicos también, pero si uno va a iniciar una construcción, también les conviene estar más cerca, ¿entendés? Para ir a verlo, controlar y toda la historia, me parece.
Bueno, sí, y también estaba, si no, mirando en Chico o en Oroville, aunque sea también en esta zona, pero para ver si en ese presupuesto si hay algo. Y hay. También lo que puede ser, si el tiempo es en ese mismo presupuesto, ver de hacer como por 6 meses, algo que es no por Airbnb, sino como la gente acá local, como haría uno si está quedándose, que no tenés, digamos, como yo alquilaba mi casa en Marysville, ¿entendés? Que puede ser que sea más barato, te baje un poco el precio de 1.500, 1.600 o 1.200, independientemente.
Buenísimo. No, hasta 1.500 por 7 meses, nosotros lo tenemos previsto y no nos afecta en nada, está afectada esa plata ahí.
Bueno, eso está bueno saber porque sí, hay una diferencia entre 2.000 y 1.500, pero está bueno saber porque, por ejemplo, anoche yo ya me estaba fijando y hay entre ese presupuesto para hacer algo en...
Pero eso no quita que el techo es 1.500. Si aparece algo bueno que vale la pena, uno se puede tirar un poco más.
Ok. Ahora,
Pero sí.
cuando vos venís, ustedes ya alquilaron algo, la camioneta o algo, el vehículo para eso, porque acordate que es invierno. Acordate que es invierno. Ok, entonces si vos tenés alquilado un mes la estadía, pero no tenés alquilado el vehículo o comprado el vehículo. Entonces vos crees que... Porque viste que cada vez que se alquila un vehículo son 700, 800 dólares por el mes, que no te conviene tirar a la basura porque eso lo podés poner para comprar un auto. Entonces, bueno, para que te des una idea, porque yo ayer entré a lo que es la página acá local, te voy a mandar el link, de donde la gente acá, los locales, de acá a Sacramento, depende cuánto querés viajar, publican las cosas que quieren vender, los autos usados y las cosas en buenas condiciones, como yo compré mi auto. Por ejemplo, para que tengas una idea, te voy a mandar el link, pero yo mi auto, cuando lo compré hace 3 años, 3, 4 años, tenía 100.000 millas, un poco menos, 96.000 millas, y lo pagamos 5.000 dólares en efectivo. Ese mismo auto, si uno va al concesionario, era un 2009. Pero si ese mismo auto uno va al concesionario, el concesionario lo va a tener por más, porque ellos ganan la diferencia. Y después te lo hacen a crédito. Entonces te mando el link para que veas, y inclusive en los concesionarios están listados porque usan esa página, de lo que te dice si uno lo quisiera sacar a crédito, a cuántos estaría también los pagos. ¿Entendés? Pero está...
Nosotros estamos buscando una sub, viste la sub es la camioneta chica, la sub como la que tuvimos en Kona, ¿te acordás de Kona? La camioneta que teníamos, eso es lo que estamos buscando nosotros.
Porque es importante de que si están porque va a ser invierno y si están considerando de ir a ese lugar, tiene que ser 4x4.
No, 4x4, sí, 4x4, sí. Y con GPS, y con cámara, si tiene mejor con pantalla atrás para estacionar. El GPS y la 4x4 es fundamental.
Bueno, te voy a mandar, bueno, pero a lo que voy es, por ejemplo, te voy a mandar el link de esta página y vos vas a ver lo que son los modelos y por lo que están los precios. Y vas a darte una idea que de repente alquilamos algo, una camioneta por una semana, pero después ya compras algo y entonces ya no estás alquilando. Mira, bueno, te mando la página para que veas, porque yo entré a la página de Toyota de acá, de Oroville, pero no tiene muchas cosas. Va, por lo que yo vi.
Que tenga mucha oferta, a lo mejor en Chico hay más oferta, se me ocurre, no sé.
Bueno, te voy a mandar a lo que es la página acá de los locales para que veas.
Mira, yo con mamá vamos los viernes, porque estamos todo el día en este tema, porque es nuestra primera hacer una compra chica como para cuando llegamos ese día poder un pollo, cualquier cosa, una leche, un café, como para arrancar. Y podríamos alquilar en Orovín un auto, una camioneta, una semana. Y en esa semana definimos la compra del auto.
Ok, buenísimo. Ok, buenísimo.
¿Te parece bien?
Sí, porque es importante que lo que sea que se decida, que tengan la independencia de no quedarse atascados en la nieve ni nada de eso, porque después si yo estoy atascada y ustedes están más altos que yo y ustedes tienen nieve, ¿cómo voy a yo ayudarlos?
Pero vos contaste, Ezequiel, que vamos a tener un sistema de radio. ¿Te contaste eso? ¿Estás sabiendo cómo tenemos que hacer?
Sí, como la radio que tienen los camioneros.
Sí. Una cosa, nosotros te podemos vender la RAP, calculan 12, 13 mil dólares. Esa plata va a ir directa a comprar allá. Si buscamos un coche que sea 13, 14, 15, 16, ya está. Compramos y listo.
Bueno, ahí si te fijas en nuestra conversación, te acabo de mandar el link de la página. Echale un vistazo a esa página y fíjate, vas a ver que hay dueños privados, como gente, vos y yo, que publican los autos que tienen en su casa. Y si no, vas a ver que también están los concesionarios, para que tengas una idea.
Lo que pasa es que el concesionario normalmente te garantiza que el auto está revisado.
Sí, eso sí. Y eso entiendo. O sea que igual uno puede comprar en efectivo por el concesionario, aunque tenga un poco de valor agregado, que es por la diferencia que hace el concesionario, igual tiene, si querés, podés comprar un auto usado en efectivo, pero en el concesionario.
Bueno, una cosa, Pepe. Las transferencias te llegaron a tu nombre porque vos me mandaste la cuenta que el account decía tu nombre.
Yo sé, sí, yo sé.
Y lo ponemos el de mamá.
Uh-huh.
La transferencia de 150 que te van a hacer desde allá va a mamá y acá va a ir una de 60 a mamá. ¿Me entendés? Esa van a ir en esos días. Y después más adelante va a haber otra de kilo de 90.
Sí, yo sé, yo creo que no me expresé bien cuando le expresé anoche a mamá. En realidad fue parte de los dos, porque yo cuando pasé la información se la pasé a Martín y después no chequeé para asegurarme de que lo hicieran a mamá. Pero en realidad lo que quería hacer fue que fuera un recordatorio para esto, porque esto es mucha más cantidad.
No, por supuesto. Una cosa, Memecita, cuando tengas tiempo, sin ningún apuro y vas con el banco,
De sobra.
preguntale qué costo, qué dificultades tiene para dar plata de ahí a Barcelona.
Transferencia de cableado, son $35.
Nada más, buenísimo. Porque mamá quiere hacer alguna cosa en Barcelona con luz.
Eso se hace por transferencia de cableado, como te la están mandando de México, como yo mando a Afganistán, a Pakistán, se manda por cableado, son
Listo.
$35. Papá, espera, una cosa más. Sí, no, eso, que no me expresé bien ayer, era nomás para recordar, para que mamá te recordara. Y después, ¿qué más? Bueno, ahora no me acuerdo, pero vean eso, lo de los autos, vean que es, está bueno, eso es muy...
Aparte, quédate tranquila que vamos a llevar toda la papelería, todo soporte para el dinero, y para si tiene que estar el nombre tuyo también va a llevar soporte. Vamos a llevar todo armado cuando conozcamos.
Bueno, claro, básicamente, por ejemplo, si uno después quisiera tomar préstamo y decir que eso es lo que uno es el fondo que usa, aunque sea con una nota de regalo, por ejemplo, se pide el recibo de lo que acá le dicen el escro, que es la escritura, cuando mamá firma la casa, como mamá... Ok, eso era.
Esa puede haber una de $150,000.
Le dicen el papel como la continuación del papeleo. Sí, bueno, claro, como que tenés el papel para hacer soporte a los fondos. Pero a lo que te iba a decir, era que me explicó el chico del préstamo, la otra vez que hablé con él, que una vez que ustedes hacen el cambio de estatus y les dan y hacen también, con el cambio de estatus, hacen también la aplicación para viajar y conjunta con eso hacen la aplicación para poder trabajar, aunque vos no tengas interés en poder trabajar, te dan, cuando uno hace esa aplicación, le asignan a uno lo que es el número de KELEA en Argentina, pero es el número de seguro social acá en Estados Unidos.
Eso, porque estuve leyendo, me había olvidado comentarte, que los mayores de 62 años que tienen seguro social tienen medicina gratis.
Claro. Pero no.
Está el seguro social.
Claro. Entonces, lo que yo te quería explicar, porque yo le estaba preguntando al señor cómo funciona el sistema de crédito, que si hay algún tipo de crédito universal o internacional en donde ellos consideran tu crédito que has estado gastando todo este tiempo en Argentina, y me dijo claro que no. Pero, ¿qué?
No, mira,
pero déjame que te explique esto. Pero, en el momento en que vos haces el cambio de estatus, se mandan 3 formularios. Se manda el formulario de cambio de estatus, se manda el formulario del poder viajar el 131 y se manda también la petición para tener una tarjeta de trabajo. Con la tarjeta de trabajo, a cada uno de los individuos, a vos y a mamá, les asignan el número de seguro social. Con ese número de seguro social, uno puede ir y abrir su propia cuenta de banco. La razón por la cual mamá no pudo abrir su cuenta de banco y la tuvo que hacer anexa a la mía fue porque no le habían asignado el número de seguro social y porque no era residente. Entonces, ustedes van a poder empezar a armar su propio crédito, o sea, tener tarjeta de crédito, hacer esto, hacer lo otro, una vez que te asignan el número de seguro social, que es conjunta con la aplicación del cambio de estado. Pueden que sean 6 meses después de eso, lo que sea, pero una vez que uno inicia ese proceso, uno empieza a crear su propio crédito, ¿entendés?
Bueno, lo que yo te quiero decir que si es necesario que vos pidas un crédito, lo vas a pedir recién cuando tengas la nueva declaración de ganancias, ¿me entendés? No ahora.
Sí, y eso me parece que es lo más responsable y lo mejor, lo que beneficia más a uno, porque estamos a 3 meses de hacer la nueva declaración y eso va a hacer que no tenga que calificar para, si es necesario, que no tenga que calificar para eso que sea especial para los monotributistas, porque...
Un poco la idea que estamos charlando con mamá es la siguiente, que después que de forma, vos desde allá lo verás. Nosotros con hacer la casa, la modular, a cash, ¿me entendés? Cash. Y una vez terminada la casa, que será entrada en el año que viene, vendértela a vos a través de un crédito. ¿Me entendés?
Ok. Y de esa manera...
Hay que verlo.
Okay.
Y ahí nos juntamos con parte de la plata o toda la plata, ¿me entendés?
Bueno, claro, eso está bueno, por eso me parece igual responsable, porque estás asegurando de que la plata que tenés va a ir básicamente a cumplir con la necesidad de tener la vivienda y después se recupera esa plata sacando un préstamo o comprando, como sea, como que yo la compro.
Hay que analizar porque no, vamos a ver que estemos allá y sepamos, cuando estemos allá, tenemos todo definido. Y en función de eso, analizamos las cosas.
Bueno, por lo pronto asegurar la vivienda por los próximos meses, así que bueno, eso igual está bueno tener esa información de cuánto es el presupuesto.
Pero sería bueno que vos charles con este señor jubilado, retirado, constructor, que te diga aparte, para tener la fundación, para poner una casa con el que vamos a dar el modelo, cuánto sería estimativamente, $10.000 más, $30.000 más, $50.000 más, para poner la casa arriba. Entonces uno ve si le justifica comprar el terreno.
Sí, bueno, no, lo que iba a hacer era, ayer le estaba explicando a mamá que conozco una persona que tiene una empresa de construcción que hacen básicamente nada, hacen solamente la fundación. Entonces le voy a mandar una foto del terreno, el listado, le voy a decir, mira, mis papás están mirando este terreno, básicamente la persona... Sí, y la persona básicamente es la persona que sigue en la línea para la construcción. O sea, ahora viene esta persona, o sea, preguntarle a qué está mirando uno, si se justifica o no se justifica el precio que le están ofreciendo, pero además cuánto llevaría a hacer la parte que sigue, que es la parte de la fundación permitida. Yo le decía a mamá que que yo creo que por mi entendimiento es que uno también tiene que ir al condado y básicamente como contratar a un ingeniero que los ingenieros son los que te guían en todo el proceso, ¿entendés? Como que te dice, bueno, ahora viene esta persona, ahora viene otra persona, como que te guían todo el proyecto, ¿entendés? Es como el abogado en el proceso de migraciones, y no es uno solo diciendo qué es. Pero sí, antes de contratar a cualquier ingeniero ni nadie, sí uno puede tener esta como parte de información de ver si se justifica o no se justifica el proyecto y demás. Entonces yo le voy a mandar el listado de la página de la parcela a este chico para que me diga un estimativo de cuánto sería hacer una fundación para un tamaño de casa de esa manera, para ver si uno suma los números y si se justifica. Sí, en el rompecabezas uno suma esto, uno suma el otro.
Bueno, sería bueno que si vos andás dando vueltas por ahí por el country, hablando con uno, con otro, con la administración, olfatees si hay alguien interesado en el terreno, ¿entendés? Se hayan dado vueltas.
Sí, a ver, me parece que hace cuánto tiempo están.
Well, I noticed driving down that looks like the people have been down there doing more work. And have installed cones and signs and all that. I'm gonna go down there with her real quick and see, document it. Will you grab your other phone so you can document it? Because we gotta document this stuff. And we already went to the counter to see who the hell was doing it. That's official shit right there. So let's do this properly. Stopping this video. We'll talk very little later.